padu tanpa kalori, yo tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Coba, try, taste 100 plus zero. Hey.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Aku hembus kata si mas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan kita anak.
membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Api tak kunjung padam,
Marah
ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
yeah. Are you ready? asimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my clip, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Api tak kunjung padam.
Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, kita jaga.
Jaga,
Kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Kita jaga.
jaga,
Kita jaga.
jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan
pemegang tahta juara MPL MY sebanyak 2 kali berturut-turut. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Pencabar tahta terkuat musim ke-14, Team Vamos! The Mastermind di sebalik pencabar utama trofi. Pencabar-pencabar utama yang akan merebut trofi dan slot ke MSC.
Adakah sejarah akan berulang sekali lagi?
Atau adakah juara baru akan dilahirkan pada musim ini? Segalanya akan terjawab
Di pentas kebanggaan MPL Malaysia musim ke-15.
Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Equipped with a trendy and sleek design, made with premium-looking metal alloy. With 100-watt fast charging and a 5,200 mAh battery, you can stay in the game longer. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing. Supported by KBS, PSI, Makan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Are heating up, and it's time to bring in the one who'll lead the charge. Let's welcome the face of the show, our trilingual queen, Rose!
Selamat Hari Raya dan selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. I've missed all of you guys. It's been a while since kita semua berjumpa and the last time was M6. Hari ini kita akan membuka tirai untuk musim yang baru dan dalam semangat yang menyambut Hari Raya. Untuk semua orang, once again, selamat Hari Raya. It is great to see you all. And kita bukan sahaja menyambut ataupun saksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat menarik hari ini, tapi juga keluarga, kegembiraan dan memori yang tak akan dilupakan. This isn't just a new season. This is the beginning of a new story. Dan apa cara yang lebih menarik untuk start the new season other than the rematch of the grand finale of MPL Malaysia musim kelepas? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you guys have heard that right. Selangor Red Giants OG Esports akan bertemu semula dengan naib juara Team Vamos dari musim lalu. Ini adalah perlawanan dengan penuh maruah, dendam dan mungkin kita akan menyaksikan pembalasan. We would never know. Tapi sebelum kita start perlawanan ini, I just want to say we have a new family member dekat MPL MY. He is not beside me right now, tapi mungkin korang boleh nampak dia dekat sana. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Poji!
Hello MPL! Apa khabar semua? Poji di sini. Macam dekat rumah terbuka, saya akan beramah mesra dengan semua orang dekat sini. Hello, korang semua. Kenal saya tak?
Poji, semua orang kenal Poji. Tapi kan, I nak tanya, kita bukan open house, ni bukan rumah kita. Kenapa buat macam rumah sendiri
Sebab ini rumah kita dengan tagline ini, gaya kita, suka hati saya.
Okeylah, suka hati. Siap baring lagi kan?
Yes.
So Poji, I'm sure you are aware of your mission hari ini kan?
Betul.
Okay, silakan.
Macam yang kita dah briefing selama 1 minggu, guys. Korang boleh tak tunjuk paket hijau korang hari ni? Paket hijau, tunjuk sikit macam mana duit raya daripada Monson MPL. Mana? Tunjuk. Bunyi sikit. Woo, woo, woo. Meriah tak meriah? Okey, dalam kiraan 1, 2, 3, everybody!
I love it. Energy is here, suasana raya pun dah ada, crowd memang orang kata meriah lah kan. Memang rasa kita buat open house dekat MPL MY. Are you enjoying? Enjoy tak?
Enjoy. Saya nak duit raya je sekarang.
Alright, nanti kita settle dengan Munton
Baik.
Alright, so obviously untuk semua orang yang hadir ke venue hari ini adalah hari pertama. Terima kasih untuk semua orang yang datang, yang jerit, yang support, yang datang dari jauh. Buat suasana ni hidup dengan, fiery. So guys, sekarang dengan suasana raya yang sangat-sangat hangat dan perlawanan pembukaan di hadapan kita, there's nothing more to say except let's kick off season 15 the only way we know how. And with that, casters,
take it away.
Thank you to our wonderful hosts. And Selamat Hari Raya to everyone watching online. We welcome all of you to a brand new season, a brand new starting line, a brand new era of MPL Malaysia for season 15. Can you guys imagine? It's already been 15 seasons of all of this. My name is Stafa and I'm joined on desk today by Gideon as well as Husky.
So it's another great year, another great season. We have had quite a 2024. We made it back to 3rd place on the world stage. We've set the bar locally, and now we've got to start the day with another Grand Finals rematch from Season 14. I think we're heading in the right direction, but this year is only going to get tougher.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations are always going to be set higher and higher every single year, but it's crazy to imagine, like Stafa said, 7 years worth of MLBB and still counting, and MY is still there in the scene. I really thought we were going to fall off last year, but whew, it was a good year for us.
That's a very pessimistic view of things.
Hey, I'm Mr. Glass Half Empty, unfortunately. But
understandable. But, well, I think we've got something to be very optimistic about today, and that is none other than our opening match, our first match of the entire season. Gonna be the Grand Finals, a rematch between SRG, now with a brand new OG Esports slapped on for a brand new coat of paint alongside their old rivals, Team Vamos. And of course, that's not the only match happening today, right, Husky?
Yeah, we also got DXS taking on Ocean Black for our second best of 3, 2 teams that came from MAL, and then Team Ray against JP9 to close it out.
All of these matches are going to be pretty epic, especially with the new patch update. For those of you who have not been keeping up with MLBB, don't worry, we're going to keep you informed. With the new hero, Kalia, absolutely tearing it up in the Land of Dawn, but just the general summary between hero adjustments, emblem adjustments, and battlefield adjustments, the game is significantly faster.
Yeah, a lot has happened in the break. You know, MPL Malaysia has started a little bit later than usual this year, but that just means that even more has changed since the last time we have seen you guys on this stage. Like you mentioned, Gideon, we got a brand new hero, Kalea. I definitely want to ask you guys' thoughts about that later, as well as a bunch of hero buffs, nerfs, adjustments, as well as changes to emblems, and of course, the big one, our big boy himself, the Lord, now getting a brand new upgrade.
Yeah, no longer do you have to wait for 12 minutes for the Lord to start demolishing structures. He does it the moment you take him down at minute 8 when he spawns if you didn't take the third turtle. But either way, with all these heroes adjustments, a lot of people can be assured that it doesn't change the meta that much. We have Kalea into the pool, but generally the strongest heroes are still up there.
Yeah, I think that as of right now, the tempo seems to be really accelerated, for especially if you are having a strong early game lead. Coming into mid game as well, I mean, some of the adjustments that do seem very impactful, tenacity for an example, getting an extra 5% DR, damage reduction, so very nice.
Yeah, that feels really good. I think it also feels very good for those of you who were fans of the Killing Spree emblem before this. The small change of making it so that you get that heal before your target dies really makes the difference in some of these tight trades, right? We're actually seeing more and more assassins picking it up once again, so that's really fun to see.
Yeah, and also Temporal Rain users basically just joy. We'll also enjoy that little bit of that extra juice. Now when you get a takedown, it extends the duration of that talent. It gets better for Joy users, but thankfully, Joy, there's ways to deal with her.
Yeah, there are a couple of ways to deal with it, but coming into this particular game here, we're starting off with a really big banger. And of course, as these big bangers come by, it's whether or not we're going to see our second place finishers go up against the Giants, previously winners of MSC. Are they going to try to exert their dominance, or is this another Giants conquest?
This is a battle for the ages. All of you already know this is the Grand Finals rematch from the end of MPL MY Season 14. And throughout the entirety of last year, I believe, Vamos have not been able to take a match win against SRG. Now that they've got the OG esports name behind them as well, they're even bigger opponents. Not to mention, they have chosen not to participate in a lot of recent tournaments outside of MPL. So what kind of secrets might they be hiding?
Yeah, hopefully it is a good one that can help restore faith in how shaky the performance have been at the start of the year in SPS. But I gotta say, you have to be one of a kind to beat a roster that has changed team names and still do it consistently for a full year. But this one, I think, is going to be a big statement, right? If SRG OG does it again, then without a shadow of doubt, they are still the bar to beat.
But here's the thing. Every single time we come into a new season of MPL MY, week one is a little wonky, right? I mean, I've seen enough MPL MY seasons, season week one, day ones, where teams who are expected to win suddenly drop the ball. And SRG also one of the few teams who dropped the ball early on. So for all intents and purposes, maybe this is not exactly the greatest litmus test.
Yeah, not the great. I mean, dare I say it, that's the Malaysian specialty, If we're consistent about anything, it's inconsistency. And that makes things interesting, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing, of course, to everyone watching online.
I sure hope that they bring their A game today, considering that our league started significantly later compared to everybody else. So if it's their grasp on the meta, there are a couple of templates already out there with ID as well as PH pretty deep in their own seasons.
Yeah, and even before that, we had the Mobile Masters for SPS, right? For a lot of people to kind of reference. A lot of eyes are going to be on SRG OG, and they have been under the microscope since that attempt on the Golden Run last year. And those microscopes, they aren't going to go anywhere anytime soon.
If we look here down at the bottom of the screen, we have our week one records of our MPL Season 14 champions. And yeah, across the board of many different MPLs, the champions from last season haven't really had the best start going into the most recent one.
They usually don't. And I don't know whether or not it's going to apply. If it's worldwide already, I feel like it's just a theory, but if it happens here today, who knows? And to be fair, it's not just SRG OG esports that we have to worry about. It's Vamos, on the other hand, who could be the ones dropping the ball.
Yeah, we've seen them sort of fumble a little bit mid-season in Season 14, but they came back strong in the playoffs, right? And that's what we sort of saw from Toadap too, almost taking that M6 ticket away from SRG OG last season in the lower bracket finals, which was something that I feel like if you missed it, you missed out a big chunk of history itself.
That was honestly a big surprise. A lot of us were holding our breath when witnessing that event, but well, it is a part of history now. We're going to be focusing on the present, on the future that is upcoming this very first match. And yes, it is the question, will SRG fall into the same sort of pit hole that all the other champions have, or if they'll bring something new out? I feel like they're the team that's most likely to break it though, because they have already been specifically waiting, right? We haven't seen them play in a tournament for a while.
We haven't really seen them in a while, but at the same time, when we're looking at the lineup of SRG, you still think about that hope, that chance that maybe we can get another MSC in the bag. Remember, 2 MSC representatives are coming out from MPL MY, so if they make it to the grand finals, you might just see Innocent, Yums, Stormy, Sakai's, and Cram once again.
Yeah, they've opened up the doors, the doors back up for MPL MY, and of course, a bit of a slight change now with OG Esports being one of their collaborators, but at the same time, also a change of role in the IGL department, right? Cram is now the newest leader for the team, and a lot of eyes is going to be on how he leads the squad and how Yums and Stormy works together as a duo.
And I think it's going to be a level of consistency that we might not see from SRG, or really inconsistent. There is no in-between.
Well, if we're talking about no in-between, I feel like we have to talk a little bit about Team Vamos as well, right? This is a team that will go all out or just completely flounder at the starting line, and that's why we love them for it. We got Smooth, we got Chibi, Zorn, and Nets Presco, but now joined by a brand new face on the roster, Clawkun.
Yeah, Clawkun in the main 5. You also got Aero 404 in the jungle role if they ever want to field him some point down the league. But Vamos has never changed when it comes down to how they want to play, right? It's always fast and furious. They hit you hard and make sure that they end the game as fast as possible. But now with the addition of Clawkun to take on roles that's previously held by people like Warlord and Udil, this is a good chance to see how they've integrated him into that Vamos spirit.
Honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if Clawkun is a good fit for this squad. We've seen many Indonesian mid laners actually join this squad, and you would have imagined that, hey, you have Malaysian, Indonesian, as well as a Filipino gold lane all kind of coming together. Most of that has been debunked at this point. I feel like Nexpresso is extremely vocal within the game now that he's more comfortable with the language, and I think for gold laners, you honestly don't really need that much of a push during team fights, so just let the mid laner handle that.
Yeah, you could definitely say that's the case. I think that Vamos does a very good job of acclimating their new imports into the Malaysian culture, into the Vamos culture, right? And they're a very aggressive team, so they're fun to watch as well. But you know what makes MPL even more fun to watch? It is, of course, the Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus, which is, of course, very shiny, very brand new. We all got one as well, you know, to take a look at the chat on stream. So if you guys are chatting on stream, we can actually see you right now on the MLBB Esports channel. And if you guys want to win a phone potentially, scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now to join the fun on Infinix Malaysia's TikTok channel.
The back is leather. I just found out. The back is actually has leather on it. I thought this was a sick bit by our producers, but no, it's real. It's real. Scan that QR code, please, dear Lord, please.
Oh, I mean, it's getting loud already, right? Again, every time SRG, OG, and Team Vamos are going up against each other, you can barely hear yourselves, but hey, this is how we set the mood for the start of Season 15, and I gotta say, I've been dabbling around a little bit with the Infinix phone, dabbling around with the new meta. I'm excited for what these two teams have to show.
Yeah, I'm especially excited because the game is faster. Technically, that kind of benefits like Team Vamos in this sector because they were the early game team.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that late game scaling heroes are completely off the table. No, like we still see plenty of Granger, we still see plenty of Cecilion. They actually benefit a little bit about this brand new accelerated meta as well, right? So we gotta keep our eyes open. There's a lot of new stuff coming. Our fans are already ready, but we've got a video for you guys to check out first. So feast your eyes on this.
Inilah dia tonton perempuan, the back-to-back champion.
Untuk season ni, saya rasa SRG masih one of the team yang kuat lah. Cuma rasanya level kita orang dengan dia tak jauh beza. Sebab last time diorang main dekat Snapdragon, so boleh nampak yang diorang punya performance tu tak sama macam MSC.
Robots will end Selangor Red Giants' life in SBS.
After losing Snapdragon, we have more times to like group up and then actually prepare for what's coming next. We have been in this schedule where it's like really tight together, so it's always forward. The Malaysian teams are really getting good. I can see that this MPL is not gonna be easy. In the performance in Piala, they are the one that is like dominating. There's no other teams that like really come close with Vamos.
For now, I think it's around 70 to 80%. If we can dominate our match against Vamos, maybe it's 100% that we can get 3-peat in MPL MY.
As long as our preparation is good, I think the history will repeat and we will win again.
I think if we can beat SRG in first match, we can win the championship.
Closed out the last year with a blazing tale of glory. 2 back-to-back MPL titles, an MSC championship, and a third place as M6. Welcome, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
They came close before, but this time they're here to claim it all. Locked in, fired up, and chasing that MSC dream. Get ready for the rise of Team Vamos!
Introducing the coaches and analysts of both teams alongside our head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Time to keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This.
Alright guys, testing. Assalamualaikum semua. Saya dekat sini nak kita semua sedekahkan Al-Fatihah untuk Allahyarham Abdullah Ahmad Badawi, bekas Perdana Menteri kita guys. Al-Fatihah. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Semoga Allah tempatkan arwah di kalangan orang-orang yang beriman. Amin.
We thank Zorn for leading our prayers for a short moment here. And now it is time for the fist bumps between the two teams to demonstrate the true sign of professionalism and to demonstrate Malaysian sportsmanship for our opening match of the season. This is going to be a repeat of our grand finals. Will we see history once again occur? Or will it be a brand new story? I'm very excited to find out.
You saw in the video, Nespresco did say if they can beat SRG, they can win it all. That's a high bar to set. As much as we all agree that week 1 is not the best litmus test, but if the players feel otherwise, I think for them, they understood how important this means.
Well, let's see how this first match is going to go. We need to see the level of which they're going to play. It's been a while since we've seen either one of these teams, with the exception of Team Vamos. The last time we saw SRG, it was in SPS Challenge Finals, but they got grouped, so we didn't get to see them anymore even after towards the Mobile Masters. But Vamos, on the other hand, has played local tournaments, if not tournaments, around for a little bit between the spaces of the seasons. And I think we've seen them more often than SRG.
Yeah, we got to witness their gameplay in the Fiala Esports. We got to watch them in the recent IESF qualifier. But I think a lot of us are also wondering whether or not Vamos was really putting their full potential on display there. They were actually experimenting with some of their backup players. You know, we got to see a little bit of Error 404. But they're going to be kicking things off straight with Chibi still remaining on the main lineup. And looks like for game 1, SRG OG are going to be choosing for that first pick position.
Which is great right now, I think, the current meta. In fact, I feel like blue side, as much as it has always been great, the balance between blue and red side has been kind of smoothened out a little bit, right? Thanks to Kalea entering the pool, now we have more options on both ends, but SRG on blue side has always been I feel something that Vamos can exploit a bit more, because Vamos has a lot of cheese picks. They love being on the red side and having that final say.
I totally agree with you, but I think this really boils down to whether if SRG decide to go on blue side, it means they have a power pick so strong, it doesn't matter what you throw at them afterwards, that you're able to find some form of counterplay, some kind of advantage, which we've seen a lot in the current metagame.
It's honestly even difficult to try and predict which hero is this power pick, because SRG OG has always demonstrated such a strong hero pool, such deep pockets overall. They could go Granger first for Innocent, they could go Joy or Fanny first for Skies. There's so many different options, even the Matilda on the table. So going on this blue side, I really wonder what is that plan that Coach Arcadia as well as Zorzor Veki have cooked up.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up those three heroes, because when we looked at the Mobile Masters, Matilda was banned, and every time Matilda gets banned, which is almost every single game, the team that bans Matilda has a 70% chance win rate, or almost 70%. Fanny, on the other hand, is more like doing a service, right? Like, you don't want them to go through. And of course, you got Daniel Sanders on the scene as well, the CEO of OG Esports here to witness the premier match.
Oh my goodness, that man hasn't looked like he's aged a day in his life. He's seen an organization win 2 internationals, and he still looks exactly the same.
I'm telling you, winning trophies keeps your youth to it.
I mean, I think it would keep me youthful, in fact. And it's not just him as well. We've also got the COO of OG Esports. And it's amazing to see these big names coming over to Malaysia to witness MPL MY. We gotta give SRG a bit of props, right? Bringing this big organization from Europe, having them choose Malaysia to be their first destination for an MLBB team is no small feat.
I'm not going to lie, I think it is a risky move coming in for a team like OG, and they're looking for the best of the best, right? They're looking at MSC champions, people who have proven on an international stage that it is possible to put MY on the map. So let's see whether they're hedging their bets as we head on over into the drafting phase.
People have been saying that Onyx PH is going to complete the golden road, right? After 3 failed attempts by 3 different teams. But there's a chance that SRG OD restarts that golden road from this moment. Gotta look at the drafts first. I personally want to see Suyo gone. I've had enough of Suyo, especially blue side. But then there's the Granger, right? Like, Innocent broke 4 records with Granger alone against RRQ during M6. Do you really want to give it to them?
I think there's a lot of things to worry about. And honestly, looking at the side of Vamos, especially with their head coach now being Zaya, he's got international experience underneath his belt. He is a very smart drafter. I'm just curious whether he jives with the team to be able to kind of bring out the best in them, or whether he's going to fall back into the metagame. Based on what we're seeing so far, it looks like they're up to date. Zushin bans on the blue side, as well as the Phobius bans, are very, very common these days. Zaya making sure that, hey, red side, I don't want to see that Fanny anywhere near, but the question is whether or not they're going to open up that Suyo.
Yeah. We also seen Team Falcons PH kind of go down this route to shut down King Kong when they faced off against Onyx PH in the SPS playoffs, which was you target ban junglers in the first phase on red side, right? You make sure the Fanny doesn't go through, and if blue side bans out a jungler, you get 4 in a row. So that is something that I feel maybe Zaya can approach, depending on this second ban, of course. But overall, I feel like if you want to look at SRG OG, the jungle role is very important.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout, actually, because there are only about 4 or 5 really commonly picked meta junglers in the current form of MLBB gameplay anyway, and Skies has already shown that he'd like to rely on these meta fallbacks. So if Vamos decides to go in that direction, it wouldn't be too bad, but they decide to get rid of the Hari first.
And now here's the thing, as much as we want to focus on the junglers and how great both GB and as well as Skies have earned themselves MVPs in their own right, I think the gold lane is just as narrow as the jungle as of yet. And I would argue even more devastating than the jungle itself, because the 2 top picks that we've seen across the board always is Harith and it is always Granger. Now that Harith is gone, this could be a potential trap being set up by Zaya. It really depends here, right? Because Coach Arcadia is going to be looking at this. Hey, all right, if Granger is open, is this first pick worthy, or do we focus on Skies?
Yeah, because there is a chance that these first 3 bans, or at least particularly Phobius and Hilda, is gearing Skies up for either a Suyo or a Joy pick, right? Like there's a very good chance we go down that route. Now Zaya has a very important decision to make. Do you go for that trade? Kalea is most likely going to be open if they don't ban it. Do you take that on red side? Because it feels a lot more smoother to pair Kalea up with a +1.
Well, based on some information that we actually know of, Zorn might not be the most comfortable on Kalea as a hero. I can't remember who mentioned this to me.
No way.
I heard it from somewhere, but apparently it's just not really his style. But Xayah going in a completely different direction than Moskov.
Right.
Here's targeting Innocent.
Here's the gambit. Now the gambit is we could look for Innocent to get his natural Granger. They could go for Kalea first pick. If they go for Kalea first pick, we guarantee that Xayah is going to get 2 strong picks on his head. One of which is probably going to be Suyo. I'm going to put it out there. Suyo has one of the highest win rates so far across the regions. I don't think it's going to be different here in MPL MY. But on top of that, they will get the Kalea. So this is the gambit that both sides are rolling for.
But if you're trying to gambit for the Kalea, that Joy pick now looks a bit iffy, right? Because Kalea gets to control the Joy as long as she doesn't get the ult off. Let's see the first pick. They are going to take Kalea on blue side, so now they guarantee themselves a strong jungler. And even if Suyo goes over the Chibi, Sakai's has an option.
Yes, he does have an option. Now, the only indicators that we have that Kalea was going to be that first pick is that Zhu Xin Bang. Claw Kun, specifically coming in from Indonesia, and based on what we've seen in their own MPL, it seems to be the common way to deal with Kalea.
Yeah, and I think it's a very good hero pick for Vamos as well, since they like to roam around. They like to be aggressive in the first few minutes, so comboing that with some kind of setup tank like the Cho or the Jawhead just immediately gives Vamos a lot to play around. And SRG just doesn't want to deal with that risk, though this means the Granger will be left open over to the Vamos side.
So we're going down kind of the hierarchy of gold laners, right? 3 of them have been removed, 2 banned out, and the next in line picked up by Nespresso. We have seen Kalea being flexed in the XP lane, although not as much. The Joy is the option, in fact, for Chibi. This has to be a Suyo, right?
I mean, I thought it was going to be a Suyo, but I think Chibi is looking at Xayah and is like, trust me, coach, I'm better. I'm him.
It could also still be the Hayabusa. That hasn't been banned out yet.
That's the thing, but now I thought that Coach Arcadia was like, okay, it's fine we get Suyo, it's fine we get Joy, but I think Hayabusa was going to be the pick anyways, now that we see that, hey, Moskov was banned out by Xayah anyways.
That's true. Really, I think if you want that stability, it's still Suyo, because Hayabusa, you do run into the risk of getting shut down early on. So we get a, wow, Valentina Lucas, and it's still a flex pick from SRG OG side.
Are we completely avoiding Suyo?
No way.
I mean, let's see, because technically Lucas can still be a quote-unquote flex pick, and I want to see the next 2 bans coming out from Coach Arcadia, because if he's already taking away the Valentina, I feel like they want to set up for Cram, because this is very Cram style.
Yeah, and by picking Valentina and Lucas together, they also denied the Valentina direct counter of stealing Lucas's ult over and over again, right? But it's very uncommon to see Valentina pick this early under the current meta, because she is quite item dependent compared to other mages. By doing this though, SRG does leave the option open that, like, we may not have picked our jungler yet. You may have to ban out Suyo and Hayabusa in your next phase.
And then the next question is, how much deeper do they want to go down this route, right? We've seen examples of, oh, I want to play this flex pick drafting, and then because you're on blue side, you're going to end up getting stuck in the last 2 picks, and that's something that SRG OG needs to figure out. I like the Sicilian pickup. Plenty of late game damage from the side of Team Vamos.
I think that Xayah at this point of time is making the correct choices. I don't necessarily agree with the Joy, but hey, it really depends on the jungler and what he feels most comfortable with at that point of time. If GB feels like he can outplay everything from the side of SRG, by all means, let's see whether SRG OG can do it. Now coming into that second phase is where it gets scary, because information is key. We see the Matilda finally banned out from Xayah. I think that's totally fine, but was that necessary? And personally for me, I don't think it was.
Yeah, it would mean that Kalea would go into the EXP lane if SRG went for the Matilda there. And while she's pretty good at trading early on, she does fall off a little bit later. But it's time to take a step back, right? Look at history a little bit. Because Skies and Gojes made their debut in MPL Malaysia Season 11 in Stadium Juara, the very same arena that we have finally returned to after many seasons.
And to add on top of that, Sakai is the only OG member left in the roster, right? Up to this point, everyone else has gone through a transition. You know, Nets wasn't here, well, not Nets, Innocent wasn't here in the beginning. Same as Cram, we had Super Pancake yesterday, with Super Red back then. So it has been quite a journey for this star jungler. Iritel ban out last, so that's 5 4 gold laners removed from the pool.
Yep, all of which do pretty well into specifically Granger. And at this point, Zaya's thinking, all right, Nets, you got this lane in the bag. If you lose this lane, brother, we're going back to scrims, and you got to start practicing Granger all over again, man.
I think we can't deny the fact that Nets definitely left a bit of a question mark above our heads the last time we saw him as potentially being a weak point for Vamos. He farms really, really well, but his positioning in team fights was not the cleanest previously. So we'll see how much he has improved here now that so many of Granger's counters have been taken out of the pool, and Guinevere being the final ban of the game.
All right, now Zaya has a couple of options, right? And we're all thinking, what exactly is going to be the support? I think they don't necessarily need to show their support unless they want Tigreal. But not even better flex pick, both of which do pretty well.
Great flex. I'm looking at SRG OG right now. Yoons has a couple of picks I can think of. Jawhead, Cho. I'm specifically leaning into Kufra a little bit. I think it also, but that is on the condition that they can accelerate the game pace. And I think against Team Vamos, you're not looking down that route. So I think Cho and Jawhead probably would be what they want to look at if this Kalea is a flex. If not, we might see that Cram pick come out here.
The thing is, ordinarily, yes, you wouldn't really be able to accelerate game state against Vamos, but if you look at their draft, they really don't have a lot of lane priority. All of these heroes need items, need to scale into the mid to late game. So I think that's something SRG can take advantage of, and they go for the Hayabusa Beatrix.
Okay. So, first game of the season, Suyo completely ignored.
Yeah, Suyo completely ignored.
This is a bit of blasphemy. I
don't know.
We came back for SPS and this
on one hand, we wanted this. On another hand, it's like,
yeah, I want to ban, not ignore it.
We only want bans. It cannot be ignored. Suyo is going to be a problem, but we'll probably see it on a different game here. It's interesting how both teams are kind of like holding that in high regards, but at the same time avoiding the problem altogether. Maybe it's a gentleman's agreement. It's like, hey, no Suyo this time round. Let's see what the metagame has to offer. They shook hands.
You know what they say, ignorance is bliss. So it's going to be a smooth Badang. We get that Cho on Zorn as always. And it's a good time to bring out the... We talk about seeing Team Vamos kind of really stepping it up with this new roster, playing in Piala Esports Malaysia and IESF. But the last time we saw SRG OG, it was technically at their weakest, right? Losing out to Bigatron in the deciding match to qualify for Mobile Masters and, well, Challenge Finals playoffs in that sense. So very different path that these two teams have taken.
Definitely very different paths, but the same destination. Our very first match, the opening of MPL Malaysia Season 15 between two titans of the Malaysian MLBB scene. SRG OG Esports versus Team Vamos, with a very interesting draft brought into the land of Dawn. Let's find out who is going to come out on top here for our very first game. Will it be our defending champions or the antagonists directly challenging their throne?
All right, welcome to the land of Dawn. The very first game here at MPL MY. Get excited for this one, especially with these two high-caliber teams. We're expecting a lot out of them, and the fact that Suyo was not picked up is a big question mark, but hey, at least we might experience a metagame as if it didn't exist in the first place. Now, speaking of compositions, right, as Stefan mentioned, Team Vamos, they're not going to find a lot of priority other than the mid lane, and that's highly dependent on the skill level of this 2v2. No matter what, Yoomsin as well as Stormy are going to be walking away with more health than Clockwood and Zorn, despite them actually bringing in the Concussive Blast with Zorn and the help of the G-Kundo to split things up.
And of course, one of the most important things when you're dealing with a Kalea is that push control, right? You want to make sure that Kalea doesn't get any priority. If not, she can get a lot of cheeky engages, especially on this mid side. Not able to dodge that tidal strike, but still, look at the trade. Like you didn't mention, SRG OG walks away with more health.
Now, there are a couple of things that are a little like, I would say vaguely could be a problem later down the line, and one of them is the way that Smooth plays his lane. As Badam, generally in the earlier stages, once you hit level 4, you want to sandbag the lane as much as you can and build up as many Thunderbelt stacks as you can, right? This is on the assumption that he wants to scale in that manner rather than just going for full tank, which we've seen a lot of international teams do across the board. Cram, on the other hand, he really wants to win this lane.
He's taking the flicker too.
I think Vamos already know they want to play for this EXP. They want to avoid Cram winning out the lane since he already has lane priority. They want to give Badang a bit more space, so they instant roam up top instead of prioritizing the goal lane to make sure that they're able to keep themselves in the game early on.
Not to mention that I think that at least one of the POIs other than the turtle that both teams would want to play for, especially the junglers, is that EXP crab. EXP is going to be such a big difference maker in the first 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, Glocko is going to be the target. They jump him, force his Purify out, and first blood almost attained. The blast missed, and in fact, first blood for Team Vamos as they lose the guy. Storm now finds the kick on the Stormy, but knocked back by Cram, flickers to safety, and Vamos off to a good start.
That was literally the most perfect way Team Vamos could have taken that fight. They didn't take any casualties despite the attempted split up by SRG. And in fact, they ended up splitting them up themselves, with Zorn even taking first blood 1v1 against Skies on the Hayabusa.
Maybe if Claw couldn't end up dropping to SRG, it could have been a little bit more worth it. But hey, at the end of the day, it does mean that GB now has a full level lead against the Skies, which means that Joy can get a little bit more aggressive. Now, keep in mind that Skies is playing Hayabusa, and there is an expectation of I need to get kills as early as possible to get the ball rolling. If he doesn't find that, that means that Team Vamos will eventually come to a point where they outscale SRG OG.
And they put a lot of investment into Sakai's, right? With the initial bans. Again, Phobius, Hilda, they want to make sure that Sakai's, he gets his hands on the Hayabusa, he gets a good time. Obviously, for Team Vamos, just off of that small interaction, they've already amassed a 1.2k gold advantage, which for a comp that usually doesn't play as fast as you want them to, it's pretty good.
It's actually really good, right? They literally have Granger and Cecilion, two of the most late-game heroes in the entire game. And SRG is playing Kalea, Lucas, and Hayabusa. There's actually a timer on the SRG side where they need to be somewhat ahead in the early to mid-game to make sure that they don't just get completely outscaled, and that timing is already starting to pass.
I mean, Zaya has done a really great job with the way that he looks at the draft. Like, here we go, next fight.
Trying to punish Zorn. Zorn Stews get the knockup and the kick! Disastrous for SRG OG, losing 2 and not even getting Zorn as he reminds them who he truly is.
This is actually incredible from Team Vamos. Their positioning is so clean, and from a lineup you wouldn't expect to be this strong this early.
I think a lot of good decisions were made. Smooth knows that he's a level above his opponent in a lane in Cram, but more importantly, the gold plating is still up. Even if Cram is to get a little bit more gold, it doesn't really change the lane state at all. So Smooth is able to walk off of it, take 0 structural damage, and sacrificing a little bit of gold to get people ahead.
Good flicker from Yoon to escape that, but still, that is a big resource expended. I think we can also take some time to talk about this Beatrix pick from Innocent, right? He was forced into this hero selection. The last time we saw him on Beatrix was almost never. The only time he got on Beatrix, it wasn't really the best game from him. So Zaya really putting his finger on the pain point of this gold lane.
I mean, he can force out the lane as soon as possible, but we're looking for that big Kalia-Beatrix combo or something of the sort. They need to get the ball rolling. They need to start taking that gold lead back. If not, Team Vamos is going to double their lead by that 8th minute.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very important timing here for both these teams, right? Team Vamos will feel very... Oh, hold on.
I think that the only target is going to be Smooth. They're trying to blow him up. He's terrified. Good kill going over to Innocent. He needed that goal.
Look at the map pressure on the top side. GB will be able to take a tier 1 for himself. Solo bolos the tower, and that's what you want to see from Vamos, right? Again, EXP in the... Oh, hold on.
Okay. Able to make a quick retreat in the mid side, thankfully.
Wow, I'm surprised that Zorn didn't go for the kick there. I think they had enough resources to force it out, but I guess trading Sacred Beast for a Flicker Way of the Dragon might not be the best.
Yeah, I think they were in a bit of a transitory period as well on the map, right? TV was just coming back from that top lane after pushing it up, so I don't think the team was in a state where they really wanted to force a fight just yet, even though it seemed like it could have been a pretty easy pickoff. And Team Vamos is quite comfortable with this, right? They're already notably ahead quite early on.
And they're trying to go on to Chibi, who is now caught completely alone. Flickers forward from Stormy. So guys, finds a good punish.
Oh, so far, the battle spells are working out for SRG OG Esports, right? I mean, Team Vamos, they're the ones taking the safe battle spells. Clawkun as well as Nexpresso, both taking Purify for good reason. Oh!
Another cash into a slam dunk. Innocent with a second one.
Fast pace, fast moving, Slammer Red Giants clap back instantly, making sure that this next turtle falls into this hand, and it's always the first and third turtles that you should be keeping your eyes on.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit more of that signature SRG playstyle. They've always been known to not be the most effective early game team. Hold on.
Cram is going to get punished for sure, right? A 3-1 delivered to Chibi. As much as SRG kind of balanced out the skills a little bit, still got to work on that macro game, right? Both side lane tier 1s have gone down. They did get the top tier 1, but bottom tier 2 threatened by Chibi.
I'm pretty sure Stormy checked that bush, and I saw Zorn lose a little health. So it should have been known. I guess they just had no confirmation of whether or not he was going to stick around and find out, and apparently they found out pretty soon. Even though tier 2 are now being threatened on the bottom side, we're seeing that Vamos is now clumping up real fast.
Oh, good trigger finger on the electrifying beat.
Excellently done. Team Vamos really showing themselves here. This is a team with a recent tournament experience, and we've already seen signs of their improvement. They've always been striving to reach the top, the heights of MPL MY once again, and I'm really starting to see signs of that.
When you fall short of the trophy 2 seasons in a row, you gotta really start feeling something inside.
I don't know. 2 seasons sounds like an understatement considering the history of all these players known to like not make it to groups, known to not even make it to playoffs, to now consistently hitting playoffs but not getting championships.
It's a tough journey, but they're getting there. Again, if they take down SRG OG in this opening series, that is gonna at least secure them the point that they otherwise would have struggled to get.
Looking at the goal difference right now, obviously still leaning a little bit towards the Vamos side. They're still sitting on a roughly a 2K goal lead, though a lot of that actually going on Nespresso. We have to remember, the Granger and Sicilian have just been racking up assists slowly in the back line. They haven't really even been threatened this entire game.
And it looks like, oh, this T2 is going to fall as well. Nicely set up by Team Vamos. At the same time, it feels like as much as their macro feels a little better here, their execution seems to be very sharp, and it looks like maybe the first time in a long time that we're seeing that week 1, day 1 games are going to be high quality.
So you start off on a good note for the opening one, right? I mean, it's a Grand Finals rematch. Can't go anything worse than that. Although I would say the SRG needs to start looking at these side lanes, right? Because Vamos, they're playing into what they're good at, these sideways management with that joy, with the Granger. It's making life for SRG OG's life, making life for SRG OG hard, especially with this Lord coming up.
Yeah, I really love the way that Vamos has been approaching the macro this game. Every time they're doing something, they're trading for something else on the opposite side of the map. They lose a body, they get a tower, and it is so worth it for them every time. Because remember, this is a lineup that actually doesn't mind being a little behind in goal, and they're ahead.
And that's going to be Stormy eliminated. Deleted by Zorn once more. Nespresso finds the kill, and Lord is open. Gonna try. Yum goes in, tries to get a grab into full combo, but that is smooth. He's gonna eat all of it up, and Chibi dances on the Yums. Backline threat, the Nespresso somehow gets away. Cram will look for a retreat, and SRG OG hang on for now, but maybe not Cram, who leaps away. And they're able to stall out the Lord take.
Really nice reaction time coming in from Smooth, man. Making sure he drops that ult to delay Kalia, giving the rest of the team Vamos a heads up about the engagement.
It's giving him so much space, right? And Vamos just zones them out. They get the Lord. Vamos is playing this clinically. It is so impressive to see how much they've improved.
Hey, he's playing with fire.
Whoa.
He's playing with all fire. He's like, a couple more stacks, please. And Sicilian is like, sure, you can have the final hits. Just let me impact it one more time. Now, looking at the items, funny thing, most people, and especially when we look at Badang players, right? Thunderbelt, Oracle immediately after to make sure you have max CDR as soon as possible. Instead, he goes for the Brute Force Breastplate, meaning that Smooth does want to be somewhat of a threat if he ever catches Stormy, if not Innocent in these engagements.
Yeah, Shadow Q to clear out the mid wave just to delay that push a little bit. They understood how important that tower is to them. But hey, it's good to see that Smooth has finally integrating himself fully into the roster, right? Playing fast, play aggressive. We saw him 8 at full Banner's Rage, and he still survived with half health.
Yeah, having that item advantage really helps a lot, especially against a hero like Beatrix that does need those items. And Nespresso already starting to be a pain in the butt. Stormy just taken out of the fight through pure poking without being able to do much about it himself. All of the towers in the side lanes are now gone, and that is so much space for Vamos to start working on the middle ones.
Yep, this is where it all starts to crumble. This is what we expect to see from Team Vamos, especially with the first Lord of that game. You get so much, it already can charge in. T2s are basically known as econ towers. They're free gold for you to take on the map. However, that mid T1 and T2 are by far the most important structures in the map because it opens up the entire jungle on the enemy side. And with that being said, now Chibi can play a more assassin-like behavior, right? Hopping over walls from multiple angles to try and spread apart SRG.
And Zorn gonna get kidnapped into a full combo. They need to blow him up, and yes, immortality! The item switch at the last second. Zorn somehow gets out of it. Hume will also escape the Death Sonata. What a reaction from Zorn. Sakai still wants Mono, hops in, goes to the Shadow Kill Chibi, disperses it, and Sakai finds nothing.
Unlucky.
Somehow no casualties on either side. Really good reaction timing from both teams, but the pressure clearly in favor of Team Vamos. The item of the fact that Zorn was able to grab the immortality in that small amount of time that he was being grabbed in and pelted with the Bennett's Rage goes to show this is a veteran player. He may have been here a long time, but he has not lost it.
No, his mechanics are still top-notch here. That's why he doesn't want to waste this season at all. He doesn't want to retire this soon. Conceal.
Here they come. This could be it. Second attempt. That's going to be Nespresso with the one. But he still goes down. The Stormy. Chibi runs him down. Cram and News wants to hold the back line, but it's not easy though. Innocent and Sakai still alive. They will try to keep this right in for his passion. Zorn goes down, but Innocent flickers forward and the front row. Back like Clockwood. Winter Truncheon will delay his death, but Chibi comes in to pick up Innocent. Doesn't win the fight. And it's a 4-for-4 trade.
Oh my goodness. One more auto attack was the kill. Difference maker there. Had he gotten one more auto attack, that would have been a quadra for Innocent himself. GB, a really good shutdown, but this means that Sakai gets to push the turrets back, gets some structural damage, permanent structural damage on Team Vamos.
And even trade right now is actually pretty good for SRG OG. They needed some control on the map no matter what they needed to trade to get it. And that is actually 5 total kills for Innocent right there. So that's going to be a good amount of gold injection into their goal laner. Already getting close to that full build. Just needs the 2 more items left. Team Vamos needs to be a bit more careful now. SRG has adjusted their playstyle. They are going for the carries.
Now here's the thing. Although the carries are going to be afraid, are very fearful here. I think that Clockwood making a defensive build. Oh, hold on.
Kidnap on the Zorn. No immortality this time. Go down. Lord dropping low. Less than 10k HP. Sakai wants to arrive in time. Finds the steal. Daylight robbery for SRG OG. Chibi gets out, but not for long. A snipe from Innocent. And SRG OG have found their way back.
Nespresso, he just doesn't have enough stacks. He doesn't have enough stacks, man. He was 1-0. He was 1-0-4 previous. No, sorry, 1-0-2 previously. But each of those kills just being an assist ain't giving him as many stacks as he would like to. And then having cut in half after that death in the middle of that fight. It's just so many things are slipping through their fingers, and SRG now with the second Lord of the game are looking for inhibitors, and that's going to be some serious damage.
Yeah, in one fell swoop, SRG has reversed the gold lead, and despite the space that was created the entire time for Annette, he hasn't been able to build up that true threat potential. Unfortunately,
Oh no, they kidnap Zorn again. That's a flicker out. Maybe Phantom's Rage, everything used. The kick on the Sakai. Zorn! How do you do that? And Kram's now baited under the turret, has to fall back with the help of Stormy, but they have bought some space. Move doesn't want to let up, but he has to let Kram go.
Dude, Sky's just got not today, kid, real quick. He manages to flicker out of here. He puts himself underneath the turret, and unfortunately, Sakai forgets about the Way of the Dragon, thinking that he could get the shadow kill off faster. Zorn says, not today.
It's just that subconscious thought, right? Surely he doesn't have his ult in this moment. Surely I can get one more hit in before I commit the Ogi shadow kill. But those small moments make all the difference against a player like Zorn with that kind of experience on show. Team Vamos regaining a bit more control now. The net worth is even between these teams.
Oh, they're looking real sharp today. 45.8 to 45.8. 9 to 10, 15 minutes into the game. I'm thinking that this is going to break into the 20 minutes, of course. This next Lord is trying to be set up here. Looms is looking for a pick.
Another kidnap on the Zorn. He does have Immo this time, so he will send Yus back into his team. Sakai comes in for the flank. Hawkun and Espesko endangered, but they will still get out. Move, eats up all the damage. Cram to the backline, finds it. Hawkun goes down, and Innocent uncontested. And now Cram will have to do as much work as he can. Innocent with the passion! Blows all of them up! And once more Innocent will be the hero for SRG.
2 shots.
OG, a savage in the opening game of MPL MY Season 15 for Innocent.
That's our MVP right there.
Continuously breaking records non-stop. The Innocent Beast, a savage on the debut match, the debut game of MPL Malaysia Season 15. As SRG SRG defies the odds and takes game number 1.
SRG OG, they botched the engagement. Smooth finds the counter engagement. Vamos able to try and turn that situation around, but they just weren't in the optimal position to land enough bad impacts to take him out. That is an absolute clutch god coming in from Innocent once again.
I'm sorry, Innocent, I questioned that Beatrix because we didn't see it enough. But I think we all have seen enough after this game 1. What a comeback from SRG OG.
Oh,
certainly
man.
Embodying a bit of that OG esports DNA, you know, with seeing them come back from the brink in their olden days as well. And now you combine these two titans. Woo! What a start, dude.
What a game. What a game. Look, in general, on average, per player, I would say Vamos is looking much better. If we're talking about the height of it all,
oh boy.
Cram, he is saving this game.
Cram, Innocent, like, honestly, we thought that SRG was in such a bad position. They were losing early to a Sicilian Granger, but then they claw their way back. That's the thing about SRG. They are tenacious. They find a way no matter what. And Innocent still making miracles happen. I still remember what happened in the group stages at M6. This man knows how to keep your heart beating fast.
He knows how to clutch it, but even so, it's disappointing to see that it's come to this, right? That engagement at the very end there, that should have been a winning counter engagement from Team Vamos, like guaranteed, but no.
Zorn got a good kick, Smooth got a good, isolation, and still gonna keep them down. Man, Innocent stopped us from being grouped at M6 and brought us to 3rd place, and now he has done it again, getting the first game off of Team Vamos as the win streak for SRG OG against Team Vamos continues.
We pointed how during the early to mid game, Nespresso as well as Clockun were just given free space to farm. We thought that they were going to come online and become absolute beasts, but when we look at the gold in the end screen here, Innocent just completely bypasses them by leaps and bounds with this Beatrix, sporting an 11-1-1 KDA. They were forgetting about him as well.
Yeah, they were forgetting about him very, very often. I think Clockun had his eyes, but he was never in the perfect amount of distance to get maximum damage off of his bat impact. And most of the time, you see that Innocent either rolls out of that range or rolls into that range with the tactical. So, again, very well played by Innocent himself. I can't say the same for the rest of his team, though. They had good ideas, but the engagements were always botched up. Either the follow-up was a little slow coming in from both Cram as well as Sakai's, and I think the only person who was taking the initiative as quickly as Innocent had to be Yums.
But I would give Cram and Sakai their flowers in that last fight, right? Because they threw their lives for Innocent by disrupting that backline. They made Ness and Clockun's life incredibly hard. But I agree. I think there have been moments where the rest of SRG OG weren't really on ball, right? Certain, micro mistakes, especially from Sakai's in that bottom push, trying to go on the Zorn and getting kicked back underneath the inhibitor. These moments need to be polished a little bit. I know it's just week 1, but I think it's time they get serious, right? Every single game matters at this point.
Every single one of these games. Man, so greedy from Team Vamos. Look at that. All of them taking assassin emblems. Even Smooth, he's like, no, I don't want the support emblems. I don't want the extra CDR. I want to hurt bad.
Because the plan coming in from Team Vamos here is just to basically overpower SRG with direct damage, right? You have to remember, once you take out the Cho and the Badang, they are so susceptible to dive, right? That's why SRG was just targeting Zorn every single time. Just open up the fight, and then Cram and Skies can dive into the backline. They're basically playing utility role at that point, right? Because they weren't able to get an early game snowball. They're just throwing their bodies to make sure that Innocent has the space and time to dish out his DPS.
Well, I do think it's a bit of a gamba, right? A little bit of a gambit, as we like to call it in the biz. Because Team Vamos, at this point, I still feel that Smooth, if he went for support emblems, he would have been totally fine, right? Because again, he's not the main engager. He's looking to disrupt, if not, make sure that the follow-up is going to be clean, they have enough space, and if Cram gets too far, well, guess what? As soon as he throws out his first ability, I can push him away and continuously peel for my back line.
Yeah, and which was also something of a miss in that last fight. He wasn't able to find the 2 key targets, right? He got Yums, he got Stormy, but not Cram. Sometimes these small moments
makes all the difference.
Makes all the difference.
Really does, really does. But I think generally Team Vamos shouldn't be too disappointed about how that fight went. You can't stop a super play. Obviously, you make some mistakes in the play itself, but when you have someone like Cram on the other side, you don't feel too bad about it.
Yeah. That and Innocent, of course.
That and Innocent, yeah.
My man John did it.
We have to remember as well, this is the first game that Cram is taking over as the in-game leader. So I think his shot calls were pretty solid there. While early on, maybe a little bit shaky, it kind of picked back up later on in the game. SRG is known to be a team that's able to figure out a way to find those opportunities, and they were able to create them for themselves.
Oh man, such an unfortunate scenario, especially with Vamos actually taking a good amount of the lead for the earlier stages of the game in EXP and Gold, but especially EXP. Having that level lead over Sakai's helped out a lot, but when they lost that third turtle, I think that's where they got a little scared with the way they should be playing out the game. A 4.4k peak is not that bad, but it definitely isn't past the 5k mark. And more importantly, had they had at least an 8 to 10k lead, they could have closed out this game much faster.
That also kind of brings back to not just the adjustment that SRG OG made, but also the bush control, right? Bayums on this Kalea, the concealed plays, he's able to get into positions that forces Zorn to try and go for a blind check, and Smooth doesn't want to show himself. And every time Zorn does it, he gets grabbed, they slam him, they take him out.
Yeah, I don't think Zorn was really expecting that, because the plan is like, let Kalea go for my backline and then I dive their backline instead. But when you're this far forward, it's very easy for them to decide, we'll take you instead. And then your team doesn't really have a front line to play around. But the MVP still going to be our local beast, Innocent.
I want that hat now.
I mean, he's trying to show off the new swag, but even for Innocent,
what a graphic! Wow.
Hey, we got cool transitions for our MVP of the game. Give it up for Innocent. Again, still an import from the Philippines. He is showing off why he was coming over to MY. He didn't want to be outshined, but he also wants to show what his worth is on the grand stage. 11-1-1, having a near perfect game from our boy, Innocent SRG OG. I mean, what else can you say about it?
This man came over from the Philippines and decided, I'm going to be #1 in Malaysia. His score is literally all ones. He is embodying the goal of every local player. He clutches up so well. Every time you think SRG is in a tough spot, Innocent's got your back.
His positioning also has been perfect, right? Like when Innocent isn't in the fight, you can see the impact that Team Vamos brings to the fight in their advantage. But even so, you can see the clutch genes in Innocent, understanding timings and making plays like this. Also kudos to people like Clawkun, able to draw out time with Winter Crown. But this was the only death for Innocent, and he almost made it happen.
Yeah, just keep in mind, like, look at his positioning. Every single time he knows exactly what he wants, right? First, it's initially Chibi, even snipes him out of the way. He is not wasting a lot of movement, but he is also ensuring that these kills are actually secured. Even in this very last fight, Smooth does find the initial 2, and it looks pretty good from this point onwards, right? But it's just a little too much. Especially, yep. They just forgot. They just forgot.
It just walked right into the line of fire right there. The Nibiru's passion. Props to Skies as well, keeping Chibi occupied for so long. SRG knew, right? As long as we keep Innocent alive, as long as we make space for him, he will carry the game. And they do this by removing the threat of Zorn. The Cho is literally the only thing that is preventing Vamos from just straight up playing that front-to-back playstyle, right? So by taking him away, by forcing him to use his kick on the Kalea instead, Innocent has nothing to worry about anymore.
Yeah.
I can already see Ozoraveki changing his Facebook profile pic to Innocent face superimposed on Beatrix. I can see it already. I can only glaze Innocent so much, but someone make it happen. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's bound to happen.
It's bound to happen.
It's bound to happen. His teammates just eat to the guns. Yeah.
Savage on day one. Who does that?
Innocent, bro. He is one of a kind. Definitely one of the more talented mechanical players overall in MPL MY, and I think that's just without a doubt, right? There's no argument there. He is clean. He is, honestly, with the amount of hair he has, I would say dandruff-free at the same time.
Absolutely, right? And I think a lot of that is also thanks to our official shampoo partner, right? We're gonna be seeing just exactly how clean the gameplay continues getting across the rest of the season. Because already on day one, Innocent is standing heads and shoulders above the rest. Shout out to our official shampoo brand partner.
Head and shoulders.
What else is there to say, you know?
100% free from dandruff, baby. That's why he's allowed to wear hats. He's allowed to keep his hair that long, man. He's a clean boy. In and out.
Got rid of Team
because of
Vamos,
that?
just like dandruff, dude.
Just gone.
So you're saying if he had dandruff, he wouldn't be allowed to keep his hair?
I'm saying that if he had dandruff, his gameplay inside of the game, he probably would have max triple kill.
Yeah, like he would start heating up, and then he sneeze, and he goes,
And then week 2, he shaves off the hair. He's like, I'm done with this. It's blocking my vision.
Yeah, it's blocking your vision, you know. It's like I have to use one hand to scratch all the time, you know. It's just not good, you know. Get some head and shoulders, guys.
Keep it real. Keep it real. 1-0 so far in this best of 3 matchup between the two. I think that as much as our clutch god, Innocent himself, is doing God's work, I'm having a bit of an issue with it. The rest of the team needs to step up. And I think that even Sakai's, in the first early minutes of the game, made a lot of mechanical misplays.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like SRG, what we've always known, aren't like the cleanest early game team. This was one of their weaker performances. And we gotta give props to Vamos for being able to force out that position in the first place. But going into game number 2, I'm really hoping that we'll get to see something a little bit more consistent overall. Anyway, let's let Poji take over for a short bit while we prepare for game 2.
Sok recall. Kuek. Bunyi itik. Apa khabar semua yang berada di rumah dan juga venue MPL? Sekarang ni, ada satu persoalan yang bermain di minda saya. Baju tim mana yang paling lawa untuk season 15 kali ni? Bang, saya nak tanya sikit boleh? Boleh. Baju tim mana yang paling lawa? Tapi tak naklah bias. Jujur. Kita tengok dekat atas.
Dia fikir saja OG lah. Dia lawa sikit lah daripada dulu punya baju.
SRG paling lawa. Kita tu ada gambar tak kat atas? Tu nampak tu bang. Ada 10 baju. Pilihlah. Please lah pilih.
Saya tak SRG OG. Sebab baju dia nice.
Bosan lah bang sebab abang ni fan SRG. Sini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sis, saya nak tanya, kalau ikut baju dekat atas tu ada 10, baju mana yang paling cantik?
Of course lah, Vamos.
Sana tanya SRG. Sini tengok. Macam diorang, kita nak tanya orang lain lah. Kita nak tanya. Ini ada Vamos 1, SRG. Mana? Okey. Kita nak sini yang tanya. Okey, ni bang. Okay, kat sini. Baju mana yang paling handsome?
Todak. Sebab saya peminat todak.
Pakai baju Homeboys. Tapi ini yang kita mau.
Pakai baju Homeboy sebab design dia cantik je. Tapi setia kepada todak.
Alright. Kita nak tengok orang-orang dekat belakang. Kakak, how are you? Selamat Hari Raya. Baju mana paling cantik? SRG. Tapi kalau kita dekat sini lah, kita dah tanya 4 orang. SRG ada 2, Vamos 1, Todak 1, baju Homeboy. Susah nak fikir. Tapi baju cantik macam mana sekalipun, performance dekat dalam Land of Dawn yang akan menjadi penentuan. Tanpa kita melengahkan masa, let's go back to the caster. Silakan.
Personally, my favorite jersey is the one I can get for free.
Team Liquid Indonesia, thank you very much.
Look, allegiances can be bought on this table. We are not dedicated to just patriotism alone. Oh man,
loyalty won't pay the bills.
Yeah, loyalty don't pay the bills. A jersey will apparently.
Well, Innocent paid his bills with loyalty.
Or maybe
That's
loyalty
fair.
paid his bills.
Hey. I mean, look, let's see what the first selection is going to be. It looks like Vamos is deciding to be on first pick, which is blue side in this particular case. Also, did you notice that Poji's glasses actually has eyelashes? I only realized that until just now.
I did not see that, actually.
Don't worry, the next time he's up on screen, just keep a quick look at his glasses. I'm pretty sure it's not his actual lashes, but I could be entirely wrong.
Maybe they're just that long, you know, that it looks like it comes from his glasses.
That's what I thought initially, but you know, we'll double check in just a bit because this game is going to be intense. Now, if we're talking about reasons, Zorn had a quick thank you. A quick thank you to his family. Because again, he did initially think that last season was going to be his very last, well, last season upon last season before he goes into retirement. He thinks that it's going to be a waste of time if he keeps on doing that. So yes, he is thankful for his family to actually take care of his child. Yes, he is a family man, for those who don't know.
Yeah, thank goodness he hasn't retired yet. Or would have missed out all those plays we saw in Game 1. Really keeping the entire team together, right? We tout Innocent as the hero for SRG OG. Zorn was the hero for his own team too.
Zorn has been the hero of MPL Malaysia for a very long time, in fact. Still the OG, the only OG, all the way from Season 1.
Hey, Zyme Senpai is listening to us.
Your favorite player?
Oh man, really?
Yeah, he's Smooth as well, has been playing Season 1 as well, yeah.
Hey, I haven't been here since Season 1,
He used to play for Mystic Assassins, bro, MYA.
Okay.
Days.
Looks like I need to refresh my history class.
Oh, trust me, you won't find VODs of that anymore. They're gone. They're long gone.
Also, can I just say that that Fanny Blue Side ban tells us all we need to know. Some things don't change.
Hey.
Hey,
look,
if you know, you know.
Hey, look, if Arab 404 was playing, that ban probably wouldn't be there. I hope.
I've been saying that.
Some people are just not fans of Fanny, you know?
It's actually a requirement for most team trials nowadays. If you can't play Fanny, you're out.
It's just too strong in the current metagame, right? Especially if you have a really good Fanny. It doesn't matter what kind of odds or tools that you have on the enemy side. You can basically outplay them with the way that the cables work. It's just the kit of the hero and not the numbers itself.
At the very least, it means that I have like a similarity with a pro player, right?
Yeah,
both not good at Fanny.
Yeah.
This is as close as I get.
Yep. This is the peak right here.
Look, I won't be able to kiss King Kong's shoes, but I will, you know, touch the forehead of Chibi at some point. At some point. We both lock in Martis in jungle at some point of in our careers. All right.
Coming in Matilda band, though.
Yeah, I think the bands are all right for now. Surprisingly enough, Zaya still wants to double down on specifically Moskov, which opens up quite a lot. I mean, Phovius from the last game might see play in this match. We might even see a little bit of... Oh, no. Kalia got banned by Coach Arcadia.
Hilda is still up, but not really first pick material. That can be a threat to Coach Zaya, in fact, right now that SRG OG is on their red side. They did ban Hilda third pick.
Yeah, they did. They specifically banned out these heroes that could
invade
early. Yeah.
Harif is left open for now.
I think Nets is okay with that, right? Nets coming into MPL MY his very first, previously in his very first seasons. I mean, you give him that Harith, he wins games pretty hard before he started getting his hands on Granger.
Now that they banned out Phobias too, it seems pretty obvious, right? They want the Harith for Innocent.
Take it. I mean...
You can first pick Harith on blue side too.
Yeah, unless you want to give Coach Arcadia the choice. It takes you.
For the ultimate
okay. Look, this is where Leo will say, and Merkel will say, Harith Suyo. But this is MPL MY. So I will go on a limb and say, Cho Badang.
You're right. I was wondering what you were going to say, but you are correct.
Take it one step further.
That is the essence of MPL MY.
Yeah, take it one step further. Blind pick Valentina Badang. That's the flex, man. That's the flex.
We may as well bring in some of that pub energy, right? Let's lock in Hanabi.
No,
no. Pub energy is Layla.
It's Layla, Mia, Hanabi. You know, it's that trio. It's the marksman trinity.
I swear, dude.
In the negative way.
It's bad. I don't know. I don't think that there's anything wrong with the Hilda in this pick. It's just that there are other things that are stronger. And why would you give over?
Thank God.
The two top picks across MPLs to a team like SRG OG.
I was about to start a Reddit thread if they don't go for these two picks.
Hey, don't worry, they don't check Reddit. They only check X, the everything app.
All right, but looking at some facts here, Zorn has actually previously played for SRG OG in MPL MY Season 11, back when it was in Stadium Juara as well. There is a little bit of experience there playing with some of these players.
And that's why they're the top. That's why that big question of the next generation of MLBB here in MY, are they going to take over? And I feel like even when we're looking at our own MAL and the current new players that we've seen over the years, there is still a little bit of a disparity. There's a pretty significant gap.
I think the good news is that we will get to see some of them playing later on, right? We have some up-and-comings in teams like DXS and Ocean Black. That is also pretty exciting, but I mean, the bar is being set right here.
I mean, everyone in the comments is already waiting for DJY.
If they feel DJY,
as a mid laner, by the way.
As a mid laner, it has to be a mid laner. I will personally sub to him 10 times.
10 times?
10 gifted subs.
Ooh.
But they will not do it.
They're probably not. And after DJY hears that, it's like, okay, say no more. I'm coming on for at least one of these games.
Let me on, coach. Let me prove him wrong.
Please, it's 10 subs on the line. Coach! Coach!
I'll give you 5 subs.
Actually, that does sound like DJY. That makes a lot of sense.
Chat, is this real chat? I'll be playing.
Is this real? All right, coming back into the game. Now that we see the first 3 bans, as well as the first 3 picks come on in, it makes so much sense for Coach Arcadia to go for this Jawhead, right? It goes well into some of these picks, and it forces Granger to actually take the Purify once more. If not, yeah, we don't have to deal with Hilda, but now that the Jawhead is coming into play, Hayabusa still has to be a little careful.
Yeah, having a Jawhead and Suyo immediately gives SRG a lot of early game burst damage to play around, and even some ways of kind of circumventing the potential Hilda invade. So that denies a little bit of Vamos' signature super early game aggro, but I do wonder if it's still going to be enough, because this Granger really will outscale if given the space.
Yep, and speaking of which, now that the Cho is banned out, the Badong is going to be a quick follow-up from Xayah. They're not wasting any time. I mean, Xayah's not wasting any time on these bans. He has the flowchart in his head. I think the Badong is always going to be good in these types of cases because it feels like Coach Arcadia is going to be a more jungle, gold lane-centric composition based on what we are seeing.
Yeah, that, and also you want to give Smooth a good lane into Crab, right? The Lucas is still open for SRG OG if they want, but this last ban, I wonder if they'll dedicate it for Valentina. No, they'll go for Clock with Sicilian instead.
I like it. I like the ban. I personally really hate going against Granger, Sicilian, and Pubs just because they will always scale up, right? As long as you're not pressuring, they're farming somewhere, and they just completely outscale throughout the game. In the last game, they were able to deal with that somewhat, having the consistency of Beatrix's damage, but Harif is a little bit more limited by that Zaman Force, despite having higher burst potential. So they're not going to want to deal with that overall.
Coming into the final bans, let's see what Xayah wants. Not as quick as a response as I thought, but the Hylos going to be a quick follow-up here. And I don't think it's that bad, right? Because at the end of the day, from Xayah's mind, he's thinking, all right, if they're going to be playing super jungle gold lane oriented, that means somewhere has to sacrifice. And in this case, he wants to make sure that Cram is going to be in a more volatile state.
Cram is used to being in a position where he has to be the sandbag, where he has to be the one that sacrifices himself. And as an Indian leader, that's sort of what you would allude to. Selena gets picked up first time in our opening series too. And oh boy, we are in for a treat.
Already very early game centric, right? Suyo, Selena, Jawhead is a very powerful mid trio. A lot of catch potential, a lot of burst potential to play around.
This is also quite a challenge to Clawkun, right? It's like, I'm gonna take the Selena, we'll ban the Sicilian, we take the Selena. What else do you have left in the tank?
I think he goes Farsa. I think he's got a number of options, but he probably will or might have to take the Purify regardless. I'm more concerned that now that you have Selena Jawhead as part of your mid trio, how do you keep control over the mid lane? Do you just sacrifice it for the first couple of seconds? Like, what is the opener? Is it Jawhead, Suyo power jungling together and Selena on her own, or do we get the Jawhead to move off after the second buff?
Or you could take the Khalid for Cram, someone that can clear out waves pretty quickly. It's not really much option left.
Ooh, Guinevere though. Guinevere Farsa. I mean, Farsa was to be expected. Guinevere, on the other hand, I guess it fulfills the role of Cho with the initial pickoffs, but it can drop it on a dime every 8 seconds.
And Guinevere, anytime you jump in and then you dash out, you do leave a clone behind. So that's a potential unit that can bait out the ejector if the Jawhead doesn't play it correctly. So it's a way for Zorn to go in and out of bushes without too much danger to himself, because otherwise he'd have to rely very heavily on that Shunpo, and Cho is not even in the pool already. Now SRG needs to finish off with a pretty solid front liner, and Glue definitely fits that bill.
Yeah, Glue is super safe here, has ways to cancel Farsa at the same time, has a displacement effect, some sort of placement defect, defect? Effect. Sorry.
You got there eventually.
Woof! Dude, I don't like Glue. I personally don't like Glue. He is a really tough matchup for a lot of tank-style EXP laners, and he kind of just sustains forever. He's kind of like Uranus, but at least a lot harder to deal with, and takes a bit of skill to use.
And I think Team Vamos don't really necessarily have the most damage to take him out early to mid, right? So it will take some time to take care of Cram, which is what he wants. That's how he fulfills his role.
Yeah, I really like that they left Glue until the very last pick, right? Just so they could avoid the counter pick of Aramis or Vexana coming in from Claw Kun once he had locked in the Farsa. And that immediately gives Cram one goal. Sandbag the Hilda. Don't let Smooth leave lane and try to invade. And that instantly gives SRG so much early game control. But early game is the realm of Team Vamos. And they're going to be eager for some revenge after what happened in game number 1. So let's see if this champion derby will go all the way. And we'll jump into a quick pause in the meantime.
All right, at least we're getting these out of the way fast, right? It was bound to happen at some point of time. I'm glad that it happened now, just before we get into some actual action.
Fair enough.
It's MPL MY customs. We have to have a pause on the first day. You gotta officiate it first, that we still have this function in the game, and then we get to introduce who's the unpaused person this time.
All right.
Oh yeah, do we have a new unpaused person?
I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like it's a type 1 issue, so this will be pretty quick. Now,
no, Cran split into globules at level 1. What is that?
Oh boy. Luckily it's not like, wrong emblems or bugged emblems in this case. Thank God we don't have that as often anymore. But I think generally it should be fine. The teams look pretty comfortable. And
he knows what's up. He knows what's
up.
That's my man right there.
That is the question. Do we have a new one?
Do we have a new one? I don't know.
Do we have the old one?
Also, I have no clue.
It's actually a mystery this season. No one knows.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Look, looking at the compositions and based on what we've seen in the previous game, I don't know whether this is going to be like very fruitful for either side. I'm expecting like early fights and like prior to level 4, mid lane control is going to be in nobody's favor. I would say more so for Vamos, but it's going to come at a cost. And I want to see how much of a tax they have to pay.
Yeah. Then also, I think you can also expect SRG OG to move first, right? Selena, Jawhead, they want to be together, and one missile arrow lands, it's over. That's it. We get the man himself.
It is a new one.
Woo!
Well, let's jump back into the land of Dawn. Thank you once again for being patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get game 2 underway.
Yep, and it looks like the power farm is similar to both sides, both Jawhead and as well as...
Falco and Dash Purified. Wow. Ouch. Not the position you want to be in, and if Smooth goes down, this lane basically explodes, and he will go down. Double kill for Sukai.
That's actually so smart to use your Retribution to get an early level 2, because as a jungler, you don't take any EXP or gold in the first couple of minutes of the game, allowing Cram to hit level 2 faster and to secure that kill instantaneously.
Yeah, that is not a timing that anyone would really be prepared for. And we're talking about Vamos here. This is one of the best early game teams in the league. And they were just caught with their pants down, just shot out of the sky instantly. 2 kills, the SRG, both on the Suyo, which is very good news for them.
Yep.
Yeah, Zorn kicking himself right now. He went to check the bottom jungle, and then Falco went alone top side, and he's gonna go down again to Yums.
This is the punishment that we were looking for. Whoever loses their Purified first is going to get hunted down very quickly. And right now, between Team Vamos as well as SRG has a faster tempo. Their only big difference is in that mid control. So now that Slango Red Giants are just hitting them right at the ankles, the next 2 turtles should fall into their hands.
And they're gonna start working on that first turtle. Very free for them, in fact. And even there, we get a milestone, right? Innocent first Savage in MPL MY. And I can't even finish talking. Zorn's already dead.
Yeah, they still go for Chibi, who ended up in the jungle. The shadow kill didn't even get used, so a pretty weird position to be in, but 5 kills for SRGOG. Now, Vamos' jungle is going to be under threat. But yes, first Savage for Innocent in game 1 of MPL MY, and this is the first time it's ever happened in the league in 15 seasons.
Yep, I mean, Cram does lose an entire wave on top side, but But does it matter? They've already put 2 in the ground, 2 in the dirt, and now that Chibi, as well as Zorn, are pretty significantly behind where they're supposed to be in the match, SRG have absolute control over it, right? They can make off-tempo plays, and regardless, it comes at 0 cost, right? No matter how much gold Team Vamos are able to get. Let's say, how much gold are you going to get off of those structures unless you break the structure on top of taking away the barrier? Then it'll be worth it for Team Vamos, but I don't think they're going to have enough damage to do so anyways.
Yeah, Ness is not getting help anytime soon. Espresso, his lane is frozen by Innocent, and he's down in experience. You got this Impure Rage Blue running around the map, and Chibi is going to try and get away, buy some time, dodges the toss, but that means he's going to be forced away.
Yeah, good spacing from Chibi. He knew that he could use his Quad Shadow to get away from that, but the pressure really building up. 3k gold lead in 3 minutes is almost unheard of against a team like Vamos, and we knew that SRG had a really powerful mid trio going into this game, but they've already surpassed all expectations.
Yep. Great. Honestly, Cram, really good use of the Wilderness Blessing. Help mid lane. Once mid lane collapses first, which it will always collapse first compared to the side lanes, help clear that up, instantly rotate to the back top side to minimize the amount of EXP loss you have. And that's why you're seeing that currently both of them, Cram 6, Smooth also at 6, but slightly behind in EXP.
And now Clockon is just on utility duty, right? This Barca has been essentially negated for the first few minutes. Thanks to that early Smooth death, has to cover for Nespresso down bottom. Shadow kill, not gonna get a kill to Stormy as Yum saves him with the toss. So at the end of the day, SRG OG gets control of the turtle, and without any contest, will secure the second one.
Yep. Oh my goodness, how did... Oh,
so clean! It's actually so clean. It is the complete opposite of what happened in game number 1. SRG saying, early game didn't go so well for us last time. Let's focus a bit harder on that this game. And well, we are seeing it firsthand. Now, it's not completely out of the way for Vamos to take this back. Farsa, Hayabusa, Granger all do still scale pretty well, but they're gonna need to get that space, and I don't think SRG is going to give it to them.
Never, because keep in mind that right now in the metagame, the EXP laners are generally looked as is a second roamer, right? And now, Sakai's, he's 2 levels ahead of Chibi. Even Smooth, I can bring you down to 50%. Not really going to matter at the end of the day, right? Because Sakai's is just that far ahead.
Try and blow up Cram at least, and with the help of almost the whole team, they do so.
All right, they at least find 1 bag. However, the kill does end up into the hands of Smooth. Not exactly the best choice, because regardless of how much money he gets, he's always going to hit his cap a lot sooner compared to the rest of the team.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do feel like Smooth, like, at the 2-minute mark, already lost his purpose in this game. That's the risk of going a hero like Hilda. You really need to create pressure really early on, and SRG is specifically drafted to deny that ability from him.
Well, I mean, he hasn't lost all of his purpose just yet, right? He can still body block arrows from Stormy. He can still get in Sakai's face, ideally get in front of Stormy's face, and make sure that Innocent doesn't get too far. But this is under the assumption that Innocent gets involved in these fights, or at the very least, has his 3 core items.
Then also a Purify to add on top of it. So it's not the easiest target to jump on. You would need a concentrated effort to take him down. SRG OG, they're not really sweating, right? They got the bot tier 1. Innocent can take double waves whenever he wants. The person Team Vamos is worried about right now is definitely Nespresso, who is struggling to get farm. And on top of that, Clockun.
Yeah, Clockun, while he already got picked off twice in quick succession early, it was early enough that it hold on.
Oh, Zorn is gone.
That's the beauty of the SRG composition, right? You just fight on a dime. If you see Stormy land an arrow on anybody, that's the gold button.
Yeah, Yum just goes in, gets a easy kidnap, and the job is done. The turtle for SRG.
We talked about Guinevere offering Zorn a potentially safer way to dash into the bushes and get out without too much risk, but if SRG is just all waiting for him with an ambush, there's not a lot he can do in that position. And it's a similar case to game number 1, right? When Vamos doesn't have Zorn to play around, their backline is so exposed.
I think booby traps everywhere with the arrows too. Cram's gonna get on top of him, pull him back. They use everything onto the Hilda, and she is no more. Clockun's Feather Airstrike did nothing, and Zorn is now in danger. Has spatial migration to safety, but SRG OG thinking about potential dive, and Cram will get in to the face of Nespresso, who will be forced back.
Interesting. At the same time, if you look towards the bottom side, GB, he's trying to make the best of the scenario, right? He knows that his purple is going to be gone. He's scared to walk into an enemy purple side as well because, hey, there could be a Selena arrow ready for me. If not, at least the trap to give them vision over his position. But as he takes his bot tier 1, because Selena, what is she going to do against Hayabusa? SRG, in response, takes the entirety of his jungle.
Yeah, they're getting so many resources across the map while denying it from Team Vamos at the same time. This is clinical. This is exactly what you're supposed to do with an early game lead. Top players that I queue with take some tips from this here. Like, there's so much you can learn just from the way that SRG is moving across the map right now, and it's denying any chance of Team Vamos to try and accelerate Nets or Clockhoon at least to take fights easier.
I think it boils down to whether Zorn can actually find and engage with the rest of his team. You saw them clump up and he found the initial engage on towards Cram. They have to repeat that process, ideally on a more valuable target or somebody who isn't innocent, unless they can get innocent 2 times in a row. One to get us purified, the second time to ensure the kill.
And the bad news for Team Vamos is that Cram is no longer a viable target with the Immortality online. You don't want to use anything onto him at this point of time, and he continues to be a threat because this is what Blue does. So 8 minutes and 45 seconds, Lord spawns, and SRG OG gets on top of it. They will potentially trade at bot tier 2, but it's a small price to pay.
Yeah, it's a small price to pay, but it's also a pretty big profit for Team Vamos at least. Like, giving up your Lord for a tower, not really worth it most of the time, but in this position, Vamos needs to get whatever they can.
And they just found Clockhoon again. The Rocket Barrage plus a couple damage from Sukai's will do the job. Espresso, then the continues move from the back. They want to hit the SRG. Yoon will flicker the safety. Sukai's re-engaged with the Blaze Surge, and Innocent now has space to do damage. Dashes in and finds smooth mega kill for Sakai.
And that's why Suyo is a huge problem in the metagame. Here comes Innocent to find another kill for himself. I mean, they're just picking at Team Vamos one by one, breaking them apart. Oh my god, that's actually so smart. Throw in a minion, break the whole shield to get the rest through.
I gotta do that. That is actually so good. And mind you, I thought the Naruto collab was still a while away because I swear Yums just used substitution jutsu in that moment. Like, literally teleports behind Zorn.
We saw that trick in the Mobile Masters 2 by the great Christian Widdy Y. He did the same thing. The mechanics, Chibi has to back off. No angle for this Hayabusa at this point of time. The siege in the mid side. Yoon threatening a potential kidnap again, and he's gladly going to take Smooth's offer. Has immortality anyways, will come back to life. So Smooth goes down, Innocent goes in, to the base, finds the killing spree. Chibi, shadow kill, not going to do anything. Double kill for Sakai, and the rest of Team Vamos have been removed. Chibi tries to run away, but Innocent is on his tail, and the Killua will find a mega kill. An arrow on the Clockhoon. But no more. SRG OG takes the clean sweep, just like they've always done to Team Vamos.
That's a 2-0 victory as SRG showing off, hey, game number 1, some of us may not have been playing as well, but in game number 2, we're going to be pitch perfect. We're going to show you why people believe in us.
That is actually gross. That is disgusting. We literally said after game 1, we want to see more consistency. We want to see cleaner gameplay from both these teams. And I think SRG OG took that a little personally. It's like, all right, here you go.
They wanted to give Vamos a chance in game number 1 and take it away in game number 2. Well done to both of our teams. A good showing, definitely something to think about, especially if you are on the blue side when you are drafting. You cannot let these big ticket heroes go.
It baffles me a little bit, but hey, let's see. They have plenty of time to think about this, plan for the rest of the season, but this is definitely a good opening statement from SRG OG. After being absent for almost 4 months, what a comeback.
All right, let's have a look at our MVP of this game.
And of course it's gonna be Innocent, right? After what happened, I think we'll just let Rose handle the rest because we are speechless right now. Let's take it to the stage.
Untuk match pembukaan MPL MY musim ke-15. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, Stadium Juara, give it up for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. 2-0, a win that is super duper convincing. And of course, siapa lagi yang kita nak interview selain daripada Innocent, the one who got the first Savage. So first of all, Innocent, welcome back to MPL MY. How are you feeling?
Baik.
Bye aja. Okay, you're feeling good, right? Okay, now Innocent. In a video, you actually said that if you manage to dominate Vamos, a third peat is possible. A three-peat championship is possible. Now that you've won against Vamos in your opening match, how is that looking like for SRG heading up into MPL MY Season 15?
Three-peat for me, I think it's around 80%.
How many percent?
80.
80%. The other 20% will depend after, I'm pretty sure, regular season,
Regular
right?
season, yeah.
Okay, now, first of all, you started with the first Savage, opening match, first game, and you already got a Savage. So, what's your goal this season?
This season, maybe...
O sige, Tagalogin mo na lang.
Siguro, mabalik namin yung momentum and confidence namin na dinala namin sa MSC. Kasi yung MPL namin nung bago M6 kasi sobrang shaky, di ba? Tapos, siguro wala kami momentum sa MPL na to para mag-back-to-back MSC.
Alright, so dia kata actually, goal dorang untuk musim ini adalah bring back the chemistry and the confidence yang dorang ada masa dorang menang MSC. Dia cakap season sebelum M6 itu adalah satu musim untuk mereka yang sangat-sangat shaky, mana dorang tak actually sangat consistent, dorang ada drop matches dan ada kalah juga. So this time around, their goal is to just get back on track and hopefully get that ticket to MSC. Alright, maybe Cram? Captain. Okay, kita ada captain baru sebenarnya. So, hi Cram, how are you? Welcome back to Malaysia.
I'm good.
You're good. What, did you have a good vacation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, now Captain, how is it like being a captain this season?
Again, sorry.
How is it like being a captain this season?
Just normal.
Just normal?
Ya, biasa.
Biasa je. Okay, how did you as a captain change the team? Do you scold them a lot?
I always mad at them.
You're always mad at them. Jadi ke guys kalau dia marah? Jadi? Tak jadi. Nampaknya memang nakal lah dorang semua ni. Alright, before that, we would actually like to invite a special guest. We would like to invite Simon up on stage. As well as, somebody from OG, the CEO of OG Esports. A round of applause, everybody.
Well done. Nice one. Well done, boys. Well done.
An incredible opening matchup. And now we have Simon and the CEO of OG Esports. Hi, Simon. Glad to see you back on stage. Okay, now, Simon, we could see that these past few seasons, SRG has dominated the Malaysia scene. Technically, the entirety of last year. Now that, we're in season 15, maybe you could tell us a bit about SRG's growth?
Actually, I'm very, very proud of the boys. How they grow from boys to men. Yeah, they matured a lot. They basically literally matured a lot. And the way they think, they are very professional now. They train hard. They know what they want. And they are very, very hungry. We want to go for defend our title in the EWC. Right, boys?
Wow, we love that. They're hungry for victory. And you know what? Hopefully, Malaysia can defend its title in EWC that is coming up very, very soon. Yeah. Thank you so much, Simon. Is there anything you want to say?
Let's go SRG!
Thank you very much, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, and congratulations on that convincing win. And tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it back to the casters to break down what happened in the opening match this season.
You can tell that SRG OG is hungry for another victory, hungry for a chance to defend their title, not just in MPL, but in EWC MSC. And they've already taken a huge step towards that, with our MVP of the match making a name for himself straight away. Innocent, what can stop this man?
It seems like SRG OG have renewed their trial card. Now we go back to full subscription. Was something else, right? A 902.5 GPN, 108,000 damage. How do you do that, dude?
It's just 2 games. It's just 2 games, dude. I don't know. The fact that his GPM is already above 900, I can't wait to see what the rest of the season is going to look like, to see what his end game stats are going to be. I got to give it to SRG. They are looking to find that confidence that they were previously missing coming into M6, and honestly, their peak looking towards EWC. But in this particular match, especially against Team Vamos, a lot of it has to do with the draft, and they attacked the draft in the perfect way. Attack through the mid lane, make sure you have no priority. Next thing, take away their one big initiation tool in Zorn, and you basically got the lane done.
Yeah, it definitely felt like SRG OG had kind of figured out Team Vamos' intended playstyle, right? Where they want to be standing behind Zorn a lot of the time and are relying on their roamer to basically open up the map. But when you're dealing with a Jawhead Selena, it's already very difficult for you to hold any bushes in the mid lane or across the ganks. And then you add the Suyo on top of that for extra burst damage, plus an ultra-aggressive style where SRG is already ganking EXP lane before the first minute mark. Team Vamos didn't know what hit them.
Yeah.
It's a tough situation to be in as well, because you want setup for Farsa and Granger, but your setup is merely Zorn, right? And you can't really do the setup because you get tossed backwards. So when your main initiator gets blown up just like that, you have no secondary plan, and Team Vamos, they just collapse.
I mean, we also have to talk about the initial plan coming out from Team Vamos' side, right? I mean, we saw Clawkun rotate up towards the top side of the map very early on, might I add. Like, it wasn't those traditional setups where you look to join the EXP to hit level 4 at the same time. And this was still level 1, level 2. This is what was going on. He was looking to hit level 3 for some reason and take EXP away from Hilda, right? At that point, what is the jungle and supports doing? In this case, it's clear to see that the duo of Jawhead and Suyo significantly faster compared to Hayabusa and as well as Guinevere, who was, again, on the opposite side of the map and still slower in taking those 3 same camps.
Not only that, they checked the skill lizard of SRG OG and realized that it wasn't taken. Zorn got the info, Chibi was on his orange buff, but as a Farsa, you go into a glue lane. That is something that when he got punished, there was no going back. Right? That glue lane was never going to be won.
I get the feeling that Clawkun was trying to release Smooth from the lane, you know, just like affect it early, poke out the glue a little bit so that the Hilda can start roaming around and maybe invade a little bit alongside the Guinevere. But SRG moves so much faster. I think Clawkun just walked into lane, realized I'm in the wrong neighborhood. And that was just it.
I think it was a waste of time. I think if not, go down towards the bottom side of the map and then force out, at least zone away Innocent from at least 1 or 2 minions or something of that sort if you are looking for a value rotation. Because no matter what, Hilda into the glue, it's a glue favorite matchup unless, you know, you're able to get a great trade and somehow glue is knocked out of position.
Yeah, you will only release the Hilda from the lane if the glue decides to do so, right? Like, he's naturally pushing the wave anyways. I agree with what Gideon said. Your jungler and Roma bot side, you should be looking at Innocent a bit more. If a gang squad comes, Hilda should be self-sustainable with the sprint, and you have your team to back you up bot side. So I think a bit of a macro decision from Team Vamos that really costed them that early game, which they have no way of recovering.
Exactly, because again, Clawkun is such a pivotal point for this composition. Against the Selena, you actually have natural priority, especially in level 1s, level 2s, and I would even argue level 3 as well, if Yums is doing the same rotation with Sakai's to clear up, to supersede all 3 of those camps together with Sakai's. And I think that if Team Vamos made sure that Clawkun was all right in that mid lane and having Chibi as well as Zorn look to attack the Selena in that lane, maybe even dive it, they could have opened up more opportunities.
Yeah, I think Vamos kind of underestimated the kind of aggression that they would be dealing with here because they were basing their experience off of game number 1, right? Yes, they knew that SRG had a more aggressive mid-trio this time, but based off of their gameplay previously, surely they wouldn't go and play like this, right? And, well, SRG proves us, proves them, proves everyone wrong. And again, Innocent shatters another record.
Man's collecting records like Pokemon at this point. He has everything. He's at 4 records at M6 in 1 game with Granger, and now first ever historical Game 1 Savage in MPL MY history. Like, He's taking everything from us.
Hey man, he's catching them all. He's catching them all to bring it back. I mean, there is a reason why when his debut as a professional player in MPL PH was looked down upon because of the results of his entire team, all the players from that team ended up in good spots and are making internationals. If that doesn't say something, it just shows the level and quality that that region brings on over elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't think we have officially announced this. I'm going to induct him in the Hall of Import Fame, you know, joining the likes of Raizal and Demon Kai. Yeah. I'm sorry it took this long, but he's there. He's out there.
I feel like he's technically been there this whole time.
Yeah,
he's just very humble about
it.
it.
We just never knew. We forgot to say it.
Look, I think the imports coming into MPL MY, I think we've got some of the more quality imports in comparison to like what we've seen. I mean, there are other imports that we've seen go who've made an impasse, like MP the King, for an example, also making a statement in the other regions as well. And also coming back to MPLPH now that I remember it. But even regardless, I think that so far SRG is in a pretty good spot. I think that Vamos, unfortunately, in that game too, really just boiled down to draft rather than decisions.
Kill the first pick, man. Never do that.
Yeah, I think
never do that.
SRG kind of baited them into it a little bit. You know, they let it through. They thought, hey, they banned it in game 1. Maybe they don't want to deal with it. Turns out there was a plan the entire time, and that's why this team is still so scary, right? And that creates yet another question. I think a lot of us went into the season thinking Vamos is the team that is most likely to pose a threat to SRG, and they've just been clean swept. Is this going to be another SRG season?
I hope so. Part of me hopes so, but a part of me wish that the power gap isn't too big.
Well, we do hope so. But for now, we're going to take a break before we jump into game number 2. So let's leave you guys with the mic check, and we'll tell you, we'll be right back after this.
Aku di mob guys. Dah guys, depan.
Cukup. Ayo besar dah lagi kan.
Lebih guys.
1B. Sini barang. Nice one.
Limit.
Aku kau ada nature nak bahaya. Mana.
Tidak pasti.
No dash.
I got. Go fight. I cancel. Almost. Nice one.
Sila. Chill. Bot. Bocor kena ulti kau. Bedek.
Ada. Nice one. Tiga lah guys, aman.
Kena snipe ni bos. Ini saya Beatrice bos.
GG Kiara. Oh nice.
Sia Kiara. No ni. Ayo lemas.
Nice one.
No dash.
Boleh. Nice one. Nice.
Grab.
Depan.
Aku tengok kau ni. Mati kram. Aku mati guys.
Careful guys. Respect guys.
Respect. Come on B. Let's go to it guys.
Guys, respect net. Asal kau masuk net.
Nice start guys.
Wow. What a side. Save tangan.
No jam.
Aman. I can block him. Hey, want to go? Just go. Tower first. What?
Oh my god.
Easy game.
Astagfirullahaladzim, ada mati lagi.
Terlalu fail game kedua ni.
Kalau kita menang awal.
Yelah. Dah korang tak nak menang.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Shiver, drive, chase, 100+0. Hey, rasa, pagi, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Don't hebatkan harimu dengan 100+0. Shiver, drive, chase, 100+0. Hey.
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
jiwa pewira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Pewira dan Pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Rakan muda, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda. Minna, 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name. Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. praise his name.ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
な渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
Shiver, drive, chase, 100+0. Hey, Rasa, party. Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Don't never kan harimu. Dengan 100+0. Shiver, drive, chase, 100+0. Hey.
は俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Minna! 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name. Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.
ここは俺に任せてもらった四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Shiver, try, taste, 100+0. Hey, rasa, padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Kau hebatkan harimu dengan 100+0. Shiver, try, taste, 100+0. Hey.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Api tak kunjung padam.
Marah
Ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat
official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Equipped with a trendy and sleek design, made with premium-looking metal alloy. With 100-watt fast charging and a 5,200 mAh battery, you can stay in the game longer. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders. Up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing. Supported by KBS, PSI, Makan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Just because we already got a Savage doesn't mean the show is over yet, folks. We still got 2 more matches for our debut day of MPL Malaysia Season 15. You're watching the English broadcast, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us once again. My name's Stafa, and on me with the desk, I think I said that wrong, but is Husky as well as Gary.
Welcome, boys. Once again, we continue day 1 with more games, and this time round, we're going to see 2 new teams, new faces even, joining us in the arena. But honestly, these teams came from outside of the arena, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact is, most are thinking whether the MAL is even worth putting. And I think today's the day where we actually get to see where they are amongst the league and where they could be against the older generation.
This is technically the second season we have an MAL team, well, in this case, 2 MAL teams coming into the MPL to prove their mettle, right? Last season it was Red Esports, didn't pan out the best, but right now we got DXO and also Ocean Black featuring some new names, but also some familiar names as well.
We've got some old faces here, especially Rippo as like the big name there, looking to be able to carry some new blood through the realm of MPL. But we'll be able to talk a little bit more about the rosters that they've got a little bit later. For now, let's focus on the fact that the young bloods are colliding and we could be witnessing some new kings in the making. This is the first ever season of MPL where we have 2 teams from MAL making it onto the main stage.
And it will be interesting to see where they're going to be at. Obviously, we're looking for some up and rising comers who are, could look to achieve what SRG has done in the short span of time that they've been here in the MPL MY. And not to mention, even before SRG, Homeboys was a lineup that was in the making for over 2 years to get to the point where they are right now.
Yeah, it took them almost 3 years to win the title, and then afterwards they did go on a slump last season, but it's also a lineup that I think a lot of people are looking forward to this season, which we will see tomorrow. But there are some standouts, there are some up and rising stars that I personally am excited to see from both Ocean Black and DXO. Tier 2 monsters, I've heard.
Tier 2 monsters. We've got a lot of really strong players here. They made it all the way through MAL, and now they want to really prove themselves on the main stage of MPL Malaysia. So I'm really excited to see what will happen there. But in the meantime, have you guys checked out the new Alpha skin, right? We got the Revenant of Roses. The skin trailer is out on YouTube as well, and it is very, very cool. The skin itself is very, very cool too.
It has a little cinematic when you're loading into the game, baby. It's one of the few skins that are giving you more than what you're paying for, on top of the serial number.
Yeah. I saw Mars got it recently. Muntan, why did he get it? What about me? What about us?
Diamonds, please. Diamonds.
What about us?
Well, to be fair, I've already.
You got yours.
I paid for it. I paid with cold hard cash. I was like, I'm already this deep into it. I have to commit the rest of the way.
Yeah, I got the Neo Beast Farsa.
Hey,
I went the other way. Yeah.
Nice. But does it have a cool splash art that you can show off in the middle of the game?
Yeah, but you can't show off if I killed you.
Also true.
That's true. Yeah, Alpha can be quite the threat to Farsa depending on the situation though, so who knows how well that'll work out. But speaking of threats, I think the main threat for this particular matchup is going to be DX. I think they're the team that a lot of people have eyes on because they've definitely made quite the impact comparatively in recent tournaments, right? And as both of these teams are getting set up, I have to ask you guys, do you have the same sentiment?
I'm not entirely sure yet. I think I do want to see these teams especially play on the official gaming smartphone Infinix, because again, there is going to be that adjustment from what they are used to in the MPL, where they basically use their own devices up until recently that the MPL has been sponsored with their own brands of phones. But coming into the MPL is a whole different ball game entirely. Whether it just be the hardware that you use, the level playing field, probably this is the only best of 3 where they're going to feel like it's somewhat level.
Yeah, there's a very big gap, right? Like there's a very big gap between MAL and MPL. Like I've been able to catch some of the earlier days of week 1 of MAL, and I can confidently say there's still a lot to work on, but again, I want to see what these new up-and-coming players have to prove, right? On both sides, junglers, right? Keemin on one side, Jun on the other. I've heard lots of things about Jun. Teams want him, but he didn't want to go. Siska as well in the XP lane. So yeah, I'm pretty excited.
I'm excited as well. I personally don't actually watch a lot of MAL, so I'm actually going into this fairly blind, right? Even I don't really know what to expect from a lot of these newer faces. So this will be their official debut, their chance to really show the world what they're capable of. But of course, they have a few old faces joining them as well. On the side of the Seoul, we have some familiar faces in SkyZ, Rasi, and Stome, joined by the new bloods, Keemin and Siska.
Siska's my boy to watch, right? We've seen Storm and Rasi, but I'm looking at Siska. When I first saw him, I think it was at the MSL Championship to qualify for MAL. He was an absolute beast. Benedetta, Paquito, Lapu Lapu, fighter type kind of heroes. Obviously, the meta right now doesn't demand that, which I have seen him struggle. So I hope he has adjusted to it. But either or, he is a very dominant XP laner in the tier 2 scene. Now it's time for him to prove himself up against someone like Ripple.
Ooh, that will be quite the matchup to look out for, and Rippo will indeed be taking the field. He's going to be joined by Jun, Diff, as well as Super Susu, and we also have Masako as an import from Indonesia. What do you think about Ocean Black, Gideon?
I think that Ocean Black, they're coming in from an interesting position. I'm not going to lie, right? Not a lot of information to go around for some of their players, but at the very least, they have the experience coming in from Rippo specifically to kind of lead that squadron through. Masako, on the other hand, I will say they are looking pretty decent if they're falling onto pillars.
Yeah. Rippo has been a pillar of MPL for a very, very long time and has been beloved ever since he came back from overseas to join MPL MY again. Unfortunately, hasn't quite been able to reach the heights that he'd like. So let's see the teams up on stage.
It's the very first team to secure a spot in the MPL this season from the second MAL MY Challenger Conference. It's a new generation that stands tall, but can they shake the thrones of the veterans? Make some noise and welcome DXO!
Another team rising from the MAL MY Challenger Conference. Top of the regular season, they come to make a statement. Welcome, Ocean Black!
And of course, we cannot forget the brains behind the operations, the coaches and analysts of both teams, alongside head of League Ops Franklin, that'll ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is the battle of the new bloods, eager to make a statement on their MPL debut. There's certainly a lot of stakes here. Debut matches for many, many players up on stage. In fact, this is the season with the most rookies that we've had in quite a while.
Yeah. I think especially for DXO, they had solid warm-up ahead of MPL. I remember that they played in the Piala Esports Malaysia. They also played in the IESM qualifiers, and they actually made it quite far in PEM. So coming into this one, obviously it's going to be a true test. It's good to see both teams having veterans as well. You get a good balance of battle-hardened elites and newcomers, and of course DXS having first pick. I think it's going to benefit them quite a lot, especially when you have key picks you want, not just for Siska, but also for one of their star junglers, Keemin.
Yeah, keep in mind that, you know, the brains behind the bronze as well has experience in the game as a whole. They've coached teams before, but they haven't really risen up to the success that they've been looking for. And here in MPL MY, they're looking to make that debut actually happen. Now, let's look at the MAL Season 2 regular season, just to give you an idea of where these team stats looked overall. After 17 games being played, the win rate still, astoundingly, 73.08%.
Yeah, it's the same across both teams, actually, with the same number of games played and the same game win-loss. Ocean Black did end up as the champions of MAL, but I think DX Seoul has done a lot to be able to catch up in recent times. You can definitely see the improvement from them in the recent PEM, and now they're eager to face off against their MAL rivals once again on the biggest stage they've ever played.
Yeah, and to get to this stage, to get two MAL teams in MPL means that the second place team, DXO, had to go through a gruesome best of 5 against one of our 9th-seeded team. I think it was Team Hak last season, and they beat Team Hak in an astounding 3-0 sweep. So it's quite an achievement coming into this. Obviously, there was a bit of a shake-up in the roster afterwards, but the key members are still there. I already pointed it out. I want to see Siska against Ripple, but I want to see Keemin against Jun also in the jungle. If Siska is the Tier 2 monster in XP, Jun is the Tier 2 monster in jungle.
They all have reputable names in the Tier 2 scene, and I think that right now, we're trying to see which one of these teams is going to last once they make it to the Tier 1s, especially here in MPL, where the competition has been extremely thin. Those who are doing well stand above and beyond. And then there's the middle pack, where majority of people stay. But then there's the bottom of the pack, where these MAL teams looked at each other and was like, actually, this is doable.
I think in most viewers' tier lists, these two teams are going to be coming into this season near the bottom. And now they're going to be eager to prove everybody wrong, that they are true contenders, that they'll be able to match up against MPL mainstays and veterans. But the only way to do that is through direct conflict in the land of Dawn. And as the draft is concluding right here, we can see Phoveus and Hilda being prioritized on the left side and Kalea being banned on the right.
Something of attention on Coach Theo also, right? Very decorated coach from Indonesia, has been with, I think, EVOS at one point. So right now leading an MAL team that qualified through blood, sweat and tears to get to this point is going to be quite a challenge, but this opening match is also a good litmus test to see where DXO sort of stands in their current position. These two bans definitely feels like they want to set up for Keemin in that jungle. Matilda ban out by the side of Ocean Black, so two support picks ban out by red side.
Unironically, these first 4 picks that we've seen from Theo and as well as Lionheart are looking a lot more international meta-centric than we saw in our previous game. Now we see the Fanny from Theo, and it's really checking the boxes for me.
But that is a Fanny ban on blue side as well. Not really the ideal position you want to be in, because this is always a threat. It's a hero that you can always force red side to ban out. They decided to get rid of it themselves, but there's still plenty of power picks in the pool. You still have Suyo, the Harif, the Zusin as well. And unfortunately, Ocean Black can only choose one to get rid of.
Yep. Ideally, I think if I'm thinking from SPS, I would consider a Suyo ban in this case, but they banned a Harif, which I think is fine, right? Now you're trading Suyo for Joy, either or, not too big of a deal. Zusin is still on the table, but if you are blue side, I still think that Suyo first pick is a must. I wonder if DXO agrees with this.
Kind of depends, right? If Theo was willing to ban out the Fanny.
All right.
All right. So there is faith in their jungler, all right? I was guessing that the most they wanted to give at least Skyzed a better matchup in these types of scenarios, especially when he's going up against Masako, who has technically had a lot more experience considering his background in MDL, in the MDL prior to this.
Yeah, it's surprising that they would go for that straight away. This means that Ocean Black can pick up the Zusin, but the Joy isn't actually too bad a matchup in that regard, so that is probably what Coach Theo was already thinking in that first place. The Granger, though, will get let through, so they'll lock that in alongside the Zusin.
Yeah, no rush to take the Suyo since jungler was already revealed by DXO. You get 2 power picks for yourselves. Good control in the mid lane, obviously strong gold laner as well. The next in line is probably the Irithel that you will probably be looking at if you are DXO.
could look for Irithel, you could kind of look for Moskov. Kind of depends on what kind of game Coach Theo has in mind for DX Seoul. And it's tough to say, right? Especially considering that the DX that we saw in the MAL coming in towards the MPL is very different with the veterans that they've added to the table. And not to mention that Storm, previously playing in the roam position, now back into his original mid lane position. How deep is his pool actually?
Yeah, Storm did, honestly, a pretty good job when he first initially transitioned over to the roam role, but hasn't quite been able to reach the same peak since, so it is nice to see him going back to something that might feel a little bit more comfortable, but we're very curious about how his performance is going to be there overall. Looks like DX gonna go for that Irithel as the lane counter to Granger, but they also lock in the Gatot.
One of the weaknesses of Zusin is she is pretty susceptible to being dove. She doesn't really have the biggest health pool, regardless of Flicker or Purify. If she gets stuck on by Joy, Hayabusa, anyone that can get in her face, you can take her down. Suyo gets picked up by Ocean Black. So far, the draft has been going the way that it's intended to, at least according to international standards.
Yep. At least for the side of DXS, the Gatot works as a flex pick, right? So it's not necessarily a pinch if they want to look for roamers or even EXP laners. I think the big question is whether Lionheart really wants to clamp down on those mid lanes, anything that could really, access that backline, whether it be the Farsa, for an example, or whether it's just raw lane prio. Because if you're looking for short to mid range, that's where it gets really awkward when you're up against that Jushin who can harass you in the lane for basically free.
Yeah, that's why you typically want to play more backline artillery, and Coach Lionheart already aware of that, getting rid of the Selena to make sure that the Zusin is able to maintain control over the mid lane as well as exert a ganking pressure. There are of course still plenty of artillery mages in the pool though. Farsa's still there. Xavier, if you want to pull out something a bit more niche, surprisingly as well. You brought this up earlier, Gideon. We didn't see any Lo Yi in the first match.
Yep, no Lo Yis at all. I mean, Sicilian is definitely, I would consider the most safe pick if we're talking about like artillery mages in general, but Loya, there's a certain level cap to her, right? Yes, you can do them cool mechanics of being able to get her stuns off with her passive as many times as you want, but the usage of that ultimate really tells you the level of which you are playing the game at.
Yeah, I was also thinking about the Sicilian too, right? You technically outrange the Dusin. Every time she gets into your range, your Sanguine Claws are guaranteed to hit her, so she doesn't want to do that. You get to basically stiff arm this Dusin and skill harder than her. Of course, blue ban out by Ocean Black, so now they're looking to get Ripple a decent lane.
Okay, I think that's totally fine. I think Ripple could still technically play into super safe EXP picks that work well with the Jushin. High losses, that is one that comes into mind. Coach Theo, smartly enough, getting rid of the Jawhead to make sure that this Suyo isn't going to be able to hit level 3 as quickly as it should be, and maybe even force out some mid-prio.
We saw earlier that Suyo, Jawhead, Selena was such a powerful mid trio that Team Vamos literally couldn't do anything about it. And in this game, Jawhead Zusin would be an even scarier matchup potentially, because there's so much displacement potential between these two heroes roaming across the map. That's just not something you want to have to deal with. And then they also get rid of the Badang. So we're already seeing DX maybe lean a little bit more into that mid-game team fight-oriented style.
Badang ban does free up essentially all their 3 picks, right? Who don't really like getting trapped, especially when you have a Gatot, regardless which role you're in. Once you get in, if you get stuck on by a Badang, there is no way out.
Yeah, it does provide a lot of good peel, and I think that in that case, how much does Theo care about the synergies that Lionheart has access to the Zushin, or are they looking for just raw lane prio? Because at the end of the day, I don't think it's that bad of a matchup depending on how Granger, how they're going to influence the Granger's lane. But they're going to instantly go for that high loss, pick it up early, utilize it as a flex pick. That's totally fine with me.
I really like the Hylos in this position. Works well with the Zusin as a very solid frontline core for Ocean Black. And the Glorious Pathway is a way for his team to engage and disengage from high mobility heroes like the Joy and the Irithel, providing a little bit more teamfight control to match up against the Guardian of the Avatar from Gatot Kacha.
Keep in mind that at least with Hylos' Glorious Pathway really affects the Irithel, because Irithel is heavily dependent on her movement speed to proc her passive as many times as possible. So I'm not sure whether Irithel is going to have to take the angle of sprint. If not, maybe even a Purify if the CC stunts the pylon.
Yeah, I've seen people take Flicker on Irithel, right? And it does work surprisingly well. So the Cho and the Yve taken out. I do like the Cho pick, because I was thinking whether Ocean Black are going to consider the Cho at some point, but now it's removed and you have an Eve as that area denial. It does stop you know, this high loss, this Suyo from getting in your face too hard. Now this final pick will reveal this high loss whether he's going to be a flex. What else is in the roam roll that you can look at? Perhaps a Tigreal, but it's not really the best solution right now.
I mean, if they want, they can play CCs straight up.
Oh yeah, that too, yeah.
Yeah, flex high-lows into roam, put CC EXP, would do pretty well into the Gatot as well.
It really depends on what they want here. I think like they have Jushin as part of their core, and I think they just need to play around that. So locking the CC here to win out that lane against Gato Gacha is going to create a lot of different opportunities. But instead, they're going to go with the Khalid as a means to an end to stop the RWM if things get out of control. I have to say, Theo has come up with a very synergistic composition, with a lot of it just depending on Kimin's performance. If he's able to bait out more resources, if not abilities, from Ocean Black, they've got nasty wombo combos with the Sky Guardian avatars on top of having the RWM to create these angles for Irithel to attack the back line.
Yeah, I would say this is essentially Theo telling DXS, divide and conquer, right? Split them up, pick them off.
Yeah, but it does have very synergistic teamfight control as well. Looking at the bans, it seemed like they wanted to get rid of heroes that would be able to separate their team composition, and they've leaned fully into big AoE ultimates, as well as some catch that can really play around the Joy and Irithel. On the opposite side, OB does have a lot of dive and catch potential themselves, as well as some control alongside that high-lows. But is it gonna be enough? These are two rookie squads balanced out by the presence of veteran players. But only one can emerge victorious in their first foray to the land of Dawn on the MPL stage. Let's find out who it's going to be.
All right, let's get into our second best of 3 of today between these two rookie squads. You know, I am a little disappointed we don't get to see DJY coming in for Ocean
I know,
Black
right?
at the very least. I thought maybe, hey, you know, if anything, the first game of the season.
Yeah, I remember doing like a team tier list, and I was like, this is probably the only match series that DJY has a chance to get fielded, because every match after this is going to get tougher and tougher. I don't know, DJY, you better fight for your slot.
Ooh, interesting. Storm actually pull yourself together. There has been changes on this emblem itself, allowing you to get shorter cooldown times on towards your flicker, which is probably why he got it in the first place. But I am curious to see whether, you know, it's going to punish him later down the line, because I do feel like Wilderness Blessing is pretty much needed for how Ocean Black is going to play the map.
You can't blame that Roma DNA still in him, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Still sticking to that supportive role.
Because, like, I don't think Eve would need to rely very heavily on Flicker in the first place to bring this around, and having the mobility to match up Terasi moving around on this show would probably be a bit more appreciated, but let's see if this does end up working out for him.
For now, at least they've opened up the map and figured out where exactly Jun is going to be. From this point onwards, the mid lane prio, as you can see, that Stolen doesn't mind getting shoved in when he doesn't have his support next to him with the concussive blast to clear up that lane quick. But at the very least, it forces Div to actually recall in this lane.
Yeah, which is something that Eve actually has an advantage, right? With that Void Crystal, you technically get to poke out the juice in every time she tries to walk up to you with the Lantern Flare. Bit of a scuffle, Rasi will get caught, goes back in with the Jit Kune-Do, gets sniped, but doesn't go down.
Very big exchange in the mid lane, actually. Basically a 4v4 in that particular situation, but looks like Ocean Black will be able to start getting control over the Turtle Pit first, since Kimin went for his next buff. Not too sure if he's going to be able to clear it in time, actually. Jun is rushing it down.
Yeah, Ripple just forced Storm away. They both hit for Turtle. Of course, for Ocean Black, Ripple, big rating sandstorm. RWM from Storm, forcing Ripple to flicker. But Super Susu is in their face with the Glorious Pathway, trying to look for any sort of a kill. AOG doesn't do enough. First blood going over to Jun, but a trade back instantly for DxO. Ocean Black, in the end, still comes out on top.
Huh. I don't know how to feel about this one. I feel like the initial rotation coming in from Ocean Black to get Ripple to level 4 while Div maintained at level 3 for a good amount of time, all of that could have been diverted had DxO just decided, hey, well, let's use our comp ultimates like roughly at the same time. We can get everything out of them. We know that Div isn't level 4 on time unless they take the turtle, so drop the AOG, drop the RWM all at the same time. That's what they needed.
Yeah, it honestly felt a little bit messy, that last fight, from both teams, actually. There was kind of a disconnect in the way that both sides were approaching it, where you would see players kind of rotate out, but not really in the most clean or consistent way. And then, like you mentioned, Gideon, the ultimate's not really being used together. And Ocean Black did end up coming out on top because of some good catches from Rippo, as well as the Glorious Pathway allowing the team to reposition themselves, but so far, still not the clean gameplay we're hoping for.
No, look, I mean, the score is still 1-2, and based on what we were seeing from the raw rotations, it looks like Ocean Black has a rough idea of how to try and get under the skin of DxSoul. I get it. Ocean Black understands that if they drop all their ultimates at the same time, there's not much they can really do about it, other than, like, you know, utilize a battle spell to move yourself out of the RWM, or maybe even the AOG in those times. But their main win condition is in Masako, right? So if they can stall this game out until that point and utilize Rippo as the spearhead until he gets to that max stacks, well, a mass accumulation of gold, then I think they'll be okay.
Even in this early front-loaded damage, I think Ocean Black has a lot more of it, right? Low investment with Lantern Flare, with Rhapsody, Ring of Punishment, compared to what DxSoul have to invest. Eve doesn't have the damage yet, so they're looking to keep it a lot to make these pickoffs happen, get these kills at least. Second Turtle.
You can definitely tell DxSoul needs to play together a bit more because of all their teamfight ultimates, and that means OB are able to move around the map a little faster, a bit more independently, and just secure objectives without having to contest much for it.
I think that DxSoul need to recognize that, hey, we don't need these turtles. We don't need to show up for them. We just need to make sure that Cayman is able to get those 2 items and actually be a threat towards Diff or maybe even Masako when the time comes. At this point of time, we're seeing that Siska, he's not getting Diff that much in the lane. It's just that, unfortunately, Rippo is able to clear just ever so slightly faster and walk away healthier to help out the mid.
Just expect the result, right? You get Sandbag. Rippo does have a slight XP advantage thanks to the earlier 2 assists. Siska did ended up going down. Though, DxSoul maintaining that goal difference at merely 1.2 to 1.5k, I think is pretty good spot for them. Rossi has to be a bit careful because they have to jump on him to try and burst him down, force him away. RWM and also AOG committed. That is what we want from DxSoul. But still, Rippo finds the backline. Rossi goes down, and Ocean Black have pushed DxSoul back.
Okay, in terms of ult execution, nicely done, right? You wanted to try and save Rossi, I get it. I don't think the RWM was necessary. Probably the AOG would have been enough there. They could have held it for a different fight.
Yeah, I think they called the fight a little bit too desperately there. They were trying to save Rossi, then they saw, hey, everyone's in RWM, we can actually engage this. We saw Keyman try to come in from the flank, but the Electrifying Blitz was used too early on for it to actually matter, so he actually couldn't join the fight anyway. And because of that, Ocean Black were able to once again make use of that Glorious Pathway to position themselves in the fight. And Rippo also doing a lot of work for OB right now by just zoning out the backline and just being a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just small advantages being utilized by Rippo as of right now. His relevance will eventually start to fade as this game drags on. And I think that DxSoul, they don't need a fight. It's a numbers game at this point of time. Unless they are able to get primary picks like, oh, hold on.
And look for Masako. Flickers away. AOG doesn't catch him, but it does catch Rippo. Will try to heal out with a quicksand guard and survive for a bit longer than they wanted. Still, Masako finds a trade. Backstorm uses RWM, gets lifted up, thrown back. Sky Z joins the fight, but too late. Ocean Black have just found 2 more kills.
Very, very messy from DxSoul, and Ocean Black is taking full advantage of it. Rippo surviving that long really should not have happened, and it made Siska stay in front to deal with him, which meant that the backline was just being free to be dove by OB.
If Cayman doesn't one-shot Rippo, I think they need to call it off straight away.
Yeah.
There's just, you don't have a choice. Again, you have Quicksand Guard. They're aware of the Quicksand Guard, but only Siska and Rossi have the CC to actually break it. And I think at that point, once the Way of the Dragon was out, and you've already used 3 hits of Jeet Kune Do, even if Siska was able to get in there in time, I think there needed to be a faster call. And I think right now, that's what DxSoul is kind of lacking, right? That foresight, that level of foresight, and more so the current state in the game, which honestly is not looking good right now.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing the initiative from them. Ocean Black is dictating the pace of the game. They are controlling everywhere they move on the map, and DX are just being forced to respond to it, and not in a particularly good way. They actually do have some good counter-engage with the ultimates, but so far it has not been used effectively, and that's allowing OB to just take advantage and take him out one by one.
Yeah. Oh, even for Sky Z, he's not getting as much farm as he would like to. At this point, Cayman's the only person you can really rely upon, only after he gets that Holy Crystal. In the meantime, you're just going to have to take the L's.
OB also basically, they're just abusing the fact that they have a draft. You let them take space, they will take it, right? Khalid, Zhu Xin, they just walk up in your face. and DxO, they want no business with it. Rasi and Siska definitely doesn't want to be pulled back by Lantern Flare. Ocean Black extending that goal advantage to 3,000. 40 seconds until Lord spawns on the top side. DxO will have one goal, defend this mid-tier 1.
Okay, DxO does have another line of punishment. If they want to hurt Ocean Black at its center, it's either you find Masako or you find Diff. Both of them, which I do realize, don't have Purify. So again, it's just mass respect, and you can even force it out. And I think that Rasi's pretty much the only one who can reliably do so, which is probably why Ocean Black are playing this, heavy guerrilla warfare, hide in the bushes, make sure you have map control to keep account of where Rasi is going to be.
Yeah, they're very comfortable allowing Rippo to just run across the map, because even if he gets picked off, his job will usually have been done by then of just poking out and zoning DX entirely. And because of that, it's very difficult for Rasi to actually try and open up the map. He can't really go for a bush play. He can't set up catches with the rest of his team because they're a little bit slow behind him. This is, again, giving so much advantage to Black.
Okay, teammate is going to try. They blow up Masako. Caught him out of position. Rippo, Raging Sandstorm, but there's the RWM. They're all going to be forced to trap. Trying to fight back and put no into an AOG by Siska. And Kimin picks out Rippo. Finally, Super Suzu turns back and they get a snipe onto Siska. 2 for 1. DxO comes out on top.
Hey, what did I say? They found the angle, the experience from Rasi there, coming into play, making sure that, hey, they're not going to be on this side of the map because the Lord is spawning. They want to have control over the Lord. As long as I have my conceal ready to go and somebody shows mid, we can look for the punish because, again, Masako does not have Purify. Same goes for Diff.
And that was a bit of a mistaken positioning from Ocean Black there. It literally just said that Rasi cannot find catches because Rippo is running around opening up the map, but then they position themselves horizontally so that their goal laner is just left alone.
Rasi did get forced back. Lord very, very low. Ocean Black will walk away with the objective, but DxO seems like they want to chase. Rippo will have to ult away. Rasi looking for a kick. The wrong direction. Super Suzu escapes. Kimin goes in, gets control, but still gets his ult off. What an RWM by Stoem. Div also will go down. Double kill for Stoem, and they trade Kimin.
Ooh, that was some risky business from Ocean Black. They already secured the Lord on their side, but they wanted to greed out just a little bit more. So, I mean, Diff tried. Masako, if he just landed one more shot onto Kimin, they probably would have ended the engagement much sooner, but that's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of DX, and this does mean that they get to scale to the late game.
Very important fights for DxO at a very crucial timing around the mid game there. This is where their team fight comp is going to be the strongest, and we can see how Ocean Black is starting to have a little difficulty dealing against it, because they do need to be able to slowly separate them and pick them off one by one. And now that DxO is a little bit more synergistic and has a little bit more leeway for mistakes thanks to their extra items, they're able to play around that.
This guy is in quite a poor position, so she has the AOG out, which gives Ocean Black some breathing room. Unfortunately, the Lord take is a net negative. They get nothing from it. Didn't even get the bottom tier 2. Lost almost everything that they worked hard for up to this point.
It's down the drain, and I think now Ocean Black has to rethink the strategy, right? They're going to have to fall back into Masako to kind of set everything up, because Diff at this point doesn't have much damage, but he is a CC machine. So even landing Death Sonatas is pretty valuable for Diff.
That is definitely the case. Jun is definitely still a threat as well. The Suyo has not died just yet. Definitely not as big of a snowball as you'd like, but still a very solid position, especially since Rippo will start falling off.
And what a catch for Rasi. No Purify means he's dead. No Diff in his fight. Ocean Black will have to run. Rippo gets blown up. A flicker forward into an RWM. Stolen with the follow-up. And now, Jitkundo into AOG. They just line it up perfectly like dominoes. Killing spree given over the Sky Z3 for DxO.
Ooh, their early dominance and overconfidence starting to bite back a little bit here for Ocean Black. They're making mistakes in their positioning on the map.
Why did Ripple flicker there? He had 3 in the... He had 3 in the Raging Sandstorm. He could have maybe even saved his teammate there, unless he knew it was dead. But even then, why would you flicker immediately after? Let's look at the instant replay as that fight. Right there! He could have landed on all 3 of them if he wanted to. And even Super Suzu tried to disengage Rippo as well.
Bit of a mistake, yeah, because I don't really know for sure what exactly occurred. I think he was expecting them to back off just slightly, but no, they actually full committed to it, so he only landed on 1 and not even an important target at that.
I mean, not entirely Not entirely sure what the plan there was for the counterattack of Ocean Black, but maybe just a miscalculation of how far his teammates actually were. In the meantime, the next Lord is about to spawn, and at this point, Ocean Black has to be careful because the raw control, especially with all the ultimates coming in from DX Soul, is going to make this take way more difficult.
They definitely missed their window. Now it's their turn to play from behind. Lord started up by DX Soul, down to 50%. Keemin making sure that if Ocean Black shows up, he's just going to pull off the Lord. There's no rush to get this objective right now.
Yeah, they can take their time with this. They know that Ocean Black are now in a position where they actually have to force something. And we can see that Rasi as well as Zed are already set up on the opposite side. They want to take advantage of Ocean Black potentially mispositioning their gold laner or mid laner once again. And OB right now just trying to go for the front to back, hoping to regain control over the Lord Pit.
Concealed by Rasi. That is going to force Ocean Black back off a little bit, but the Lord still under siege. He's not going to get a full reset. DxO making sure that he's kept at 50% HP. Rasi again finding a pink flicker, and that is what they're looking for. Div able to use the Crimson Beacon to get out, but SkyZ is going to be the target, and they have no one to deal with him. Keemin able to escape. SkyZ still pelting them with the heavy crossbows, and this fight is done. DxO finds 2 kills and a Lord.
Beautifully done by Storm. Essentially looking, hey, who are my top priorities to get out of the way? And in that case, it was picking up and cleaning up the mess that was already done by Ocean Black, but at the same time zoning out Jun. He cannot get near the Lord Pit at all. This way, they're able to zone out, secure everything that they need, and now they're looking for an endgame scenario.
And Lord's gonna break this mid inhibitor. A good taunt on a Ripple. He will try to get away, but the damage is just too much at this point. SkyZ and Keemin have all the time that they need to clean up the mess. They've been given a space, and DxO will claim game number 1.
Well played by DX Soul. Rasi's confidence and veteranship shining through for this squadron.
Yep, a clean comeback and really good shot calling from DxO allowed them to claw that game back despite being at a notable deficit in the early game. They knew that mid-game would be their power spike where they could take full advantage of team fights around Lord objectives and where heroes like the Khalid would eventually drop off in overall utility. And Ocean Black just were never able to recover from that.
Yeah, I think definitely with the misexecution of that previous fight, I think they need to work on the communication. It's not like Ocean Black made bad choices, but overall they need to be together on some of these choices. Similarly to how DxO initially, like, okay, the ults came one after another, maybe a little late. It could have been a little better, but they fixed it over the duration of the game.
Yeah, and you can see the exact moment Ocean Black realized that their timing has passed, right? They've completely missed the window and they have no way to deal with DxO's engages. Masako was not given any space at all. The lack of Purify really was costing them.
It was very difficult for them to actually walk ahead to do damage because once Rippo drops off in terms of his overall DPS, they're highly reliant on Jun as well as Masako, on the Granger as well as the Suyo. Granger is going to try and do as much damage as possible, but he doesn't quite have the stacks yet to be the true main threat. And Suyo just cannot get close because there's too many AoEs blocking him off even with the Glorious Pathway. So things were rough here, and DxO were able to keep their heads intact to make sure that they're able to reach the point where they just take over the game.
All right, let's have a look at the item list here, right? Let's see if there's anything interesting or out of the ordinary, because by the end of the game, it's 47,000 to 40,000. One decisive fight. And we look over at the gold lane, that's what they were looking for, right? That 13,260 gold in total for SkyZ, even selling off his boots to get a Magic Blade to have that advantage in the fight itself. And then we cut on over to Storm, right? He's not looking for Wishing Lantern. He's purely looking for raw damage on top of the fact that he wants to survive in the middle of these fights. He knows that Div can't burst him down. The only person who technically can is if Masako lands enough shots so that Jun can execute him.
And that basically just never happened once you reached a certain point in the game. I think Ocean Black did a very good job in the early stages, taking advantage of the fact that they are very tanky heroes, they can die very far, but then it becomes more difficult the more scaling comes into play. And yeah, there's some very interesting emblems there. The Master Assassin on both SkyZ and Rasi.
I refuse to believe that Siska went Assassin Emblem, all this got thought, dude. He went Assassin Emblem, Super Susu went Assassin Emblem, Div went Assassin Emblem.
I don't think that might be the case here. I don't know. If the emblem choices is what's, you know, setting them apart, I mean, keep doing what you're doing, but eventually it's going to hit that brick wall now that you're here at the MPL. And I think for now it's okay, but there are things to learn. However, when we're talking about objectives, 3 turtles, despite having 3 turtles for the side of Ocean Black, they could not roll that lead into something more, and they needed that first Lord to make that happen.
Yeah, that is the risk of drafting really early game lane dominators these days. If you go into heroes like Hilda or Khalid, you really gotta make that early game snowball carry over into the game as long as possible. And while they were trying to do so, the EXO immediately cut that off. Once they got a couple of catches with Rasi, then the fall off was so quick.
Yeah, and you can see it was that mid fight, right, where Masako was caught completely out of position by a concealed play, and it just started collapsing from there. We saw the combo really polished by DxO, and Ocean Black, it felt like they kept running back into DXS to try and make something happen.
Yeah. I think there are a couple of opportunities for Ocean Black to maybe even look to proxy waves, try to kind of set up the side waves to force somebody to move off to turn into a 4v5. But it's tough. It's really tough. However, let's have a look at our MVP.
Our MVP going to be awarded over to Sky Z on the side of DxSoul Esports. Gold lane still remains a very important position here, and by playing it safe and keeping himself in the game, making sure he got never picked off throughout the entirety of the early game, he got to scale up and reach a power spike exactly when his team needed him to.
Freest Iratel game of his life. He was running into Ocean Black and no one was stopping him. They were too preoccupied by trying to get out of RWM, trying to peel away from Siska's Gatot, and then you just have an Iratel running around with Sprint.
Yeah, nothing you can really do about it, right? The only ways is if you're able to find some form of CC, and I think that right now both teams are doing their best to try to show off everything that they have in their arsenal to show that they do belong in this Tier 1.
You can really tell the impact of some of these more veteran players. Rippo was able to put a lot of pressure onto DxO early. The combo of Stome and Rasi together really made it so that Ocean Black couldn't continue onwards in that mid game. This was definitely a missed call, the flicker on the Raging Sandstorm, but at that point the fight was lost anyway. You could see that Ocean Black are just not able to engage anymore. They were put in full defense mode after the 10-minute mark.
Yeah. And funny enough, this was also one of Rippo's signature pick, right? He loves that Khalid pick, and right now it has been completely shut down. We saw that weakness of the Khalid. What does Ocean Black have left in the tank?
I think they could have just played standard, you know? There's a good chance they could have played some standard stuff. This is definitely one of their styles, something that they're comfortable with, playing on heroes that they're comfortable with, but we need to see whether Ocean Black can go above and beyond just comfort.
Comfort is a good and reliable fallback, but you don't want to have to rely on that fallback too often either. You are now on the big stage. This is MPL. You gotta be proactive. You gotta be able to make people uncomfortable. And here we got to see the EXO doing exactly that while still maintaining that signature team fight style. Can they keep that going forward? And what kind of adjustments will we see from Ocean Black in game number 2? Those are the questions we need to be asking.
Hopefully for Ocean Black, again, I think the draft, just go back to a more basic one. I don't mind having a Khalid on the team, but they have to be able to keep accelerating the game, right? You can see the exact moment, like we already discussed, that they hit the brick wall and there was no secondary plan, there was no fallback action, especially when you're running a Zusin. There's really only so much she can do. She likes prolonged fight and she hates it when the fight ends in 5 seconds.
Yeah, getting on top of your opponents with Jushin is going to be key, but at the same time, if they had a plan in mind coming into this game, maybe they fought each other enough in the MAL to roughly understand how they want to be team fighting in the first place, which is what I'm thinking is happening here.
Yeah, but I do wish that OB tried to do something a little bit different there, because yeah, they were forced into a very reactive position. But if they tried to go for a bit of a macro play, proxy waves like you mentioned, get some side pushes in, because we have to remember, DX does need to actually play together quite a lot, right? They have a lot of AoE ultimates that forces them to generally be 4 or 5 man a lot of the time, especially around objectives. They could have used that space to maybe drag someone over to a side lane, but, well, I digress. That could be a tip for them in game number 2. We'll see if it actually does happen. But for now, I believe we have an interview happening on stage with a Rose. Yes, that is correct. So we'll go ahead and get things set up here while we throw it over to the stage. Rose, please take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua. Dan sekarang Rose ada di atas pentas sebab kami daripada MPL Malaysia ingin menyambut kedatangan tetamu khas yang hadir ke hari pembukaan MPL Malaysia musim ke-15. Dengan segala hormatnya, saya ingin menjemput Yang Berhormat Adam Adli bin Abdul Halim, Timbalan Menteri Belia dan Sukan untuk naik ke atas pentas dan memberikan sedikit ucapan buat kita semua. Hi YB, long time no see.
Selamat Hari
I'm
Raya.
good. Selamat Hari Raya YB. How's your Raya been?
Busy. Still celebrating Raya today. But here we are. Congratulations everyone on your commitment and congratulations MPL.
Thank you very much. Now, YB, I am sure that you are very well aware that the community and actually everybody in the industry has been talking about a new format or a new system that might come in the near future. In YB's opinion, do you think this can affect and actually give us like benefits in the esports ecosystem in Malaysia?
Saya rasa rencana yang bakal diperkenalkan, especially for, I think for the next season, franchising the MPL and all, saya rasa ini adalah satu langkah yang sangat besar yang untuk pastikan ada kemampanan. Meaning that we can sustain the game that everyone love dan kita boleh sustain penglibatan lebih ramai lagi pasukan-pasukan yang baru nak naik dan kita juga pastikan professionalism liga ini sentiasa terjaga. So I think it's a good news for the community and we are looking at a sustainable future for the league especially.
Yes, I think a sustainable future is what semua orang yang nak dalam industri ini. Okay, YB, now we also know that aside from the news that has been going around, another news that actually break waves internationally, which is Selangor Red Giants dapat collab dengan organisasi besar di antarabangsa, which is OG Esports. YB, in your opinion, how does this collaboration actually benefit the ecosystem in Malaysia?
Saya rasa ini satu yang sangat besar bagi pasukan-pasukan tempatan negara kita. Kalau kita tengok, kalau kita buat comparison dengan banyak pasukan-pasukan serantau kita di Asia Tenggara sendiri, collaboration mereka dengan Gaming House International tu banyak bantu untuk bangkitkan pasukan mereka dan ini adalah satu berita baik. Maksudnya pasukan tempatan kita diiktiraf dalam radar global dan ini yang kita lihat harus dimiliki ataupun dapat dicapai setidak-tidaknya oleh banyak lagi pasukan-pasukan ternama dalam negara kita. So I hope that this will not only be the success of SRG but also for every local homegrown team dekat Malaysia pasti.
Okay, one final question. Now that OG has actually entered Malaysia, mestilah ramai organisasi luar yang nak masuk ke Malaysia. In your opinion, as a Malaysian, why do you think they would want to enter Malaysia?
Because of the community. I think that's it. Community has been very supportive of this very league since the beginning of it. Remember M6 last year, we really showed how big is our crowd, how big is our community, the market and all. So ini adalah potensi-potensi yang orang luar nampak. So tanya kepada community, especially community ML dan esports Malaysia.
Alright, thank you very much YB Adam. Thank you so much. You may now head to your seat. Guys, betul juga apa YB Adam cakap. We all know that our community is one of the, foundation of MPL MY and nampaknya as time goes by, our community gets more driven and we expand continuously. So thank you so much for your support and terima kasih juga ke YB Adam. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game kedua dalam pusingan Best of 3 ini. Casters, silakan.
Thank you very much to Rose and to YB2. Of course, it is amazing to see the growth that MLBB and our Malaysian esports ecosystem has gone through as a whole across the past few years, and very eager to see how it will continue growing thanks to the strength of our community. That includes all of you guys watching online as well. But let's get down to business. Game 2, DxO currently 1 game up. What do you think needs to change, Gideon?
Well, I think a couple of things are going to need to change. Number one is the priority of bans, and more so, I feel like overall, it looks like there are some strong synergies that Theo is looking at as the big picture. And I think the Ocean Black, right? If they are going to play their own game back onto comfort picks once more, they have to rethink the order of which they pick them. I think that very first phase, interestingly enough, holding up to that flex pick for so very long was all right, but coming into that second phase is where things got a little bit strange, right? It's good to see that at least for Storm, he's got some meta mid laners in his pocket just ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I still remember actually that Eve was one of Stone's comforts when he did play mid lane. So it's nice to see him pulling that back in here. Looks like DxSoul will actually remain on the blue side here, still prioritizing that first pick. And so far, this has been quite a powerful position, right? Being able to grab your choice of all the meta heroes right away.
Yeah, I think this also kind of tests the red side in terms of how they want to ban, right? Are you able to figure out a loophole to force a trade, and which it doesn't matter who blue side gets, you get something back in return.
But now, let's focus a little bit on that jungler. Both of these teams have brand new junglers making their debut in the MPL. We got Keemin on the DX side, and then for OB, we have a Jun. And Jun definitely seems to be standing out right now in terms of average KDA, as well as GPM and DPM.
Look, I mean, these guys are the assassin players, right? It's surprising that his KDA is 9.4, significantly dwarfing the number of 5.3. But then we look at the average GPM, and it's not too far away. The average DPM also not too far away. Considering the picks that they have, I'm guessing that he was huge on Roger and he knew how to get those easy executes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, and that's why he is one of the more decorated tier 2 junglers. Very sought after, but again, right now the stage is definitely different. It's just great that both junglers are from the MAL, so you get a more even playing field.
Well, speaking of MAL, we reached out and asked Super Susu, how does it feel to get into MPL from MAL? And he said he's very happy and excited. Back when he was still in school, he always dreamed of playing an MPL, but it was just a thought, and he didn't expect it to actually come true.
Hey man, kids these days, they're looking at the MPL as a premium ticket into esports. So the fact that he's worked his way through the MAL is very commendable while he was still at school. So at this point, where his career moves is going to depend on how big his dreams are going to be.
Yeah, this is where most people hit a plateau, right? This is the glass ceiling, and to move on forward, you have to be better than everyone else around you, and it's not easy. You gotta start with this. I think Super Susu, even in Game 1, there are limitations to what he could do on the high lows. I wonder if Lionheart will start giving him more playmaking potential kind of roamers in this game too.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. All things considered, his Hylos was actually pretty solid in those first couple of engagements. The Glorious Pathway to basically deny the impact of RWM, set his team up for success. It's just that they couldn't prolong that success. So now in game number 2, I actually don't think it would be too bad for him to stick to the same sort of style. But again, OB needs to be able to expand their thought process a bit.
I think at this stage, Lionheart, if there was anything that was going to change, is probably denying the Cho pick coming in from Rasi. I think so far, that's the only playmaking hero that can kind of come in from any angle possible. And that way, you have time to actually respond to the way that they move across the map. Rather than conceal, you have to break the conceal. Maybe somebody gets picked off when it happens.
Okay, Dio is getting away with these bans, dude. He's going for the same exact ban. And it's getting away with another blue side Fanny ban. Not much changes on Lionheart's side too. You know, Kalea, Matilda, last ban, this one. I think they banned the Harif for the third ban in game 1. If that is the same, we might see the same Joy opening again for DXS.
Yeah, the Joy worked out pretty well for DxSoul in game number 1. While there were some points where Keeman wasn't really able to initiate, once the team fights really started going their way, that electrifying beats is almost impossible to deal with. So it looks like it is going to be the exact same bans, his game number 1. So the Joy opening fully open for DX if they want to go the same direction.
I'm totally fine if they want to go for the Joy as well, but I think the Lionheart here probably has adjustments. And Theo, he's not going to change. If the plan worked out in the first game, why fix it?
No point making too many differences if the same strategy has already worked for you. I imagine they're going to adjust things depending on what Ocean Black goes for here, though. Right now, the Zusin is still wide open, still a very solid hero pick, but is naturally countered by the Joy a little bit.
And you don't need to take your Suyo here, right? You can take the Zusin, maybe Badang as well, like a door stopper. The Gatot also sort of works. I personally would have preferred the Badang, but either way, it is still a flex for OB. Now, if then the third pick is going to be a Suyo, most likely. Now for Dio's side, I think you can still stick with the Yeep. They did 4-pick the Yeep.
I don't know whether they can pick Eve this time.
What about the Granger? They still have the Granger left.
Yeah, I think the Granger definitely is a pickup coming in from DXS at the very least. Both of which do pretty well. It has enough ability to get out of the AOG and still maintain a good amount of distance from the Jushin at the same time while poking her with the Death Sonata. It'd be surprising if they let go of it. So Granger, as expected, but they also picked the Badang as a means of peel.
Yeah, that's why I sort of prefer Badang on the side of OB, right? You literally have a door stopper. But now losing that Badang, it's still not the end of the world yet. You have Jusin, which does make life for Badang slightly hard, assuming that he doesn't catch it with a Snap Flicker engage. It does complicate things for Ocean Black.
Yeah, having this Badang means that DX is no longer as locked in to having to constantly play together to get those team fight initiations. Just the Badang alone separating a single member of Ocean Black is already enough to set up for a Joy or Granger burst later down the line. They also deny it away from Ocean Black being able to potentially pick it up to lock the Joy into a little wall.
Yeah. It slightly undermines your Suyo pick too, because Badang has a lot of ways to stagger the Suyo. It's a very minor problem, but again, this Suyo pick is a must for OB. So essentially, if you are DXS, Theo is probably already prepping for the second phase.
I'm guessing that, like, if I'm in Lionheart's position, I'm thinking about pinching mid laners straight off the bat. You can deal with like a majority of artillery styles. The one that is a little harder is probably Sicilian. Other than that, it doesn't look like a Valentina gets much value unless you are trying to set up for maybe even a Lucas pick.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a Valentina unless the Lucas does suddenly show its face here. Sicilian can definitely work. We already talked about the Sicilian Granger late game scaling combo. I think it's also not impossible to go for something like the Farsa to outrange and out-clear the wave comparatively to the Zusin. Does set up well with the Badang as well.
Yeah, because like even DXS, they are pinching on Masako Siropu too. It could be an Irritel ban for their 5th ban later, just to get rid of all the potential, average matchup for this Granger, right? Maybe force a Beatrice, Carry, or Bruno down the line.
I want to say Claude as well, but I don't see the reason for it now that Lionheart has already banned out the Eve. Not entirely sure whether they knew that, okay, Claude is not on the table, so therefore we have to ban out the Eve in these types of positions, but let's see what the next couple of bans here, right? Is there any other bad matchups that we need to consider? Maybe even the EXP lane? Oh, they get rid of the high loss instead this time.
And it still doesn't allow them to take Lucas in any form, right? Like if I'm Coach Theo, Valentina is still considerably a decent pick. Since there's AOG and Crimson Beacon on OB side. But if you want artillery, there's Farsa, the Sicilian is on the table as well. Plenty of choices, I think, for DXS.
Yeah, even the Cho that caused OB a lot of problems in the previous game is still wide open for Rasi to pick up again. And that would provide a lot of crowd control alongside the Badang. They get rid of the jaw hit, so I am thinking they're probably leaning Cho.
I'm thinking the same too.
I think they picked a goal later here. It kind of doesn't matter what they pick. It's just whatever they're most comfortable with at this point. There's no real issues that they have to think about in terms of like the mid lane, unless it's, I guess, unless it's a Valentina. But then the Valentina would be going in pretty blind and not have a lot of valuable ults in the first place anyways.
And you have Jusin, right? So like your mid lane pool is already locked. I agree. I think you show gold here.
You show gold and then hold EXP for whatever matchup Theo throws at you. They steal Cho instead.
So I think that's what they're worried about, because DXS can go for the Cho, and without the Jawhead, Cho is sort of like the next best pick. So they want to give Masako the best possible chance. DXS,
they can go like Lucas, CC if they want for. They have the possibility of going like high damage lane winning EXP laners, but they're going to play Selena this time in that mid lane. So that means it's either a support that can clear the wave or a lane dominant EXP. That works as well.
Whoa. That is a lane dominant EXP right there, and it was banned out in game number 1 at the very end as well. So props to Coach Teo for spotting that out, and this is already going to give them great lane priority up against the Gatot Kacha. Though it does mean this is going to be a Badang roam, so they might lose out a little bit on map rotation compared to a Cho.
That too, but Badang is one of the few heroes where you can sort of fall behind and still have value. As long as Flicker is back up online, you always have some sort of inherent purpose before you go down. It's one of the few heroes that can throw everything out before you die. So I'm not too worried about Rasi Badang. The Irritel finally comes up for Masako as an answer to this Granger. But overall, the question remains on what we saw from the SRG OG match earlier on. Is there enough damage to kill Siska?
Yeah. Oh, is there enough damage to not only kill Siska, but at the same time maintain that control? We'll see, because this is going to depend on the junglers, like the mid trio especially. Because that mid trio, I would say that Ocean Black definitely has a bigger advantage, right? Unless we do see Badang, instead Brave Smite, take Concussive Blast. If he gets the Concussive Blast off, good for him, but there's a good chance he's going to get picked up.
Yeah, there's a lot of catch coming in from this roam mid duo of Ocean Black, and if they combine it with the Suyo's Burst, early game could actually go in their favor, since we're going to be seeing a roam Badang, which is naturally going to be a little bit weaker in the early stages. But Ocean Black falls into the same issue. They're very reliant on Irritel and Suyo for burst. And if DX Seoul can do the same thing they did in game number 1, we could be witnessing a clean sweep. So it's gonna be up to Ocean Black to see if they can defy expectations and take a game to bring it to a full series against their MAL rivals.
All right, let's jump straight into this. DXS going to be on blue side up against Ocean Black, OB on the red side. And as expected, this mid lane not going in favor of Rasi and Storm, especially at level 1, which is the highest chance of which they can actually get punished here. I would like to see emblems to see whether Storm opted to go... Oh, he went Wilderness Blessing. He did not want to help out Heemin too often and was more than happy to just give him some traps. Didn't need the extra damage on the creeps.
If anything, Ocean Black just forced out the flicker from Rasi early on. He did take the first ability, so can't really get away from Div. But DXS, they do have that ability. If someone gets hit by an arrow, it's almost a guaranteed kill. They're gonna try and punish Div. That's his flicker traded out. Value for DXS.
So far, battle spells being traded back and forth at this point in time, but I'm more curious about how the gold lane is actually going, because that's the pathing of both the junglers, right? First engagement's looking to happen on the bottom side of the map, and Rasi not really having to open up, knowing that Sky's Ed has already cleared up and maintaining control of that river area in case they show.
Yep.
I do like the positioning that Rasi and Storm are playing around now, though. They know that they don't really have mid and roam priority, so it's better to play around the bushes to provide vision to the rest of the team. Ooh, risky poke.
Move movements and Super Susu. They bit trap Heemin. We just dropped the ultimate, so they can't pull him back with the Lantern Flare. But my eyes are on Super Susu to hopefully get a couple of pickoffs as the game progresses, because just like game 1, there's no flicker on the core members of DXS.
Yeah, this is a very different type of hero from the one he was playing in game 1. Previously, Hylos just kind of stands there, becomes the sandbag and frontline for team. So it's definitely a little bit more mechanically required, you know? So he needs to be able to prove himself that he's capable to get these catches, especially on very important core members of DX Seoul.
Siska to bring him down low, but he does have the split that backline to get threatened. Div has no flicker this time. He's waiting to hit level 4, and he's getting pretty close to it, but Heemin will not get him. Div somehow gets away. Jun will get the turtle, and unfortunately Heemin will be pulled back. Siska, now isolated from his team, will try to hold the line as fast as possible. Backline, they will lose Super Susu. Siska still trying to find a kill, but cannot get it.
Okay. Oh,
that was close.
These arrows are getting so close. I mean, I gotta give it to Storm. His accuracy on the arrows have been looking really, really good. But the way these fights are panning out, I mean, I feel like both teams really are adamant on not giving up that initial lead. You can see the hesitation from both sides where it's like, I don't want to make a mistake and neither do you, but we have to force it out of each other.
Yeah, I'm still seeing a little bit of those growing pains from coming out of MAL where their gameplay is a little bit too direct, a bit too honest, right? They just want to take these fights and win the game through that. In the previous engagement, it was pretty solid. Oh!
By the kick, there's an AOG. As a follow-up, Rasi will be taunted up and taken down. Heemin is looking for an opening, but can't find it.
Good stuff, good stuff. Based on what we're seeing, DX Seoul, especially with the help of their veterans in the roamer position, they're trying to make these calls, trying to look for these punishes. And even if Ocean Black, they find more of these types of picks, with the help of Ripple to follow it up, they can get these kill confirms a lot easier now.
The Wave Dragon into the AoEG combo is basically unavoidable. That is so much CC that Ocean Black is guaranteed a kill in any circumstance, especially if the Zeus-In is nearby as well. So DxSoul has to be a little bit more concerned about not being too far forward by themselves. That kind of comes into the rotation priority as well, which means that they're generally going to be playing on the slower side, which is perfectly fine because they do have this Joy and Granger to scale into the late game, so trying not to overcommit will be crucial here.
Yeah, I think they have to go low committal. They have to just play off of the arrows coming in from Storm. Oh, here we go. That hit Rippo, and now Ocean Black are defaulting into the traditional 4-1 to play around these turtles.
Seems like they're not gonna contest for now, as Keeman is taking away the purple buff in the enemy jungle. So Turtle will go over to Ocean Black. DxSoul just fainting, but they still go for the engage somehow. Not really the best one you're looking for. A good arrow to stagger Super Susu, who still finds a take off. Arasi will get away with the dash. Diff is now out of position. Siska gets stunned up by the Blazers, goes into the split split, and a re-engage from DxSoul. Super Susu wants to get away, but his turret will take him down instead. Siska fails the flicker, ends up getting traded.
A little too far there, but at the very least, it's a 1-for-1 trade. And honestly, they don't lose too much for this. Maybe it's still a turtle for Ocean Black, but we're coming back to the same position as we did in game number 1. They get that early lead, but we don't see that big transition where they look to double or maybe even triple it.
Yeah, that is what Ocean Black is going to really be tested on, right? Whether they can have that flexibility to adjust things depending on how the game goes, and whether they have the drive and initiative to be able to continue ballooning any sort of lead that they have. And DxSoul, their goal is just to try and avoid giving it over to them.
Yeah, pretty honest concealed play from Super Susu. Couldn't find Keeman. All things considered, it's a pretty low committal game. You know, 1.2k goal advantage for Ocean Black. 6 minutes in, the next turtle up in under a minute. Obviously, both goal laners are having the time of their lives right now, just farming up, clearing waves. And Ocean Black have been trying to make plays happen, but kind of feels like game 1 where DxSoul is the one that is taking initiative.
It could be that that both teams are a little nervous to make these mistakes, right? Especially since that we already know that DxSoul is at match point. And I think that that's why Ocean Black really just taking the time to clear out these bushes one by one. But playing like very template. Well, oh, risky for Masako to stick his nose out that far.
Yeah, I don't feel like they needed to do that, actually. They could have like stayed in lane a little bit longer without revealing themselves to maybe get a better ambush through the rotation, since they know they're gonna go and respond to the wave. But for now, no real harm done. Ocean Black still having the slight goal advantage, but next turtle is up.
Rusty can't build a wall for the next few seconds, but DxSoul surely has the confidence to start walking up with the smooth movements. Turtle down to less than half, an arrow onto Rippo. Got a couple of snipes from the Death Sonata onto Masako in the backline too. There's going to be plenty of artillery from DxSoul, and Ocean Black needs to find a way to stop that. A taunt into an AOG follow-up. Ripple zones out Stolen for the rest of his team, but Keeman now finds an exposed backline. Chases Masako away, looks to retreat, gets kicked by Super Susu, and that's the punish that Ocean Black has been looking for. Keeman goes down, Ripple disengages, and Siska once more isolated and abandoned. 2 for Ocean Black.
We talked about this. We talked about how DxSoul needs to avoid overcommitting, and in that case, while it looked like they were doing a good job of starting the fight, I don't think it was in a good enough position for them to decide, hey, we're going to dive the backline right now, because Ocean Black still were very healthy overall, still had a lot of their resources, and they just punished them for it.
Yeah, again, I think that DxSoul needs to have that needs to have a little bit more foresight on this on these types of angles. They really depend on Storm to land the arrow on a critical target. And I think right now the critical target is probably Diff and as well as Masako. Maybe even June, but I would say that June is a hard target to hit. Only during the neutral objectives are we expecting that to be, you know, jolted up in priority.
I agree with you. Right now, we are 8 minutes in. Ocean Black has been able to build up a 3k gold lead. All things considered, it's still not actually that large of an advantage against a Granger composition. But Zed has definitely been having some trouble finding space on the map to farm safely, since he's going to quite consistently need an escort.
Not to mention, that Super Susu has been able to find some crucial kick, at least in the previous fight. This show can be a big deterrent for any sort of dive that DxSoul wants to kind of initiate. As much as they have the tools to take down Ocean Black, a lot of it starts with getting an engage, getting an Abyssal Arrow off, or snap engage from Rasi, which we are still waiting for. All these pokes are not going to mean too much to Ocean Black as the game progresses.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow burner. Not going to get too much. Even Siska, like, trying to scale up isn't going to mean much unless he's able to get on top of some priority targets. The way that it seems, both sides have gone into, like, you know, this passive style of play. Let's look at the goal to see how much of a lead we have here. For Masako, actually a pretty substantial lead, right? Until we see that third as well as fourth item start rolling into his build, I think that's when they're going to be looking for the big fights, because right now they just lack damage. And Suyo, yes, he can do a bit of work, but he's going to need, like everybody else, to start stacking up fast.
Even for Stoem, he is pretty far behind in net worth and 2 levels behind Div at one point. Basically relegated to the support role that did play for a while.
Yeah, Selena, unfortunately, can be pretty conditional as a mid laner. If you keep hitting those Abyssal Arrows, it can be one of the best heroes in the game, but if you don't, then you really don't contribute too much to team composition. And in this case, the arrows are going to be even harder to connect with, since Super Susu is just going to be walking around with the potential Shunpo avoid. So DX Soul is going to have a very hard time trying to find these openings.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of money coming out from Storm means that even if he does get a full combination after landing the Abyssal Arrow, it's not going to matter, right? Like, look at Rippo. He's already gotten hit by a couple of arrows, doesn't really feel it. Regenerates like the majority of his health anyways.
I feel like Rasti has to be the one to start the engage, get a snap engage in. Flicker, build a wall, go for the fist crack, and then DxO just pout on it. That one of the few ways to catch Ocean Black off guard, because they're getting pretty comfortable just walking up like this to DXS. And DXS, they don't really have the best way to take up space, especially when Ocean Black gets through the zone, and that's the snap engage that I've been wanting to see. Jun getting forced away, Kimin onto him as the fight splits into two. Kick from Super Susu, they lose Rasi, they lose SkyZ, and this fight is done. Kimin couldn't get the job done, so Masako will get his done. 3 for Ocean Black.
Ooh, the desperation got a little bit too much for them. I like the initiation, and Div is definitely a good target, but you have to remember there's a lot of ways for this Zeus to just be able to jump out of that trap. And then after that, the follow-up from Rippo, and then the beautiful catch in the back line by Super Susu, actually landing the kick on the Granger. Just stack them all up for Masako. This Irritel is now officially a problem, and Ocean Black is playing super well around it.
Yep. They knew they had the right ideas, and I think at this point, with the Lord on their side, Ocean Black will be able to get all the tier 2s across the board. Not to mention, they had already had a pushing wave on that top side, so really, Ocean Black could have just sat there and waited all day and still would have won the overall scenario.
Things are looking pretty rough now for DX Soul. For a moment, it still looked like as long as they were able to start taking some good engagements, they'd still be able to scale their way back in. But we're 12 minutes in, and they haven't been able to regain any sort of gold advantage. And I don't think SkyZ has been able to keep up in terms of farm compared to Masako. So DX Soul is lacking poke, lacking CC, lacking overall presence on the map.
They've reached a point where they have more than enough fuel to deal with the glue. Not only that, both Storm and SkyZ are getting threatened by Ripple just being the body blocker. Div will not survive there. What a snipe from SkyZ. Alleviate the pressure a little bit. They dealt with the Lord topside thanks to Kimin. The Ocean Black has, much as they got the Lord, DxO was able to find a Science of Life.
Yeah, but still a 5.6k lead for Ocean Black, which means that they're going to reach that 4-item power spike that Masako has been building up this entire time and waiting for the right moment to actually unleash it on DX. Because right now, the only problem is whether Storm lands an arrow or not onto Div. And if he doesn't find any targets, that's fine. That's one player out of the way for Ocean Black to deal with. And I think even for SkyZ, right, he did opt to build for that Sky Piercer, but with only a single kill and a single assist, it's not like the stacks are very high either.
Yeah, it's very little stacks considering the stage of the game we're in right now. It's actually been quite a low kill score so far, only 3 kills to 8. As both teams have been playing very safe, very wary of each other. You can tell that they're taking a step back compared to the performance in game number 1 to readjust themselves. Ocean Black right now still coming out on top, and they definitely have a better scaling curve currently, since Masako going to be hitting that 4th item already, actually, so Irritel definitely online.
Yep, he is strong, and when we're looking at the other side, it's not like it's going to matter too much. I don't see enough armor. The only difference is Siska having that anti-cuirass, but even then, everybody else just doesn't have that much armor, with the exception of Rossi, but we can't see how many stacks he has on that Thunderbelt anyways.
God, I miss MAL.
I mean, it's happening right now.
It's going to be a slow burner for sure. Next Lord coming up, 10 seconds top side. And just in time for DxO to make to have a pushing wave down bot, so they will have a chance to get priority in that Lord pit. But still, the problem remains the same, right? The Keyman can get into the backline, but not able to find the kills that he needs. They've done the snap engage, that wasn't enough. Diff now has the Blood Wings, which he just picked up. And Ocean Black, they can just walk up and start taking control.
The thing is, Keyman definitely has enough burst to actually threaten Masako in the backline, but this Joy has to wait until every resource has been expended before he can actually dive back. Ooh, nice dodge there. Has no flicker on the Cho, actually.
Right, confidence to walk back up. They did get an arrow on the Super Susu. Maybe try to chunk him up a little bit. Keyman looking for a bouncing pad. Doesn't find the right angle just yet. So, back to square one is where we're at. Bottom wave is essentially neutralized. Unfortunately, mid-side, Rossi in Kira's position was able to, again, fall back. It's a tango at this Lord pit. It's going to take a while.
Oh, they play it nice and slow. Really taking the space one step at a time. You can see that the procedures are being ingrained into both DXS and as well as Ocean Black. Clear the Lord positions, look for a dominant area of the map, and also keep an eye on the side waves every once in a while, because if they can't rush it down, which honestly, I think that Ocean Black can't rush it down with the only two big bursters coming in from Junin as well as Masako, I think the rest of DX Seoul, they can just wait, take their sweet time. They're about to hit the 42k mark themselves.
Yeah, you can dance this forever. Listen back, they don't want to wait, and that's snap engage again on the Div. They try to burst him down. Div, Crimson Beacon to get away. Keyman on Masako, and Masako again saved by Super Susu. But this time, DXS came prepared, able to get Ripple's immortality out, but no Sky Piercer execution. So close yet so far.
You want to see, man. Masako has been waiting for that time, and he doesn't mind getting low because he knows that he has enough damage to actually put himself back up to 100%. Oh, this is getting dangerous. They shouldn't be crowding around. They saw the initial engagement for Rossi. Don't give him a second one without the flicker.
Reset the Lord. They need to buy another 13 seconds for Keyman to come back. And some change by Ocean Black. They're not going to wait. They will go onto the Lord. And with the help of Ripple, they get a free Lord for themselves.
All right, good zoning from Ocean Black, making sure DxO cannot come close enough to try and contest Jun from taking the Lord, and making sure to do it before Keyman is able to respawn. Still a little messy, but still, DxO unfortunately on the back foot. Their draft not really allowing them to play for a lot of these neutral objective fights, and while Keyman tried very hard to pick up Masako, and got pretty close to it too, Ocean Black still had most of their resources. Like, only one or two players was being distracted by Rossi at the time.
Yeah, Super Susu has been on point with these kicks to peel Masako's threat away from him 2 times. He's been able to kick Keyman as he was about to run down this Irithel. And this Lord is going to be deadly, guaranteeing at least an inhibitor mid-side AOG from Ripples, because they only hit onto one. This guy tries to hold the front, another wall built by Rossi. Super Susu finds the kick from the back and picks up SkyZ. Without the Granger, he's only Keyman left, and he's no more. Double kill for Ripple, and Ocean Black will force a game number 3.
Looks like this rivalry carries onwards from MAL to the MPL stage. As despite their best efforts, DX Seoul are not able to find a comeback potential. And Ocean Black are able to take a game number 2 to bring it to our full series.
That's an equalization here for Ocean Black. 1-1. Looks like game 1, they got a little nervous too. Anzi now coming into game number 2. As soon as the 15-minute mark passed, hyper-disciplined. Wanted to make sure to minimize contact with their opponents and only pick fights that they can choose.
I think it's very smart to go for that decision. They already have the better draft at doing it in the first place. It is oftentimes going to be DX that has to force something, and we can actually see DJY in the room there, the player room, cheering on his team, crossing his fingers that he doesn't curse them to get swept.
Oh boy, I'd be doing the same thing, especially with the way that we saw DXS play at the beginning. Now taking away so much power, and more importantly so, taking away that Cho from Rossi, at least it was a more direct approach, and that's something that they can handle.
Yeah, and this, again, the lack of Purify on the core players of DXS, right? You can see that really getting punished. Guys that are getting kicked a couple of times. That last fight with Super Susu finding that Weird Dragon in a chaotic battlefield, just props to him. He really has shown that he can also play make.
We asked the question, right? He played Hylos in Game 1. Can he play a highly mechanical roam like Cho in Game 2? He proved us, yes, he can. He was finding Way of the Dragon catches on SkyZ almost every single fight and just putting him in perfect position for that heavy crossbow to splash damage and burst him down without much contest. And a lot of that was because of the setup from the rest of OB as well. They took advantage of the desperation in this game from DX Seoul, and that's how they came out on top.
Yep, looking at the item list so far, again, they were going for the exact same couple of things, right? And I think even for Storm, at some point it's just like, okay, I'm throwing out these Abyssal Arrows, I need some kind of anti-heal to deal with the rest of Ocean Black, but at the same time, we're getting into like the last couple of items, and I think that unfortunately for SkyZ, wasn't able to get the snowball that he was looking for in the first place, which is probably something that DX Seoul needed from him, to have a couple more Skypiercer stacks to ensure that he can find the kill secure on Ocean Black members.
Yeah, his farm was not all that far behind Masako for most of the game, but he was just not able to output DPS consistently because Super Susu is breathing down his neck every single time. I think Heemin needed to take a bit of a step back. After the first time you try to dive Masako and it doesn't work, you can't afford to be attempting to replicate that because you are leaving your team too exposed.
Yeah, and I think it also comes down to just the sheer gold gap, right? If the gold difference wasn't that big, I think DX Seoul would have had a much better chance diving the back line. It always came down to that last hit onto Masako and Div. And on top of that, Super Susu peeling Heemin away every single time, getting the kick at the last second, saving Masako and Div when they were about to be killed off by Heemin. There's very good coordination from Ocean Black, but I would still commend DX Seoul for finding these snap engages, right? Rossi had the right idea, they just didn't have enough gas.
Yeah, I think DX Seoul ideally would have wanted to have Rossi engage, Heemin burst down Masako, then work on the rest slowly, but they just didn't have the damage or the bulk overall to take that much attention away from Ocean Black. And OB, in comparison, had much easier to execute catches outside of the mechanical prowess of Cho, of course. Like, every time a catch comes in from Super Susu or Diff, Rippo just lands the AOG right in the middle, oftentimes catching multiple members of DX Seoul because they're all committing at once.
I think both teams are playing extremely honest with their approach, not only in the draft, but the way that they're actually managing each other in these team fights. I think I want to see a little bit more in game number 3, right?
Yeah.
We need to see them actually instigate those wars and how to actually micro their way out of it. But let's first look at our key player of this game, right? Obviously, with the way things are going, GPM, rich guy, has to be Masako. He's been power farming the entirety of the game. But the carry actually falling into the hands of Storm on that Selena, despite not exactly hitting every single one of those arrows, he capitalizes by utilizing the traps as well.
Yeah, just chip damage, right? Chip damage kind of inflating the stat a little bit. But in this game, Rippo, obviously the sandbag, this Gatot was impenetrable. No one on the side of DX Seoul could deal with it.
Rippo loves playing in these sort of positions, these setup tanks that can also dish out a good amount of DPS in return. He wants to be in the thick of it, and this is a game that allowed him to do exactly that. You also had Diff in the backline as the best wingman, being able to dish out consistent DPS, as well as pull some people out as if DX Seoul decided to overcommit. The draft from Ocean Black did them a lot of favors this game. And I think DX Seoul also weren't really prepared to play into it because honesty only gets you so far.
Yeah.
Now that you're on the MPL stage, I think you do have to be willing to be a little bit conniving, you know, a little bit sneaky in the way you approach the game, because otherwise, other teams are gonna do it to you.
Yep. Let's have a look at our backstage MVP. It's going to be Diff on this Jushin, being an absolute pillar for the team. Every single one of these plays is glued together by Jushin, lifting his opponents up and holding them there, if not displacing them, so that the rest could finish them off.
And this is the perfect opportunity for me to say that he mid-diffed them.
I knew this was coming. At some point, I knew this was gonna come.
It was gonna happen.
It's like, it's a perfect setup. I have to do it.
It was gonna happen anyways. But yeah, with the Jusin, that's kind of what we talked about in game 1, right? Extended fights are perfect for Jusin. The longer the fight goes on, if you start gassing out first, that's where Jusin starts shining. Lifting you out constantly, making sure that you just cannot run away from a fight that you decide to commit to.
I think it's also very interesting that he did actually go for a Lightning Trunkian at some point, right? Because Ocean Black's already pretty bulky overall, having a little bit of extra burst, so they aren't fully reliant on Suyo as well as Irritel is actually pretty good, because that's what caused them some problems in game number 1 and really helped against the squishier members of the EXO.
Definitely watch some SPS this one.
Yeah. Let's have a look at these highlights, right? I do want to see how often Div actually triggered that Lightning Trunkian, to be fair.
I mean, even in the earlier fights, like you at one point you will start feeling for Keyman because he tries so hard. It's not like he can't find the backline. He finds them. He just cannot finish the job.
Yeah, they're just not dying. Like,
they're literally running circles around him.
Exactly. Like, the electrifying beats are coming out, but with the sprint and with the Haas's Claw as well, he's just getting so much value from it. It's difficult as well because since Storm is on that Selena, as soon as the Lord comes in, you're kind of like, what do I do now?
Yeah, the Selena, again, very conditional. You gotta land those arrows, and I think Storm was trying, but not having that roam priority makes it so difficult for you to extend your presence on the map, and gives away a bit too much map control as well, so that you're always going to be entering objective fights on the back foot.
Yeah, well, he did have a shot at one of his pocket picks, which sadly didn't work out this game, so I think he's back to traditional mid laners, which he has success with, right? They did Ocean Black did ban out Yve. I was half expecting maybe a Farsa to come out, maybe a Veil if you're feeling more adventurous. But this Selena definitely did kind of skew that draft execution to be a more one-dimensional one. You rely a lot on that arrow to connect. If not, Rasi has to get a good setup, and even then, your Selena can't really rush in if the Gator is standing in front of you.
I don't know. I think that Selena really works well when you kind of know the timings of when these fights are going to occur. Like, most of the time when you see Selena start to really snowball ahead of the game, most of the time it's because, hey, I have vision over these specific areas of the map, so therefore I know you're going to be in one of 3 different places. I just have to position myself in the river to be able to connect against you with an arrow in those types of positions. And again, it's a tough call to have.
Yeah, and on paper as well, having like a Badang or any sort of roam hero that can set up these arrows for you should be a good combo. But again, they weren't able to match up. So let's just go ahead and throw it over to an interview real quick.
Siapa sangka kedua-dua kumpulan ni bakal menunjukkan satu aksi yang menarik. Dan sekarang bersama saya adalah manager daripada pasukan Ocean Black. Apa khabar, Jang?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Sihat ya? Alhamdulillah juga. Selamat Hari Raya.
Selamat Raya, selamat Raya.
Tapi dekat sebelah saya sebenarnya ada lagi seorang manager, itu nama dia Ijat. Manager daripada kumpulan DXOL. Apa khabar, Ijat?
Baik.
Baik, soalan yang pertama lah untuk Ijat lah. Saya nak tanya sikit kan. Ini adalah kali pertama awak manage untuk pasukan MPL ni kan selepas datang daripada MAL. Awak rasa tak ada tak apa-apa perubahan ataupun cabaran macam selepas datang daripada MAL hinggalah ke MPL ni?
Okay, bagi saya kalau tim saya ni memang saya dah lama dengan manage diorang daripada dulu sampai MAL sampai MPL lah. So untuk perbezaannya saya rasa macam tak rasa sangat, tapi cuma beza MPL kena banyak on ground lah. So kerjanya pun lagi double daripada ML dulu lah.
Baik, faham. Macam tu untuk Jang pula. Berpengalaman daripada game yang berbeza sebelum ni, kemudian akan manage pula tim untuk MPL. Awak rasa pengalaman awak manage tu sedikit sebanyak membantu tak untuk menjaga pasukan MPL sekarang ni?
Okay, first of all, saya rasa of course dia bukan sedikit je, tapi saya rasa banyak membantu because of it doesn't matter you come out from what game title. At the end of the day, dia still sama je. Basic dia still sama. So I believe that I give a good input to the players as well. So I think akan bagi impact lah.
Baik. Soalan ni sedikit bukan sensitif lah, dia macam makan dalam. Untuk Ijat, pernah tak terdetik dekat dalam diri tu lah kan? Sebab datang daripada MPL dah lama berzaman dah, tiba-tiba satu hari, kita dapat masuk MPL.
Okay, macam ni. Okay, saya memang ada jumpa tim ni daripada season 10 dulu. So kita sampai ke last stage qualifier ada dalam 2-3 kali lah. So after few try, kita baru dapat ke MPL season ni. So rasa memang work hard tu macam terbalas lah macam tu.
Alhamdulillah. Tapi ni soalan untuk kedua-dua anda lah. Saya nak tanya sedikit lah kan. Sebab pernah tak korang rasakan ini bukan saja pembuktian untuk korang berada dekat MPL, sebab nak kata MPL kita dah ada laluan MAL sekarang, tapi untuk long run, adakah kita boleh nak possibility korang akan menjadi lebih bagus dan juga mungkin boleh memberikan saingan kepada pasukan-pasukan yang dah pun dominate dekat pentas MPL ni?
Nak saya jawab dulu ke DX jawab dulu?
Bebaslah. Ajang dululah.
Okey lah. Kalau saya, of course, saya rasa bukan Ocean Black saja, even DX also nak membuktikan yang kita ni bukan sekadar lepas daripada qualifier, lepas tu main Pro League, kena hantar balik Academy League. No. Kita dekat sini memang nak membuktikan yang kita boleh beri saingan. Walaupun tak begitu besar, of course akan ada rasa macam okey boleh tahan juga tim-tim daripada Academy League. Because yes, even if kita tengok ML sekarang pun tim-tim dah makin bagus.
Setuju.
And I would say untuk tim-tim yang dah ada dekat MPL ni hati-hati lah. Itu saja.
Baik. Untuk Ijat pula macam mana?
Okay, untuk saya untuk Liga ML ni kira macam tempat development lah untuk kita cari new talent lah, new player. Sebab kalau kita tengok kita punya local player kat MPL dah namanya asyik ulang-ulang itu je lah. So kalau kita tengok season ni yang paling ramai rookie.
Betul.
Dan ML yang sekarang pun kita tengok ada few player yang boleh main lah. Semua dah makin level dia macam dah tak jauh lah. Itu je.
Baik. Bila kita dengar disebut rookie, ada satu rookie yang menjadi persoalan pertikaian daripada semua peminat MPL. Bila kita boleh tengok DJY mencemar Duli dekat atas tu, Jang?
Okey, soalan ni memang soalan hangat memang semua orang tertanya-tanya.
Betul.
Tapi kalau awak sendiri tanya saya, bila DJY ni nak main, akan find out lah. Maybe lawan Vamos minggu depan.
Wow.
Maybe lawan SRG. Takkan kita nak pakai dia lawan tim yang tak famous. Confirm kita nak tabrak tim-tim yang power. So, yeah, maybe you guys gonna find out.
DJY ni maksudnya dia adalah orang kata secret weapon.
Betul. Bukan setakat secret weapon saja. Bazooka semua kita hantar.
Hantar semua. Itu dia. Sedikit sebanyak kata-kata daripada kedua-dua belah manager pasukan ini. Dan apa-apa hal pun kita mengharapkan yang terbaik untuk kedua-dua pasukan ini. Sebab kita sedia tahu kedua-duanya datang daripada MAL. Dan ini adalah pentas pembuktian untuk kedua mereka. Dan itu saja daripada kami. Let's go back to the caster. Silakan.
Thank you, Poji, and to both managers as well. And it is great to hear that DJY actually is being kept as a secret weapon. My question is, which team is he a secret weapon for?
Well, can't wait to see DJY against Stormy.
Or DJY going up against...
It would be a mismatch. DJY is too good.
It's not a comparison of...
Damn, can't wait to see DJY against Super Friends.
Hey, yo. Somebody say he was even better than him. Look, as this upcoming game is going, yes, there are expectations from this team, but I want to see where the potential is at. And I haven't seen that because these teams are playing too safe. I want to see, obviously we've seen DXS, the height that they could potentially go to, maybe even more, but I want to see it coming in from OB because they played a standard game, both heavily dependent on the draft. Let's see whether they can go above and beyond.
And so far, both teams have only been problem solving with the bans in their second phase, right? The first phase bans have been the same, which means that again, like you mentioned, they're playing too safe, very linear, very honest. They're not looking to use that first phase of draft fully. They don't feel like there needs to be any changes there to shake things up, even after the first game. But right now, Game 3 Theo, he's going to ban out the Joy himself. And because they're still on blue side, that Suyo is very juicy.
Oh, yeah. I think that Theo now, he's just like, okay, we're done. We're done with this. It is time to whip out the blue. Yo, it looks like Lionheart has kind of figured out their original game plan, or at the very least, who are the key players on their side who makes things happen for them.
Yeah, I think it's very important to be able to identify those, especially, like, this is the debut game of MPL. These two teams are probably the most likely closest in terms of strength. And so if you're not able to figure out what you can play around in a competition like this early on, you're going to have a lot more difficulty when playing against MPL mainstays later down the line. So more creativity, you know, throw everything at the table, see what sticks.
Theo decides to get rid of Jushin this time round. I think that's okay. That means Granger goes over into the hands of OB. Do they want to pair it with the Suyo?
I think it's not a bad idea, honestly.
Yeah.
Now that Harif is out of the picture, or you could go Irithel Suyo, but Irithel, the red one too, probably not. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a. You don't really want to be picking Irithel before you know what your opponent is picking, because it is meant as a counter pick in the gold lane. It's still fairly okay to draft early on, but I think there are heroes in the pool that could be potential counters to it as well. So going for the safer options makes more sense to me. So far, this pot having very high. They're going back to basics.
Completely ignoring the Suyo. Okay. Is everyone just counter picking before they see the enemy picks?
Maybe. It's either they're trying to take away as many comfort picks as possible and seeing what synergies work out the best, like what wombo combos are going to kind of do the job. But I feel like I mean, there are ways to play around it. I mean, DXS now, it doesn't matter what gold laner that they're going to get because there's two on the table. They can still go for Granger if they absolutely want to, and they can just make him take Purify so he doesn't get caught in the RWM in the first place, which could open up Irithel for Lionheart with the sprint as well to maybe punish him in lane.
Yeah, that would be the most obvious pick.
What?
Really?
What?
What? Okay. I don't like the hero either, but what do you guys have against Suyo?
What do we...
Like, what did Suyo do? Did he commit a crime or something before MPL started?
I don't know, bro. They're looking at Suyo and it's just like, nah. There's something about the Suyo that gives me the chills. It gives me the creepy jeepies. I don't want none of that.
For me. He's not.
Alright.
He's not Sasuke yet.
Alright, they pick Suyo now.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Like, please.
Do it.
I know I don't want to see too much Suyo.
You know what? You know what, Jordan? This is the only time you're going to do it. Show me Ling. Show me Ling.
Oh my god.
Do the thing. Come on.
You could.
This is the
game
to do it.
Shows me to vanquish the shadow.
Okay.
Oh, I can't believe he made it to third pick on red side.
Third pick on... Honestly, red side shouldn't have gotten it after that. But hey, you know...
That's the furthest he's ever gone.
That is the furthest he's ever gone, to be fair. 67% win rate so far, but then again, we've only had so many games already at the MPL. Coming into the second phase, what are you boys thinking? Because I'm thinking whether Lionheart wants to get rid of the Cho, if not, pick the Cho for himself.
I think you keep...
I think he's gonna go Cho.
I feel like you keep the Cho.
I think, yeah, like
Jacket.
you force DX to ban Cho because you have first pick after the bans.
Or they're gonna ban Jawhead at some point. You do have a Hayabusa.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, there's a high loss. There's a high loss. They know they want to get the natural combinations with Jushin out of the way first. Got to do their due diligence.
Okay, ban the Moskov. They probably clamping down on Masako's zero pool, but they shouldn't. Wait.
Not Irithel?
Where's the Irithel?
I mean, it's probably the follow-up ban after.
Are they gonna ban Moskov, Irithel, and not Cho or Jawhead?
From Theo's, I think from Theo's perspective, that's fine.
You force a trade, I guess, right?
Yeah, you force a trade. Because
that's fair.
You can counter it with a Purify, right? Purifies are still hard counters to hard CC, especially for Cho. Way of the Dragon, Flicker, oh, I look cool. One button, you're walking away.
True, makes sense.
Yeah, same for the Jawhead. But what actually, I was about to say, if Lionheart can force the situation where he bans one of them and see what Theo says. But I don't think Theo is going to care so much.
Just jack it now. Yeah.
Wow, okay, so they banned the Cho themselves.
Good call.
Okay, so do you want to ban the Jawhead is the question.
Actually, OP might be looking at Badang. I think if they're banning Cho, they might be looking at the Badang, just like fully focus in teamfight potential, just like a whole bunch of catch.
Nah, just keep it simple. Keep it simple. Get rid of the Irithel, call it a day, man.
Yeah.
Get rid of it. Chuck it. You've already got the Granger in hand. Win the lane through the Sky Zed, and you've got this in the bag.
Cross our fingers.
Cross our fingers. Cross our fingers.
Irithel ban, if not Jawhead ban.
Yeah, I mean, if they go for Jawhead ban on the side of Lionheart, at that point, Theo's got to think about what is a support that can actually like help clear the way relatively fast alongside the Jushin.
Yeah, I do have a way to deal with the Irithel.
Okay.
Alright, thank you.
Keep it simple.
Thank you, Theo.
Yes.
All is right with the world.
Yep. I trust Theo. I trust Theo that he's able to make the right calls here.
So now, you probably take Rome and you leave Masako's pick for last.
You could actually still show gold, unless you're really worried about the Jawhead Zusin combo.
Yeah, it's like the last game they basically showed their flex in the fourth, right? Like they had Gato in the first phase, and then in Red 4 they showed the Cho. If they want to Jawhead, this is still a very viable option.
I suppose. I guess the question is whether Lionheart wants to play for like his team or whether it's just like, aha, we got you DXS. We're gonna be putting you in like a more awkward corner.
Oh, okay, the Badang works too.
Hey, what did I say?
Facts. Okay. I'm generally okay with this, right? Regardless, it kind of fits both the builds of like, still we want to deny you, but also play for our strat.
But it doesn't mean the Jawhead Zusin combo is possible. Though it is.
I don't think it's as bad.
Yeah, the thing is, it might actually be a little less effective against this particular lineup because like OB is already quite tanky and has a lot of team fight to deny potential catches.
And I think it also disincentivizes DXS no matter what their EXP pick is. They've got like a general counter to it. Oh, you picked the CC, that means Gaton's gonna go into the support role, into the support Roomba sector. Badang is you're gonna have to deal with the Badang, which is already pretty annoying.
Yeah, it does put Theo in a pinch. So they take the Khalid and the hit. Okay. So Khalid roam.
Full commit early game aggression.
If anything, it basically is telling Jun that he better watch out.
Yeah. Either way, this is pretty good for Theo. Hilda going into the EXP lane does okay against both Badang as well as Gatokacha, and usually walks away with a lot more HP regardless. Khalid going into the roam is that solution that we were looking for. A fast clear in that mid lane, and even potential ways to actually disrupt the Eve. Ooh, I'm not sure about that one though. I guess to make sure that Siska doesn't get away with too much, I suppose.
But you have a lot of confidence with his carry pick.
Yeah. Carry is not bad against like Hilda, Khalid, and Zusin.
It does blow up like both Khalid and Hilda because they do want to be in your face.
Oh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. There are some gives and takes. I would say that this is as close as you can get. Other than the first 3 pick orders, the heroes selected by either side definitely has some thought put behind them. Either way, I'm leaning just ever so slightly towards DXS's side because I feel like their composition is a lot easier to pull off under the assumption they can get a kill for K-Mid. If they don't find it, oh, OB is going to have one hell of a time.
Yeah, DXS is actually going to be very dependent on that early game snowball on the Hayabusa alongside the Hilda and Khalid, because otherwise the teamfight potential of OB just comes online in the mid game and we get a repeat of game 1 all over again, which is something I don't think we want to witness. So hopefully these teams have figured out a way to do things a little bit more different, a little more creatively now that they are in the big leagues.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out, right? Because again, that early game lead is so important for DXS, and there's so many different ways that they can do this, right? Initially, they've already gotten the flicker out of diff, which is what you expect to see, especially since Rasi wants to be right up in your face at level 1.
Yeah. Ooh, OB did actually put Badang in the EXP lane. That means they actually have roam and EXP lane priority, and we can already see DX Soul making use of that. Rasi's presence alone, forcing very defensive positioning from Ocean Black.
You ever seen this guy just proxy the wave in between the tier 2 and 3 just now? Basically making sure that he unlocks himself from the lane, now gets to move around. Try and see if he can get something done on the other side of the map alongside Rasi. Kimi getting the smaller beetle also means just slight a XP injection. He's gonna hit small first.
Yep. I mean, came in. I mean, he took his buff. He took his buffs, ran over to the opposite side because he's got the man-to-man defense with the help of Rasi. They can't really deal with Rasi this early on into the game.
Definitely on Super Susu, Siska would take some punishment, but again, frees himself from the lane early means that you always get to move first.
It's literally negative damage. Unless you're killing him, it's negative damage.
In fact, DXL feels so confident about it. They've not even taken any Revitalize on heroes that would normally take Revitalize. It is all Flicker on DXS.
Oh, I mean, they got to make something happen, right? They have to make something happen. If they took Revitalize on the traditional heroes who take Revitalize, I think that it's not enough. You need to be able to start finishing off kills, whether it be Siska finding the lead, whether it be Rasi finding the lead. Both of them, with a couple of kills under the belt, can actually do a good amount of work as long as you treat 8 minutes.
I gotta play that fast game, right? Siska forcing Jun away from the turtle, so look, that's Revitalize popped by Super Susu just to keep Jun alive. Ripple will come in to try to help Turtle will be secured by DxO. They trap Siska, but he is not going down anytime soon. And you have stolen around all this juice in, making life hard for Super Susu as Kimin casually steals the purple buff away. This fight basically is done. Both teams disengage.
That moment when your teammate traps an opponent behind their wall and then you just get pulled over it by someone else.
Yeah.
That's gotta be annoying for Super Susu.
It's pretty funny to see. Doesn't happen as often as we would like it to be because most teams wouldn't let these heroes to get through in the first place, but fun to watch regardless. I'm surprised they came and didn't bother just like, you know, just RNG and pop your ult, you know? Try something there.
Mm-hmm. So far though, DxO making the most out of their early game composition. Already a 1k gold lead at this point. You can see they're basically not allowing Ocean Black to roam anywhere on the map, in fact. What surprises me a little bit is the fact that they're not putting just a little bit of attention on the gold lane, because then SkyZ could really start snowballing too.
It didn't make life for Masako hard enough, right? He shoved the wave in, now he's gonna get a double wave as he heads down mid. Meanwhile, Siska is just making sure that Ripple doesn't get to leave the lane before he does.
Yep, that's exactly what he should be doing. And if the jungler happens to show himself up there, just keep on fighting, right? It's just, you can out-sustain every... Oh, they're setting up for a dive here.
Yeah, Ripple knows
Ripple's out of there.
Yep.
You gotta get out of there, Ripple.
You gotta accept that you're gonna lose a little bit of gold shield here. It's not worth it dying at this stage. Especially with Turtle coming up soon, you gotta be able to return to lane to set up that wave.
Really want to defend this purple buff. Last one got stolen by Kimin, who is 3 levels ahead of Jun. I just noticed that.
Yup. Brother man, he's been jacking his farm.
Ow! Wow, the RNG.
So unlucky. So unlucky. See, that's what I was hoping to happen prior to that, but it's like, no. Let me try it one more time. Let me try it one more time. Let me get just like another point in my ult first, and then I'll do it.
If you gamble enough, eventually you'll hit the jackpot.
Well, that guy just hit a jackpot on his first roll. And high roll that one.
He did high roll it, but they do give up position over the turtle, which I'm surprised they didn't get on straight away.
Well, this guy is holding on for longer than he should. That is the engage for Rasi from a mile away. Turtle still going over to Jun, but we stole in the middle of all of them. They are all going to fall. Super Susu is going to be next on the chopping block. Double kill for Storm.
Yep, and all of this was happening. Look at the top side. Masako is now in trouble.
And he's going to get jumped on. Shadow kill. The flicker was not going to save him.
That's not gambling. That's a guaranteed pity right there.
Oh my.
And it is very unfortunate for Masako. DxO 3k gold lead in 5 minutes. Things are not looking good.
Casual 3v3 win. Casual solo kill in the mid lane. Another casual solo kill up by the gold lane here. Things are going well in the books of DxO right now. Look at that. Guy said he's even bothering to wait and slow down this T1 take. As soon as Carry shows himself, that will be perfect. He'll take his time. Look at how much look at how much gold he's denied. Come on,
the car's gonna die.
Oh, I think he caught it. I think he caught it.
Yeah, I think he caught it.
Up.
It's a bit hard to say. Sometimes that AoE is kind of tight in order to get the gold and EXP. Either way, though, it doesn't make much of a difference. Kimin, level 10 on the Hayabusa. We talked about how DxO needed to get a snowball on this hero. They're doing exactly that, and it's a big one as well.
And Rasi did have to use the Raging Sandstorm just to get out. But every kill that they can avoid giving to Ocean Black is a great advantage. And now Ripple is going to be the punching bag for quite a while. Even Jun is having a pretty rough time. Orange buff coming back up in a little bit, but DxO essentially 4 members on the top side.
Yep, and they know the only buff that's up for Ocean Black is going to be that orange buff on the top side of the map. I mean, technically they can still push out the T2 down bot, but really, do you care? Not so much until the timer runs out, so you can get that protection of the T2s away.
Malefic Roar just completed by Kimin, so now even the tankier members of OB are not safe from this Hayabusa. And the rest of DxO just continue getting richer as well. They have fully committed to this gameplay style, and it's working very, very well. Another turtle going to DxO.
And Kimin very efficient with how he uses his abilities as well. Super Susu has the AOG out of there. So that's 2 turtles for DxO. All things considered, Ocean Black have been able to slow things down a little bit, but now they gotta find a way back into the game.
More so, the question is tempo, right? Because if you're in DxO's position, you most likely want to put yourself in places where you actually interact with Ocean Black. But based on what we've seen so far, they actually kind of let the tempo slow down a bit, for God knows what reason.
And Ocean Black has some pretty good defensive protocols, right? They're using the Gato Kacha the correct way, sending him out first, clearing up these bushes. Worst comes to worst, AOG out of there. And it allows them to actually get their carry in a position where she can actually interact with waves.
Wow, they did lose the bottom holy defense. 7.5 minutes in.
Don't worry, I didn't need it anyways.
Didn't need it anyway.
And they'll lose purple. I'm pretty sure he needs that.
Yep. I mean, Ocean Black, it's emergency protocol. They want Masako in a better position. They need him to have that Trinity built now rather than later. And I think that might just be costing them a little too much. Oh my god.
That's a big difference right there.
The jungle gold diff.
That's a lot of cash. That's a lot of cash.
Nearly a 2k difference between the gold laners and nearly double the farm on Kimin compared to Jun. This Suyo has not been allowed to play the game. And now DX Seoul is basically indirectly answering why we asked why they didn't pick the hero.
Hey, look, it's an economic collapse for the for Ocean Black.
Yeah, they're getting some pretty high tariffs in the jungle.
Yeah, they're like every single time walk in, get a buff. Guess what? A couple of structures go down. It's like, man, these taxes ain't going down anytime soon. And K-Min has been like free far. He's been barely interacting with the map at all.
Yeah, he is taking side lane.
He's like, my GPM. That's what I'm looking for. My highest GPM. That's what I'm going for.
Jungler's getting side lane farm. What a feast he's having. And now he's just casually walking up to Lord.
Ooh, okay, we're gonna hop into a pause real quick. Looks like we have some technical difficulties we need to resolve. And maybe this will give a moment for Ocean Black to figure out what they need to do next. Because the situation is not looking good. Under ordinary circumstances, as long as you're not too far behind a composition like this, you will almost always scale back in towards the mid game because Hilda and Khalid will start losing effectiveness. But DX has made such a huge lead for themselves that timing is getting pushed back so far.
Well, I think honestly the big mistake is coming in from Ocean Black, to be fair. Because I think they are sacrificing too much to give Carrie the position, the gold that she deserves anyways, right? She's catching one wave minimum, and that's totally fine. You will get there on time with the Trinity, roughly about the 11-12 minute of the game. However, you are sacrificing a lot of EXP and a lot of gold for your jungle. So having your jungle actually interact with your opponents is not necessarily a bad thing. It actually increases the window of time that Carrie can actually look to find gold on the map itself.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think right now OB is in a position where they don't really know how to respond. This is the risk of always relying on a very direct playstyle when your opponent pulls something new that you've not really prepared for. You just fall into the same old habits, right? Right now, there's a bit of autopiloting going on.
Like,
I don't know.
4 kills, 8k gold lead. It's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal so far. I think even for DxO, they know that they've gotten full control of the game at this point. Like, side lanes is going to be a nightmare for Ocean Black to deal with. They don't really have the best personnel to deal with the side lane, and even if they do, that guy is 3,000 gold behind his counterpart on the other side.
Yeah, I think Ocean Black, their defensive protocols are correct, but the way that they're kind of opening the map with the Gatot, all of those protocols are, you know, tier 1 moves. I'm okay with that, but I think, unfortunately, they're not risking enough to get the gold.
So we
do have a new one.
Wow, it's a 9k gold lead now. So whoa, what happened? They called a pause and they're like, I want to check why my jungler is 3k behind the enemy Hayabusa.
And then inflation happened.
Inflation.
Oh, that was way too ambitious. And Rasti finds the back again. Crimson Beacon from Stolen. Rasti will get out and they will punish Ripple.
That is a very big ouchie right there. That's an ouchie wouchie.
Why do you think that would hit? He saw him do the shadow. How did he think that was going to hit? That he was going to be faster than the move? He didn't even have to go to the next shadow if necessary. He would have been fine.
I thought he had the aura.
Oh boy.
Man, I don't think Ocean Black would have been in position to follow up regardless.
Yeah, pretty desperate play coming in from Ripple there. Luckily no punish, but let's see now.
They eat up the RWM, and Lord goes down. Well, luckily it's 10 minutes in, they still defend their inhibitors. But 10k gold lead for DxO with a draft that goes fast. Ocean Black, they need so much more time to even get back to even.
I mean, it's gonna take quite some time. It's 34K to 23K right now. A 10K goal differential, especially at this stage of the game. Like, man, it's pretty doomed for Ocean Black unless DxSoul make like a significant mistake.
Yeah, normally, it is the 1K goal difference per minute mark where you know you're in a very bad spot. And that's exactly what's happening here, right? 10K goal lead, 10 minutes in, 5 kills to 0. And really not much has happened, but even so, just look at the item difference.
This is depressing.
It's a little depressing.
Your carry is 3K behind too.
Yeah.
Hasn't got the Holy Trinity. Anti-Kiras for Super Susu finally. He was working with scraps. Dire hit. We saw that on Div. I think he got it like a couple minutes ago.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. It's just Rasi walking up, dude.
Dude.
The fear in their hearts, in their souls, their legs turn to jelly the moment DxSoul even shows themselves on the map.
Bro, Rasi's aura farming at this point.
Is there something? Can he get something?
Nope.
And now they get run down.
They force the ult out. Jun is gonna run Super Susu. Guess out with AOG too.
Nicely done. Nicely done. See, again, Ocean Black has the correct protocols. The problem is they can't really read the situation. They always think that it's like to the extreme.
Yeah, and the goal just keeps going up. Dude, DxSoul is not stopping. They are farming the entire map. Ocean Black actually gets a buff for once. Unfortunately, it went to Super Susu, literally the last person who needs to have it. And even then, that's kind of a plus. I don't really see a way for them back into this. DxSoul can get another Lord. They'll slowly clear up all the inhibitors. The only way that Ocean Black claws their way back into this game is if DxSoul makes a massive mistake in the base push and OB gets like multiple shutdowns.
I mean, OB could have the best combo and not have enough damage because of how far behind they are. Living on borrowed time for sure. Rasi has been getting some sick engages this game.
He has been. No, this is the perfect position for him to be in. He's come from previously when he was in MPL Indonesia, he came from a team where aura farming was kind of the whole point, right? You get a lead and you kind of like get into somebody's face and be like, you want to go through this, bro? You just stand there. Just stand there. Put fear in their hearts.
Stand there menacingly.
Yeah.
And if it works, you're doing a good job.
Exactly. And I think he's getting away with it so a little too often, to be fair. And it's not like Ocean Black isn't, well, it's not like Ocean Black is kind of like allowing him to do it for free. They just understand that as soon as he finds an engage and catches one person, it's basically done for unless it's Super Susu.
Okay, here it comes. Final push. All waves synced up. Mid wave will be dealt with first, but Rasi, he's concealed, looking for an opportunity. Won't find it for now, but DxSoul have plenty of time to work with bot inhibitor, the first to go down.
I'm liking the discipline from DxSoul, not full committing. I really thought Rasi was gonna Raging Sandstorm in there when they were all stacked up. But it's very wise of him not to try and force that situation. Better to take it slow, slowly take out all the inhibs.
Well, Ripple got brought back and Rasi instantly finds the backline. Super Susu will try to split the backline himself, but in the end, DxSoul have broken all inhibitors. Ripple again, the flicker, not really in the place that he wants to be. They did get Rasi, but at the end, SkyZ is still a threat. Ripple now will go down. Double kill for SkyZ with the execution. Storm keeping everyone from Ocean Black back, and that is the entire base in ruins.
They decided to go for 3 inhibitors this time round. Does SkyZ have enough shots from his Death Sonata? Looks like he's going to build up to at least 1.
Oh, and they execute Jun right where he stands. The opening match, a triple kill for SkyZ to end it all and a wipeout. DxSoul takes this 2-1.
Look at that. Rasi giving his hands out to his goal laner and be like, you know what we did, right?
We just ruined their day. That was a one-sided massacre. From start to finish, a very smart choice by DxSoul to decide to go all in on the early game, take advantage of their opponent's honest and direct gameplay style, and make them as uncomfortable as they have ever been. Our MVP for the match going to go over to Rasi, the setter, the man in front, the aura farmer who just stands there and puts fear in the hearts of all his opponents.
He can do a roundhouse, can ride a wave of sand, he's T-posing in front of Ocean Black, he's doing everything.
It's pretty nasty. Gotta give it to DxSoul. Well done. Give credit where credit is due.
Let's give them even more credit by having some time on the stage. Rose, take it away.
Kembali DXO 2 berbalas 1 lawan Ocean Black. First of all guys, congratulations. And SkyZ, selamat kembali ke MPL MY. Nervous ke?
Nervous.
Jangan nervous. Hi guys. Tengok dia nervous, bagi semangat sikit guys. Okay, jangan nervous. Okay, SkyZ. Now kita tahu dulu SkyZ pernah main di MPL Malaysia. Sekarang dah beberapa season lepas balik kembali ke MPL MY. Apa perasaan SkyZ?
Perasaan mestilah happy kan sebab rindu juga nak main dekat MPL kan. Jadi kalau ada rezeki ni, alhamdulillah saya cuba yang terbaik lah.
Okay, now kita tahu you akan cuba yang terbaik, tapi sebenarnya ada ke benda yang mungkin SkyZ nak buktikan kepada semua orang? Sebab dah lama tak main kan, maybe nak tunjuk masih lagi padu ke, masih lagi power, masih lagi boleh bersaing dengan player-player baru. Anything yang you nak?
Untuk saya rasa macam saya sebelum ni saya pernah capai kan. Saya rasa capai bukan satu penghalang untuk saya bangkit semula untuk lawan mana-mana tim lah. Untuk kedepannya saya just fokus buat yang terbaik lah. Just training, buat.
Okay, we love that. Hopefully, SkyZ boleh buktikan kepada semua orang that dia masih lagi relevant, masih lagi boleh main. Okay, can we please pass the mic to Storm? Hi, Storm.
Hi.
Another season and this time you're with a brand new team. How are you feeling?
Excited because I'm playing mid lane again.
Okay, now you're back to the mid lane, your comfort lane. Storm, I just have a question. You just went up against Rippo, your ex-teammate. What was it like?
Actually, I'm getting a bit of deja vu fighting against Rippo. Not because he's my old teammate, but because seeing how he's playing, I think he's going to be top 10 again this season.
I see. Okay, now, I have a question, Storm. Since you have played, you pernah main with Rippo before, does it make it easier for you to read what he's going to do? And you can help your teammates more?
Yeah, actually, all of his old habits, I think, we were really able to exploit that. So, yeah.
So you guys could capitalize on his small mistakes. So nampaknya since Rippo ni ex-teammate dia boleh lah kan capitalize on small mistake Rippo dia boleh agak dah mana Rippo akan buat mistake. Is there anything you want to say to Rippo?
Good luck po and don't repeat what happened to us last season. Let's do better, okay?
Okay, we love that. The brothership is still there. Now, one last thing, okay, I want to ask Storm. Storm, now that there's a lot of rookies or new faces, this MPL MY actually, do you kind of see yourself inside of them, like in them back then?
As a rookie?
Yes, as a rookie. Nakikita mo ba yung sarili mo dati?
Yes. I think it's normal for scrims to have emotions showing for players and even here actually. Even though we screamed a lot, I thought we were very confident. I think we're still not able to play our best earlier, so yeah, I see myself in them.
The nervousness still gets through. Okay, SkyZ, just one last thing. Apa yang penonton sepatutnya tunggu ataupun stay tuned for the side of DXO?
Saya rasa untuk tengoklah kita orang punya next match akan datang lawan saya rasa SRG kan. Walaupun tim tu ni kami cuba yang terbaik lah.
Alright, terima kasih and congratulations kepada DXO. So with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to break down what happened in this best of 3 series.
Thank you very much to Rose and congratulations to DXO. And it's so nice to see Zed and Storm back on stage after a little bit. But our MVP of the match is a different man entirely, and that is Arasi. All the setups that he created, all the space that was made for his team really gave them a straight path to the finish line.
Yeah, straight up blocking out Cho with the elbow.
Yup.
That's aura right there. Yeah, but getting some incredible setups and going 1-5 and 9 in both these games, right? Minimal deaths, maximum impact.
Yep, it really just goes to show as a roamer, depending on the situation you are in, there's a lot of things being asked of roamers and supports to do within the game, but information is always key. And when you have a veteran player behind the wheel giving you that information, you can get away with a lot. And that's what we saw in this game. The level lead between the junglers was already crazy. Kevin coming up and hitting level 15 so fast, and Jun unable to find anything, going back into emergency SOS protocols to ensure that Masako is able to hit the Trinity. By the time he hit the Trinity, it was just a little too late.
It's not the first time we've seen the jungle level gap grow to ridiculous proportions, but I think this is the first time I've seen the gold gap also grow to such ridiculous proportions. Heemin literally had double Jun's net worth at one point. Even at the end screen, he has nearly double of Jun's net worth. That's how behind this Suyo was put thanks to that aggressive roaming and invasion from the Khalid Hilda combo.
And it's not even Jun's fault, right? Like at one point he had to go for Dreadnought armor. Like the whole game he only went down once, but to suffer such a deficit really speaks to volumes and how DxO have been able to control the map.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to watch, I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time it's a learning process for Ocean Black. When they are put in these situations again, how are they going to get by? What? Did Super Susu go for Assassin Emblem again?
I'm willing to bet that that's not the case. Because we saw it in games. Definitely not Assassin Emblem for him. I think he went for the tank 100%.
Like we're gonna have to check some things.
Yeah.
No worries, Peace. We'll get right on that. But yeah, there were definitely a lot of issues coming in here. Ocean Black was punished quite heavily for just sticking to a singular playstyle. And I actually think Rose asked a very good question to Stome as well, regarding his old teammate, whether or not it was easy to read him. I do agree with Stome. I feel like Rippo is still showing a lot of the same habits that he used to play with, and sometimes they work, but when they don't, well, this happens.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of his habits and tendencies have been are taken into account a lot of these times, and especially in a meta like this one where you need to be decisive. These off-tempo plays usually work in a meta where your fighters are able to sustain for long periods of time, if not able to have some death threat towards your opponents, right? That's usually okay, but not this meta.
Not this one. This one, when you dive in, you are essentially you're a disruption, right? You're not there to kill, but you're there to set your team up for success. When you're so far behind, you can really see the desperation in Rippo to make something happen when the team wasn't ready. I was looking at LaFell across the desk, and we both agree that I think Ocean Black had a good draft going on. In fact, maybe it's slightly better than DXS, but whatever that could have went wrong, went wrong.
Like Ocean Black 100% had the more balanced draft. Like it would have been much better universally into most other situations. Whereas DxO went for the opposite of the jack of all trades, right? It is the master of one, the full out aggression snowball. If you're not able to get a snowball, this draft immediately does nothing, right? That's the risk you have to deal with when playing something like this. When it works, it is absolutely disgusting though.
Well, I suppose. That's a tough one. I think looking at the highlights, the obvious difference comes in the laning phase, right? Losing an early flicker, Diff losing an early flicker at level 1 itself. Moments like this where DX they just know what they need to be doing at all times of the game, right? To really punish their opponents. And it really just goes to show that Rasi as well as Stoen being the leaders, if not the pillars for this team, giving information but ensuring that even bad plays are salvaged very quickly. Once DxO gets running, I think it's difficult to slow down on a composition like this.
When your setup needs to really be in the opponent's face, right? Like Katot, Badang, there's a lot of ground that you need to cover on your own, and dealing with a Jusin makes it 10 times harder.
And there's definitely a degree of control in the way that Rasi was running at opponents' faces too. It wasn't just like all out, go ham, I'm gonna jump at them every single time I see them. No, there were choices being made and very good decisions that were taken to propel DXS forward. And that means it is going to be another win for DX versus OB ever since MAL Season 2.
Yep, they still continue to find wins here, even at the MPL level. For now, at least, we're getting a little bit of a taste of what these two teams are capable of. A lot of growing room for them. We'll see how this is going to evolve after the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think, DX has really showed, again, some of the prowess, right? I'm glad that this is kind of the first taste test. We're getting more to come, especially Siska. I think he has definitely blended into this meta a lot better than the last time I saw him. Keeman as well has had some struggles back in MAL. That has also been smoothened out. I think from this point onwards, after Ocean Black, every single team is going to be a tougher challenge. And I want to see how far they can go.
But we already got to see a sneak peek of the difference in growth, right, between these teams from the recent PEM, right, where DxO literally went all the way to top 4 and OB got grouped, right? And that already shows that there's a lot of differences in their preparation going into this. But you're right, Husky, the next teams that they're facing will be a lot more difficult. So hopefully they're prepared and we can still see this level of gameplay.
Yeah, I agree. I think, at the end of it, hopefully they have an upward trajectory of growth. Hopefully they might even surprise us with some of the other teams if they find that exponential.
I'd love it.
Yeah, I think, you know, in this case for DxSoul, keep whatever they're doing it right, but that honest gameplay, sometimes you gotta mix it up a little bit, right? I think it's that surprise factor they were looking for. Rasi has it in him, but everyone else, especially the MAL players who just got promoted to MPL, they gotta step it up.
Challenges do a lot to forge a person in the heart of conflict. So MPL will be a great experience for these players. But for now, we'll jump into a short break once again to get ready for our final match of the day. We'll leave you guys with the mic check, and we'll see you guys right after this.
Clear mid, guys.
Yeah.
Boleh. Sini, juksin.
Alti. Pakai masuk yo depan. Pakai masuk yo ni.
Front.
Solo.
Ranger.
Flicker position.
Ranger flick, front.
Nice. Boleh. Boleh. Ke atas. Just
Langsung up, guys. Mid, guys. How? Only Ranger no flick, by the way.
Yeah. Same as me. Kali also no.
Aktor. Kali flick. Mati.
Nice. Lagi.
Minyak keluar guys.
Boleh, guys.
Aktor guys. Tahu tak?
Nice one, Rasi.
Alhamdulillah.
Bagi bawah
Ayo, pelan.
Sabar ya, sabar.
Ayo, besok perang cok ni.
Di sini, poking.
Barang dah free.
Bisa ni.
Joy cahaya aku. Dapat keringi.
Boleh. Rata di gua kok.
Koma. Ada lot ya, pelan-pelan.
Lord satu.
Pelan-pelan. Boleh mid. Ya. Udah lot bawah.
Aku tak share.
Boleh.
Awas
Keluar ni. Bisa lihat gua ya, boy.
Bisa.
Tahu. Dah pelan-pelan. Joy. Ini badang aja, ada berapa aja? Boleh. Endro. Tahu. End dulu.
Turut guys.
Weh, aku TP tu tadi. Tahu.
Tower.
Nice one. Alhamdulillah. Nice one, boy.
Nice tu. Badang. Badang.
Aku stun. Kari aku dia.
Hero first.
Kari dia aku, guys.
Hero first.
Aku mati.
Front line.
Nice. Badang.
Si.
Deep naughty, kari naughty.
Si. Nah.
Deep naughty, kari naughty.
Si badang.
Nice.
Si Soyo. Balik. Soyo.
Sabar.
Just go, guys. Soyo, nice. Kari. Nice.
Menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Shiver, try, taste, 100+0. Hey, rasa, padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Yo, hebatkan harimu dengan 100+0. Shiver, try, taste, 100+0. Hey.
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Bow your wretched heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieved nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name. butted heads before the Lord of Greed. Be freed from your mortal coil. Wither! Ravenous Claw! My reign is eternal! In the end, you achieve nothing. For defying the world, I was handed eternal reign. The feast shall wait. All will praise his name.ここは俺に任せてもらった四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Cuba, drive, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey! Rasa, pagi, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Don't lewatkan harimu dengan 100 plus, 0. Cuba, drive, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey!
は俺に任せてもらった4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じてる。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga,
Aku hembus kata si mas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
Official gaming smartphone. Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Equipped with a trendy and sleek design, made with premium-looking metal alloy. With 100-watt fast charging and a 5,200 mAh battery, you can stay in the game longer. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders. Up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested. Penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Players, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing. Supported by KBS, PSI, Makan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Selamat kembali ke MPL minggu yang pertama. Sekarang saya bersama dengan Evie. Fakta menarik untuk hari ini. Minggu pertama, match yang pertama juga dimulakan dengan JP9ers bertemu dengan Team Ray. Tetapi malangnya, season yang lepas, Team Ray kalah. Adakah untuk season kali ini, Team Ray akan cuba membuktikan Team Ray bukan lagi chicken-chicken. Team Ray akan tabrak-tabrak pasukan JP9ers. Apa kata TV?
Kalau keputusan yang lama tu bukanlah penentu yang sekarang. Semestinya kami untuk sekarang ni kami anggap keputusan yang lama tu sebagai pengajaran dan pengalaman untuk kita orang. Dan semestinya kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk game ni. Jadilah budak baik.
Jawapannya sungguh politik. Maksudnya kita cuba kan yang sebaik mungkin saja. Tak kisah apa pun. Whatever do, whatever happen, we do our best. Apa pula kata Rose dekat sana dengan tim JP?
Terima kasih kepada Poji dan juga Evie. Sekarang Rose bersama dengan Ancha daripada JP9ers. Ancha, dah dengar dah Team Ray kat sebelah sana? Humble.
Humble.
Apa yang nak cakap kepada Evie?
Kepada Evie sebenarnya saya nak cakap dekat Zay.
Oh, okey. Oh, personal
Tak.
Silakan.
Kawan. Sebab Zay kan. Saya rasa boleh lah Team Ray ni dia makin improve lah sebab squad depth kan. Lagi-lagi ada Zay kan. Uno Aces. So, bagi saya Team Ray akan improve lah season ni. Tapi kalau buat lawan kita orang dulu lah macam tu. So, tapi aku rasa Team Ray akan improve lah season ni.
Adalah sedikit improvement perbezaan daripada musim yang lepas.
Betul.
Okay, in your opinion pasal perlawanan ini, adakah you boleh baca macam mana, like Zays kan, macam mana Zays akan gerak? Adakah ini satu help ataupun boleh bantu mereka untuk menang lawan going up against Team Ray?
Boleh sebenarnya, tapi Zay tak main pula.
Oh, tak main?
Aku harap Zay main, tapi ya tu lah, tak main. Tapi apa-apa yang terbayar buat kita berdua. And then korang jangan lupa setiap match korang kena tengok WJP sebab kita tim paling entertain lah dekat season ni.
Ya ke? Cuba tunjuk sikit macam mana entertain?
Tak, entertain dekat in-game.
Oh, in-game. Oh, okey, menarik.
Sebab dekat luar saya dah entertain sangat lah bagi saya.
Nanti kita tengoklah tutorial macam mana nak draft daripada Ancha kan? Boleh. Alright, so terima kasih kepada Ancha. Good luck to JP Niners and Team Ray. And with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ini.
The final match of day 1 of MPL Malaysia Season 15 is upon us. And it is going to be between Team Ray as well as the JP Niners. A matchup which previously went in favor of the Niners last season, which Rose just recently brought up. And I'm very excited to see what will happen this time, right? Both teams have gone through a bit of a revamp. They've got some new faces in. They've had a lot of time to improve, you know. Both of these teams were around the middle of the table last time around. It is time for them to rise for a new season.
Yeah, pretty crucial, especially for Team Ray. They almost got relegated, barely hung on. Same for the Niners as well, right? I think losing out their slot to Red Esports, which eventually got knocked out in the playoffs. But I do hope that Team Ray at least have made some improvements, because the entire roster is essentially the same. The main 5 is the same, right? They've added a couple of new guys, but the pillars are still there. Whereas for the Niners, some major changes, some old faces, you know, reuniting with one another. So that one is going to be exciting.
Look, at the end of the day, both of these teams are looking not to play to lose, but instead to finally play to win. And if we're talking about coaches and analysts, it's great to see that both Pops and as well as antagonists are back together. The champions reunite. The previous history under the banner of the Homeboys was one thing, but afterwards, we've seen their career kind of diverge to finally reconnect.
There has been a long journey between these two coaches and analysts. Previously, when they were together, they went all the way to become champions with an 84% win rate. After the separation, Pops has been doing pretty well for himself, having a pretty consistent 70 to 80% win rate overall across 2 seasons, whereas Antagonist had a little bit of trouble initially, only having a 22% win rate in Season 13, but then rising strong to a 67% in Season 14.
Yeah, pretty rough start for Antagonist for sure when he first moved to the Niners. But right now, Season 15, they're back together. As I would like to call it, the Pops-tagonist duo. I'm very excited because when they got together, they essentially won a trophy for Homeboys at that time. So I wonder what else they can do. Can they transform JP Niners into something else?
I think it's learning experience, right? Pops realizing there still are holes and flaws in his drafting. Same goes for Antagonist with some of the offset picks that we've seen in his time with some of these other teams. And I think now that they're diverging together, filling up the misinformation and kind of filtering it out to hopefully come with a refined draft, because that is going to be something we're going to be heavily focusing on, considering what we've just previously watched in our last best of 3.
I have to say, despite his stellar history, I actually was not a big fan of the way Pops drafted during his earlier seasons in MPL. I felt like there was really something lacking, but he's really managed to refine that style, and he's become known for being able to lock in some pretty solid drafts. As for Antagonist, he's definitely tried out a few things here and there, but having them back together, I think will really solidify the way this team wants to approach the game overall. But let's go ahead and talk about the roster of their opponents first. We got Trap, Virgie, Dinish, Lazir, and Evie making up Team Ray.
Wait, hold on. AJ isn't starting? Is Dinish instead? This is exciting because I was almost 100% sure that we're going to see that AJ EV combo again. But hey, give Dinish his flower, right? When he had to play his first series with Red Esports last season, and afterwards we never saw him ever again. And then during the transfer window, went to Team Hawk, didn't really get so much screen time. So this is you can call it technically 3rd time's the charm for him.
3rd time's the charm? I mean, it's a debut technically, almost. Yeah. I would like to see him grow over the leagues, over the next couple of weeks of the league. But at the same time, I'm more excited about this next lineup here. JP Niners, one of the few organizations that have joined the MPL, now looking for a big roster revamp. They are keeping Sudan, but they are making sure that they are holding on to Sapat, Warlord, Lolios, and even Mal to add on into this roster to make it what it is. And these are all hardened veterans.
Yeah, there is some serious firepower here on the JP Niners side with many veteran players, as you've mentioned, right? Sapat, Warlord, Mal, Lolil all have many MPL seasons under their belt, and they've definitely had their ups and downs as well, but I think they have definitely settled in a place where the question is, can they continue growing? Can they reach a brand new level of gameplay? This is a great chance to check that out. So let's bring both teams up on stage.
They held on to the MPL slot from last season, and now they're back stronger than ever. With new firepower in Iris and Zay, they are ready to rise. So make way for Team Ray!
Revamping half their roster in a bold push for an MSC ticket. Can the duo of Pobs and Antagonists lead the charge to another MPL trophy? The Warriors from Negri Sembilan make some noise for JP Niners!
And of course, we can never forget the coaches and analysts of both teams alongside head of League Ops Franklin to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Let's keep it going with handshakes between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is a chance for the middle of the pack to rise to the top for a brand new era of MPL Malaysia. Both these teams going to have very high stakes in this opening match of a brand new season here. Both didn't have the best performances last season. JP Niners did, of course, make it a little bit further, but still quite a bit short from that champion position.
I've always believed in the philosophy of sticking together as a team for extended periods of time just to work out, smoothen out some rough edges. We've seen it with SRG, we've seen it with even RQ Hoshi, for example. We've seen Team Falcons Philippines, Team Liquid PH, just to name a few. But it always told a fine line between when do you make a change. And I think for Team Ray, it's not that time just yet, right? You keep the pillars, you keep the same coaching staff, but you bring in some new talents to kind of shuffle it around, but the general formation is still the same. And that is what makes me that is what is interesting me with Team Ray to see how they would take on the Niners.
Well, I think that the Niners, on the other hand, they're coming in with like strong veterans who have experience with each other at some point of time within their careers. The fact that they have Warlord, fearless leader in the mid lane, back again, he's very vocal when he plays that game. Same goes for Sapat as well, which they've worked together before. So now we look at the stats, right? The kills, deaths, and assists, 31 for Team Ray and 3.5 for JP Niners, with the first pick Ray generally leading on to blue side for Team Ray, while second pick is more obviously JP Niners side. And to be fair, that was a different time where there was an obvious disparity between blue as well as red, depending on what season and what meta. But coming into this, I would imagine that this is going to be the season where Ancha and as well as Pobs are looking, hey, red side, kind of hot, let's stick to it.
In fact, you kind of have to look closer at the statistics here. While the bar is a lot further along for Team Ray in the first stat, it's actually not that different from their second. It's only a 1.5% difference in their first and second pick win rate. So don't let that fool you. This team is fairly consistent on both sides of the draft, and I'm very interested to see how they will perform with the same lineup going into another season. Just to make sure that you guys know as well, Lazir is Kids from last season. It is not a new player, it's just a new name. I know that is confusing. I was confused at first as well, but it's still the same guy.
Yeah, still the same guy. Shout out to Mirko for telling me that, because I clearly did not recognize his face when they released the lineup. But the X Factor right now is Dinesh in that mid lane, right? Another debut for him, obviously replacing the role of AJ in this series. He is going to be kind of the X Factor because we've caught glimpses of him last season with Red Esports, and he has quite decent games, but not enough for us to gauge where he's at. And right now against JP Niners, I think it's a good starting line.
I think the JP Niners, to me, generally, if you go role per role, there's obviously going to be a disparity with the history as well as the mechanics that we've seen in the game. At the same time, Team Ray has pulled up some very surprising wins in recent seasons as well. So coming into this, it's going to boil down to the draft.
Well, let's find out what will happen here. These are two familiar teams with many veterans to the MPL scene, but sporting brand new spirit and energy to chase that dream in MPL MY Season 15. Like we already pointed out, Team Ray will have first pick on the blue side. And once again, interestingly enough, Panda Matilda.
Yeah. Just to follow up on what Gideon was mentioned earlier on, I think Pops and antagonist, special antagonist, has excelled on red side even in previous seasons, right? And now you kind of look at this duo that has won Season 12 together. They went off and now they come back together again as them filling the void that each other has experienced in the past 2 seasons, right? Pops, when he was on blue side, he was on the ball with first pick, but antagonist, he's been messing around a little bit with red side draft and getting the last pick advantage, the gotcha pick. And right now, having that red side does give them the innate advantage to initiate a trade and force Team Ray to kind of lose out on that battle.
Which makes me wonder, what has Coach R's brought to the table for TR? I feel like Team Ray, yes, they have been together for a while, but we haven't seen what they've been sharpening their edges to eventually get to. A Lucas ban here onto the blue side from Coach R's does signify a couple of things. Either one, they don't mind actually slowing down the early games, and if they does get to the late game, maybe they've got opportunities as well.
Yeah, it does create a question, right? When you ban a Lucas, are you more afraid of the EXP Lucas or the jungle Lucas, right? Because they actually fulfill kind of different roles in terms of overall damage and what position they'll take in the team fight here. So no other team so far has really gone all out to ban this Lucas, especially this early. So that immediately creates a question, right? Like, what is the plan here from Team Ray?
It could be, if you are trying to protect your jungle, this might allude to an instant Suyo pickup. I know I've said this plenty of times like a broken record today, but it sounds like actually Lucas or Joy would do fine either way. Not Lucas, Suyo or Joy, because Lucas does shut them down if they go even. This Loi ban is pretty interesting, right? Like paying a lot of respect to what Dinesh can do in that mid lane. But the fact that Coach Ars is taking some time means that TR might have a couple of tricks up their sleeves, thinking about the trade. Harif is still up, Juice in as well.
This was usually when we come down to blue side, it's given a gambit question from the red side, right? Hey, we have one of these power, you can have one of these power picks, I'll let you decide, but eventually we're going to get 2 of our own. This time around, it's a lot more even, a lot more honest, and it looks like ours is going to lean in towards his gold laner, which is an indicator to remember for the later games, but for now, Pops is probably going to get the Granger, probably going to get the Suyo alongside of it.
Yeah, it's either Granger, Suyo, or Zusin also something that they'll want to consider. I think Harif being picked up by Team Ray makes a lot of sense. They already banned out the Phobias earlier, so it is likely they were already keeping an eye on this pick in particular. But the reason why we haven't been seeing too much Harif in the first pick itself is that there is actually still some counterplay in the draft, right? We have seen teams go for the Gatot, AOG just cover the Zaman Force, then his damage potential just goes down by quite a bit. If you have Phobias or even like the niche Minzatar pick come out, that also denies a lot.
The Jusin and the Suyo will be the choice. I think this makes a lot of sense. The justification is always, it always goes like this. If the enemy first pick, you'd never want to have Harif and Joy on the same team. Impossible, right? Too much magic damage, and in this case, taking that Suyo away guarantees that if TR wants to go Joy, it's easier to itemize against the majority of the bulk of that damage. If not, you're forcing them to go something like a Hayabusa. Without Lucas, maybe the Alpha somewhere down the road. But then again, Matilda was banned out by Team Ray in that first phase, so that also is a subpar pick.
Exactly, and I think that even for JP, it's understandable that Zushin is one of the few top picks up and rising. Previously, some may say that after the nerfs, it's really hard to actually progress with Zushin, and you would much rather the raw damage and scaling from Farsa, for example, or the utility coming in from Eve. Both of which do pretty well in this particular matchup. But ours instead say, hey, we're not going to go with the Joy this time. We don't want to double down on the magic. We're going to take the Hayabusa. And Hayabusa is particularly interesting because he's one of the few junglers who can actually gank you from pretty far away in the mid lane. It's very hard to anticipate when the shadow actually hops over the wall.
And Hayabusa just straight up actually has higher mobility than Suyo when he has his cooldowns available. So you always got to be keeping an eye out. Having a solid roam that's able to track where the Hayabusa is in his jungle progression is always going to be important. And for the Hayabusa, having early game mid trio potential is very crucial because this is a hero that will scale heavily off of early kills. So immediately we see Pavs decide, you're not going to get a free higher early game. The Hilda comes out.
Yep.
Wow. Very straightforward from Pops as well, right? Really tackling the solution head on. You have a Hayabusa, you want to play that jungle. We're going to have Hilda. We'll try to speed it up. Sort of like a variation of what we saw from DXS in that game tree earlier on. You have a draft that when it gets going, it really starts to sandbag your enemies. Now, you're going to start tackling those beefy front lines, right? Flex picks like Hylos, the Gatot could be considered as well.
Anything to kind of slow down their opponents. I think they're on the understanding that, let's say Ars decides to get rid of gold laners, right? At this point, it's just Granger and as well as Moskov, which would be the two biggest pains in the butt for TR, considering that they have the Hayabusa, which again, that Spear of Misery can be very annoying. There we go, Moskov ban, and I'm guessing it's going to be Granger as that follow-up. Regardless, Pubs on the other hand, it's surprising to see, right? You get rid of these tanks. I would say that they most want to focus on flex picks. Oh, yeah. Get rid of Glue instead. I thought they would hold Glue instead, play it into a bad matchup against Eve, and then pick up Farmus.
Yeah, I can see that pathway, but if Pubs is specifically banning out Hylos and Glue, it immediately will make Team Ray think, okay, this is an EXP lane Hilda, but I'm wondering if he's using that as a form of bait, right? Because the Gatot Kacha is actually still open. And it looks like that's going to be the case.
Now the last option, or the last straightforward option, is the Badang left for Team Ray, right? It hasn't been picked up just yet. If they want Badang, it could be an option. We've seen the Khalid twice, once in XP, once in Roam earlier. Aside from that, I don't think there's really much option left in the XP.
The usual 1v1 is like the CC.
Yeah, the CC.
But then you don't have as much frontline to play around.
More so, there's no way to really flex it at this point, right? You get CC, you play into Hilda, you play into Gato Kacha. Ideally, Hilda doesn't really care in the first space. Gato kind of clears the wave and doesn't really interact with the CC as much as you would want it to. But here we go. The Cho and as well as the Badang going to be the go-to for Team Ray. And at this point, I think it's a very standard composition, right? You're looking for those early kills. You're also looking for just some significant crowd control with the Cho and Badang to set things up for you.
Yeah, speaking about sandbag, even though there's no Glue nor Hylos nor Gatot, you still have ways to isolate this Gatot and Hilda on the side of Niners. And a lot of that responsibility is going to fall on this Badang and Eve to create that control zone, this vacuum to make sure that their backline doesn't get threatened.
And it's very interesting to see that Granger has been allowed through the entirety of the draft here. JP Niners still going to be looking for that gold lane, so the Granger is definitely an option. There is also the Irritel, doesn't match up too badly in gold lane, but they will stick to the more meta pickup, the Granger versus Harith in the gold lane. So this means that once the mid game comes about, there's a lot of reliance on Suyo and Granger for burst damage.
I don't know what the scrims have been looking like for Team Ray, but it looks like they have a lot. I mean, Ars has a lot of confidence that Trap is going to be able to win out that lane against the Granger in comparison to a Moskov, which is more of a skill matchup than anything else. So let's see whether or not the test is going to be approved here at MPL.
And they were mad scientists back in Season 14, so this one is a bit more back to basic. Trap himself also has some accolades to his name despite an underwhelming season. So I guess Lo Liao is going to be a good test to see how far he has come.
Trap is a more consistent gold laner, but Lolil has those bombastic moments where he just takes over the entire game. But that can also cost him if he ends up diving too deep. It's time for both these teams to prove their mettle and show us what they've got. Lots of CC on Team Ray side, a good amount of dive on the JP Niners side, but both vying for that one title. Winner of their debut match in MPL Malaysia Season 15. Let's jump on into the land of Dawn.
Let's see how JP Niners are looking to kind of open up this match, right? Because there's multiple ways to actually adhere to the rules, or if not the limitations that are already being set by Team Ray. Number one is that mid lane potential gank that we should be expecting from Virgin as well as Dinesh, right? If they can get an early kill onto Warlord, things are going to be fine. But if it's just a 2v2 matchup, this is where it gets really interesting, because Warlord and Mal cannot afford to make any mistakes because Dinesh completely outranges them, and Virgin must maintain how many butterfly stacks he has on him during his time within the lane.
That's why they brought Sapat to the mid side just in case if there's any contest, but JP Niners have brought enough space just for Zidane to get that Little Wanderer away, so you get the slight lead. He's going to get the Gold Crab down bot as well. JP Niners half a step ahead of Virgie.
think in this game as well, Maul is going to play a very important role in the early stages of not only tracking Virgie's positioning on the map, but also Lazir on this Hayabusa. He's going to be looking to get snowballs wherever possible. So whatever information JP is able to play around, the better their positioning will be.
Looking at the emblems, right? Two things that come to notice straight. Pull yourself together coming in from Chill. A more common emblem being pulled together. Tank emblems. But it's more common to see pull yourself together on people like Cho who are pretty dependent on getting that, big insect play with the Way of the Dragon into Flicker to determine the direction. Suppot, Wilderness Blessing instead of going of Tenacity. So there is minor differences, and hopefully Virgie doesn't get punished too hard for not having Tenacity himself.
Yeah. And we did see the application of that, right? You rotate past as a Hilda to get out of the lane. Orla has to pop the Purified already thanks to Lazir baiting it out with the shadows. Zidan still working on the turtle. They're gonna try and just stagger this as much as they can with the revitalized. Mouse survives. Turtle goes over to JP9ers, but unfortunately for Team Ray, they just lost Virgie, and now they might lose Lazir. There's a beacon, RWM from Dinesh just to save his jungler, but can he save Eevee too? The answer is yes. Eevee gets out, but purple buff sniped by Zidan.
Winning scenario for JP9ers. Really didn't have to put too much effort. I think they were already winning like 3v4 to a certain degree. Like some of the players, I mean, to be fair, Zidan wasn't even in the fight at all. It was just 3 people holding them back, and Supa was like, hey, I decided to join, and Loliels is like, I'm chilling down bot side.
I mean, early game, Team Ray just doesn't have a lot of burst to play around. So when they're against a Gatot Hilda duo with Revitalize, it's very unlikely they're going to take them down. I feel like Team Ray may have overcommitted a little bit there when they weren't able to get a good enough position. The JP9ers were able to get that turtle and first blood, but still not too big of a gold lead yet. Team Ray just needs to avoid making any further problems.
I mean, we say that, but I think that the lane is pretty scuffed for Eevee at this point. Until he gets that Thunder Belt, and maybe even once he gets a second item, do we expect things to happen?
Wow, an attempt onto Supa's life. He's gonna flicker into the bush, gain some health back, and Zidan will show up with the help of Warlord. AOG to follow up. Don't really need it. As Virgie goes down, Eevee gets brought back, tries to run away, and Lazir ends up going down. JP9ers with another 2.
I like how JP9ers had something in their supermarket cart and they just decided like, hey, that looks better, and went for Lazir instead. Just let Eevee go. It's like, I don't need you anymore. I don't want to play with you anymore. And yeah, again, JP9ers has way more pressure. It was a good attempted catch by Virgie, but again, not enough burst. And then the rest of the team just came by and ran them down.
Yeah, no, I think they've got him beat at this point, right? This purple buff control is out of... Oh, hold on.
Eevee missed his dash. They get the RWM, try to punish JP9ers for overextending. Purple buff is going to be secured by Zidan as the backline, while Virgie getting pushed away by the front lines. Really nothing much the Team Ray could do.
Yeah, and honestly, all of this is because of a winning scenario, allowing mid lane to have priority from this point onwards, and the same goes for the EXP, right? And Zidan has just been reaping the fruit of these 2 lanes doing well, right? He got pretty much 75% of the good turret plating on top side, gets a free turtle, a free purple buff at the same time. It's just all going well.
Yeah, at this point, Team Ray needs to shift their approach. I don't think they can really afford to put too many resources into Maul and Supat anymore. Ideally, Virgie finds someone in the backline. Zidan would be the best, and then they just focus all their resources on him, but Niners not making it easy for them. They are now in control of the map.
Yeah, we need to see Team Ray kind of split up, right? Every time they make contact with JP, it's an instant rotate to the opposite side, because if you're making contact so soon after the last team fight, it means that other things on the map are available, like buffs, like potential turrets and plating as well. I think that Eevee was doing the right thing, making that initial push. I think he could have rotated mid a little sooner. Lazir should have instantly ran to the top side and started taking all the jungle that was available for the JP9ers at that point of time. And right now, I think that JP is playing a much stronger game because of the tempo that they're creating for themselves. They zoned out Harith for at least 2 of the minions down bot side and got entire turret plating for Loliels in the meantime. And look, Sky Piercer.
Just fundamentals from JP9ers. Nothing fancy, just pure solid basics. The Team Ray, they did make some movements down bot to force Loliel away from the lane. They get the bot tier 1 at the cost of a purple buff once more, so Lazir has to play from behind.
I'm loving the movements from JP9ers right now, basically taking whatever they can on the map because they know they're in control. They're not going to give Team Ray any sort of space to play around, and you can already see the way that they gank the lanes even is specifically to cut off escape routes.
Yeah, be a rough spot for Team Ray to be in. They need some emphasis on this bottom side. Virgil will go for the recall as, I mean, Sabbat is leaving the jungle. He just zoned out Lazir again.
Yep, and now he just has to bolt to the top side of the map. There's just nothing he can really do. If he does make any contact, head down to the bottom side, right? Again, you can only be in so many places at once, and Subbat is trying to make sure he has tabs on him. In the meantime, right, Eevee, until he gets that Thunderbell, he is not going to be at much use. If not, goes full tank, and then maybe he might be more relevant early on.
At this stage, Team Ray definitely cannot contest this turtle. They just have to try and play the opposite side of the map instead. But JP9ers has already pushed up the bottom tier 1 as well, so Trap can't even extend out to get a little bit more farm for himself. The gold lead slowly getting larger and larger with each second.
Don't forget about the lane swap here as well. Loliels, you will be able to take that tier 1 up top side, and they need to protect this purple buff. As long as they hold that mid tier 1, they have something to fall back to, and I don't think JP9ers have what it takes to dive them just yet, unless they truly make a mistake.
Team Ray's hands are tied because somebody is doing such a good job of just checking all the bushes, sandbagging Team Ray. They will get a flicker kick into an RWM. The purple buff still somehow, I believe, secured by Zidane once more in Mr. Chaos. AOG from Mao to escape this, and Eevee once more sacrificed. Executed by Sky Piercer. JP9ers disengaged.
What was the call there? Fortunately, Lazir was not in position. Ends up getting punished by Subbat, forcing a recall. Oh no!
Finish. Thankfully, Ulule didn't have enough energy for one more shot. But you just lose your jungle again.
Yeah, this is just JP9ers closing the vice grip on Team Ray. They have not surrendered any advantage at all. And I like that there is a discipline in their aggression. They know that if they give up a kill or two to Team Ray, there's actually a chance for them to make a bounce back off of that alone. Thanks to this Hilda being a very early game eccentric hero, needs to be snowballing. And JP9ers is running with that momentum. They're not giving it up at all.
And they don't mind sacrificing tier 1s if necessary to do so, right? Because they're going to get so much off of this. There we go. It's going to be the Holy Shielding exploding down on the bot side. And once again, orange buff falls into the hands of Zidane, who's already generated a 2-level lead, which he will maintain for a while against Lazir on this Hayabusa.
Lazir is starving. And thankfully, they do have Eevee as the Badang, so he can still function with minimal economy. He's going to give one of the lanes over to Lazir, who needs to catch up. But that means the Team Ray will have no chance of contesting this Lord at all. They will just have to turtle it out.
I mean, even if you turtle it out at this point, it's going to be really rough. But Team Ray genuinely needs to get shutdowns to catch up at this rate. And Niners are still really, really bulky. They have to keep pushing waves. They have to keep drawing attention away so that Trap can at least get some farm in, because otherwise the game is going to go exactly how it's been going.
They need Trap to get his 3 items. Once that Holy Crystal is done for Trap, that's when they can look for these bigger fights, right? Because as of right now, JP9ers can basically face tank all the damage he has to offer, even with the Zaman Force active.
Every single buff just being stolen over and over again by the Niners. They're not giving Team Ray anything. This is straight up some unfair distribution of wealth happening on the land of Dawn.
It's reached a point where JP9ers are just walking into Team Ray's home and taking whatever they want.
Pretty much.
So whatever Team Ray owns belongs to the Niners. RWM, used very prematurely. Then they had to use so much just to clear out the way. The Lord will be taken care of with the help of the Zaman Force. But still, JP9ers getting both tier 2s, bottom, turret, still going to be threatened with one more wave coming in. JP9ers deciding to stick around and try their luck a little bit. With 4 members around, the inhibitor will fall regardless.
Interesting. Very interesting, actually. JP9ers opted to say, instead of taking all of your tier 2s, I want to guarantee at least, at the bare minimum, a bottom inhibitor. And now that bottom inhibitor is wide open, this could pose a couple of problems to Team Ray. Number one, luckily the Lord is spawning on the bottom side, right? So at least they always have to show themselves there. This could be a potential pinch coming in from JP9ers once they show themselves on that side of the map. If not, set up a slow push on top side and force them for the long haul.
Yeah, I think it's pretty smart for Niners to prioritize the inhibitor, because it's always going to be easy for them to get the remaining tier 2 in comparison, right? In fact, it's already gone. And the reason they were able to force that out was because, off screen, Sapat was actually chasing Virgie for ages, like literally ages, was not allowing the Cho to recall back home, and that's why Niners could just position without worrying about a kick.
At this point, we need to see EV to be the secondary engager here. If Virgie finds another kick like that, EV either needs to follow up, if not catch somebody else, whether it be Loliel's. Warlord's a little hard because I did see him buy a Winter Crown, so probably it has to be Zidane.
Yeah, that and also Warlord has a Purify, right? So double layer of protection, but for Loliel, rocking that Flicker is a bit more vulnerable. But to find the setup is pretty hard because you do get staggered by Sapat and Mao if they even catch sight of you. Can't even walk out of the map at this point.
What's even on brand for Niners right now is they're 9K ahead of Team Ray, you know. Not intentional, definitely, but hey, that looks pretty good.
Hey, wait until they get into the 99er zone.
If a team is 99K ahead of their opponents, I don't even think they're playing MLBB anymore.
9.9 is fine, but EV should pass the Flicker out. Oh, that's
they're gonna try to execute him. Again, Warlord lifts him back. Boom, Sky Piercer. Loliel cashes in on a second one as the Lord gets soloed by Zidane. They are in the base already, so if anything, Lazir might have to consider coming back home. We'll make the recall now, but there's a mid-wave crashing in.
They've done everything right. They've set it up, and now they're forcing Lazir to actually show up in this lane one more time.
Maybe he's going to be the difference maker, starting with Shadow Kill, but the damage minuscule to JP Niners, who just shrugs it off.
Oh man, if you don't have the Lazir in that fight, you shouldn't be walking up that far in the first place. This is, I mean, I think that JP Niners has got him beat at this point. They put him in a really tough position. I don't see them getting out of this.
They're literally between a rock and a hard place. I don't think Team Ray has what it takes to bounce back from this. They have a good counter-engage. Their base defense actually isn't bad with Badang Eve, but they're so far behind at this point that I don't even think that matters.
Yeah, JP Niners just put Team Ray in a headlock. Diamond Force use. So he's being held on. They put the wall down. RWM. Now they use the Diamond Force trap. Finding a good angle. Sapat does end up going down. Lord should be taken care of. Mao now is the next target in line. Trap doing some work alongside Dinish to keep this siege back. But Niners still ends up getting mid inhibitor.
And that's the goal difference right there. The fact that only Sapat died, I mean, great. But now TR wants to look for a little bit more. And JP, they back away. They had their focus split on who to actually get. Yes, it's a 9K gold lead, but it doesn't mean that, you know, the priority ladder is suddenly changed. You still need a majority of their members to be focusing the same target.
Uh-oh. He's trying to Warlord. Crimson Beacon bring Virgie back. Zidane in his face. And Eevee is going to suffer the same fate also with Loliel showing up. Eevee now is going to go down, executed. Don't recall that, buddy. That's not a safe place. JP Niners finds another punish.
I'm actually really impressed by the discipline from JP Niners this game, right? We have a lot of players here that are known for being somewhat aggressive, but it does feel like they're communicating. The synergy is there. Like, they all go in together, they engage at the right times. Loliel isn't even overextending himself.
Lazir's going to try to assassinate Loliel with a shadow kill. Winter Crown, though, will deny that as they lose Dinish in the back line. The assassination comes on the Sapat trap. Blows up Loliel. But now it's down to Virgie and Lazir. And there's mini waves coming in. JP Niners, they should have enough damage as Virgie goes down. Lazir, last man alive. Clears out the wave in time versus Fresh One. Eevee needs to get rid of the cannon and cannot do it in time. JP Niners draws first blood.
Honestly, a valiant effort by Team Ray. They were really holding on there and doing a great job at it. But a 9K net worth difference is a huge wall to overcome. And JP Niners, with clean, clinical, direct gameplay, have been able to take their first victory.
Yeah, interesting how this panned out. JP Niners, again, the only mistake being that final siege attempt to go for that the second final siege attempt going for that crystal, ending up in the consequence of Sapat's life. But generally, everything else was played perfectly. Good cutoffs, good rotations overall, very good reactions to what Team Ray had to offer.
Yeah, again, they were able to stop the Cho from doing much, right? We're talking about how is Mao going to match the movement of this Cho with his Gato Kacha. He says, it's fine, I take one side of the map, I have Sapat on the other side. So this Virgie wasn't really able to do much in that first few minutes of the game.
As I see it, I think that right now JP Niners might be one of those teams that so far looks like they have a good coat of varnish on them. I want to see how far they can take it so far, but well, I'll give it a week or two.
Yeah.
Let's see until they actually drop a game.
We do have to give it a week or two for sure, because our teams are known to be a little bit inconsistent. But so far, I do like what I'm seeing, right? This is a fresh coat of paint on old players. I like the discipline. I like the approach. The draft was solid. We already knew it was probably going to be pretty good overall with pubs and antagonists behind the wheel. But we've just been proven right once again. So Team Ray has got to go back to the drawing board. I don't think there was anything really wrong with their draft itself. They just got outplayed, actually.
Was there anything wrong with their draft? It's tough to say. I think I would have to agree with you. Maybe the only thing would just be whether or not you had enough faith in Trap to not only win the lane, but hard carry the game. To be fair, he did find his 3 items. Did he get his 4th? Not yet. I think that at the very least, Team Ray probably should have dedicated their resources into making sure that Trap actually got ahead while they allowed Lazier to have that extra bit of mobility to move from top side to bottom side, depending on how the JP Niners wanted to match them, right? Because jungle pathing was exactly the same from both sides, and that's why JP Niners were able to kind of hop, skip, and jump in front of his face.
Especially the first few minutes when Team Ray, they don't really have the damage to take out Mao and Sabat, so those two can just keep sandbagging Team Ray. We saw it kind of play out in the first turtle fight where they ate everything from Eevee's Badang and still survived. Not only that, translated into a turtle take, a first blood, and a purple buff steal conversion.
They got so much for so little here, and that is the value of something like the Hilda pick, right? Yeah, when you point out the number of buffs that were taken between Niners and Ray is just worlds apart. It's like they're not even part of the same game. But yeah, this Hilda enables you so much early on that you gotta make sure that you're ready to counter draft it. And I think Team Ray wasn't quite prepared for the aggression coming out from this pick alongside Mal on that Gatot Kacha. And yeah, JP Niners cast such a wide net over their half of the map that they couldn't move around under their own tempo.
I think the game really just depended on how they wanted to utilize Virgie, right? Virgie can't be in every single part of the map at all times. And unfortunately, once a lane starts to lose, you're going to need a call for help to make certain things happen on tempo. And unfortunately here, I think that Eevee probably should have made a call to Virgie to help him get an early push, maybe even look for a potential proxy wave later down the line, because they know that Lazier, unfortunately, isn't going to really win out in a majority of these fights for his own buffs, and they couldn't find that early kill in that mid lane anyways.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky spot to be in. I think for Team Ray, when you kind of lose that early window, we did see them kind of start throwing out ultimates like Dinesh, trying to get his teammates out with the RWM, and you gotta accept the fact that when you don't have that damage to work with, you gotta do damage control, and that was something that I feel JP Niners has always been one step ahead, getting to the buffs first, getting control of key areas, again, off of Sabat's Hilda.
Looking at the key players here, Zaidan gonna be the rich guy, was basically given free space to farm. I'm actually surprised it wasn't Lolil. I thought that he was farming faster than the Suyo, but goes to show Hero is pretty scary with his clear speed. Lolil is the carry though, that Granger consistently pelting damage from the backline, since Team Ray could never really jump the damage dealers from JP Niners until they were literally in their base. Sabat still pulling off the classic sandbag style while dishing out heavy aggressive pressure himself. And Warlord always having such a good eye for opportunity for directing his team. But our MVP for game number 1 going over to the brand new player, JP Niners Zaidan, for an excellent performance on Suyo.
Very good performance, in a matter of fact. So far, 67% kill participation. His team basically was able to kind of give him everything. You want a turtle? We'll make sure nobody can test you. You want a buff? Let's do it. Let's roll him over.
Yeah, I was wondering how is he going to fill in the shoes of Max, right, who has been the face of the Niners. And I'm glad that he finally got the chance to show what he's made of. He was in Niners, and some people don't even remember it because he was in the sub role. But right now in the main lineup, being able to jive well with the rest of the veterans, and also kind of answering some of my doubts with this lineup, whether the personality of Warlock and Sabat can mix well with people like Lo Liao, Zaidan, and Mao. Well, it seems like this first game is proving that they have made some good synergistic moves, and they have really, gotten used to one another.
If this is the gameplay we can expect from JP9ers going forward, I think they have made huge strides in synergizing their overall player base. Looking at the attempts of Team Ray to try and respond early on, unfortunately, I think they really committed too many resources to Sabat too often, and this Hilda is just gonna run away every single time. And then once those resources are gone, they can't even run away themselves.
There's just too much that they have to do here at these points, right? I think that unfortunately for Team Ray, just the lack of foreknowledge or at least foresight of what is going to roughly happen, if not one of the most ideal situations, which I think they do know what it would look like. They're just unable to replicate it consistently. Because there's a lot of times where we see like the disengage and suddenly the random re-engages, Virgie looking for angles that honestly shouldn't exist, especially when you're on the outer skirts of the RWM. I think that Team Ray, when they are looking for a draft, they need something not only that is looking for their comfort, but more so a more direct answer to what JP9ers have to offer.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit more, like, what's the word? I think they need better solutions in the draft itself. They definitely could have made something work with this one, but it would have been an uphill battle in the first place as well, since Hilda just gets so much lane priority over something like a Badang. And every time that Eevee or Virgie wanted to try and make an engagement and dived in to look for the backline, like, the front line from JP9ers was already threatening theirs, you know? Like, they were too split up. They couldn't take the fights the way they wanted.
I would say one of the observations I made so far up to this point is that teams that fall behind don't really have a contingency plan, right?
Yeah.
It's either caused by the draft or they have a solution in the draft, but they couldn't execute it well enough. And that's something that I think, you know, SRG OG so far is the only team that have shown it. In Game 1 against Vamos with the Kalea, when you have a pick-off kind of roamer, you use that to get an advantage over your enemies. Same as Team Ray in Game 1 with the Cho, with the Badang, they just couldn't find the space to execute it.
Yeah, I think also there is a bit of tunnel visioning going on, especially with how in your face. It's difficult to kind of see the whole picture sometimes, right? Especially with the way that the map is, you can't be in all places at once. And I think that they could have split up the mid duo once they've realized, okay, this is a losing lane. It's not happening anytime soon. We need to be able to kind of distribute our resources better.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of adjustments can be seen coming in from these teams, and I think they have the potential to do so. I'm also really liking the kind of trend we are seeing in the season so far, where there is genuinely potential for playing hard early game type of compositions, because not too long ago, if you drafted too heavily into the early game and the opponent had a scaler like Sicilian or Granger, you just kind of auto-lose because of how fast they farm. Now there genuinely is an option for you to disrupt the draft with a lineup that your opponent may not be expecting.
I am curious which side Team Ray will be on in Game 2, right? If they go on blue side again, I really do think you take that Suyo blue, right? You take that Suyo blue, and then on red side, most people won't go Joy Harif. They would get the Harif. It is something that you have to contend with, but you get a good balance in that jungle, which was kind of the bane of the Hayabusa.
Ooh, there's some interesting stats on the screen though, now that we look at it, of Trap from Team Ray. Actually, #1 goal liner kill participation rank in MPL Malaysia Season 14 at 70%, even beating out players like Innocent or Nets in just how much he participates in team fights. And then having #3 unique hero counts at 13, as well as #4 KDA rank.
Yeah, the kill participation rank was mainly due of their death ball composition, where they would throw Ruby into the gold lane and be like, hey, if we stick as 5 and you come close, we're gonna catch you.
Yeah, that's the true early game comp, right? If I don't get something going in the first 5 minutes, I lose.
Yep. It's a risky style of play, one that we don't see very often now in this current meta here in Season 15. Although, honestly, I would like to see JP9ers on the blue side. I want to see how Team Ray actually handles the scenario where they say, maybe we'll consider banning out the Suyo, and then kind of roll the dice.
It's risky though. Do you really want to roll the dice when you're already 1 game down, or do you want to fall back to something that's a little bit more comfortable? I think since we are in the first week of the season, there's a little bit more room for teams to test things out. But I also believe Team Ray is one of the only teams that actually has 2 matches in the first week, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to be tested a lot sooner than some of these other squads.
Kind of reminds me of last season where they also had a lot of early early season games that they needed to win and they couldn't pull through. This is sort of deja vu, right? Like you face off against literally JP Niners in your first series, and so far it is going the way of the Niners. But if this doesn't go well, tomorrow they got another tough one coming up.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't shatter confidence just yet. I mean, Team Ray has been together for some times in comparison to the JP Niners, who again is just a mix and match of different veterans joining the squad that had some connection to each other at some point in their careers.
Yeah, some people have already jokingly called JP Niners, Homeboys 3.0 or even Vamos 2.0, right? Because some of those players do get around a little bit these days. And you can understand why, but I think they're already starting to forge a new identity under the JP Niners banner. And I want to see how that continues to grow. But in the same way, I do like rooting for the underdog. Let's see if Team Ray can bring this to another full series. As you can see in game number 2, JP Niners will be on the blue side.
Yeah, and again with the Hilda and Phobius band, Pops pampering Zidane in the jungle, making sure that this kid is well fed so he can, get the easiest game possible. And Coach R's no choice, you got to ban the Fanny. Looking at Matilda, which has been 100% banned so far today, the Harif as well getting taken out of the picture.
Okay, now if Coach R's decides to say, hey, let's get rid of the Suyo, and that opens up things like Loyi for us, and then we can pair it up with maybe even a Granger, depending on how Pops is going to be able to look at the draft, we might be able to get a game on our hands.
They can also prioritize the Zeus'in again. Warlord was already quite impressive with it previously, and now they have an easier pathway to it by having that first pick. Though, of course, a lot of heroes are still quite contested right now. The Joy, we already saw previously. The Loyi, I really want to see some Loyi gameplay, actually. I feel like we've been severely missing that.
Oh, a Granger ban. Wow, so we're going down the gold lane pool.
Okay, that's totally fine with me. And I think, Pops has a lot of faith in Loliels, as we've seen before. He plays Claude like a madman. He also plays Moskov like a madman as well. So he's got a pretty deep hero pool when it comes to gold. Let's see if it's the same for Trap. If not, Ruby.
I hope classic, right? Like it would just be season 14 all over again, right? If Trap picks Ruby, gold lane, and then Loliel picks Claude and loses. That was the meme as well.
Like the
funny meme as well.
The 2 lowest win rate gold laners.
Instead, they ban out the Matilda here.
Okay, this is a jungle trade force. I mean, it is gonna happen anyways. The Juicin is up, right? Like we saw how Warlord utilized the Juicin in that first game. It was very valuable to the Niners. But without Harif and Granger, the Kalia now becomes one of the options that they can pick up.
I thought we were forgetting something.
Yep, we were. Now, this is where you go Suyo and probably Zushin, if that's the case. I mean, Loyi is definitely a big question mark here. But at the same time, do you want to have Flicker or do you want to have Purify? And would you like mobility options or 0 mobility options?
I feel like you have to go Zeus'in here. If you don't pick Zeus'in, you're giving them the Zeus'in Kalea. Like, that's terrifying to me.
And not only that, if you pick Juicin, there's a chance that Loyi goes through.
Really?
But in fact, they give JP Niners the choice. Juicin.
This is Zeus'in Suyo, right?
Yeah. Juicin Suyo, yeah. Loyi Suyo would work too. Have you seen the Kalea Express?
Yep, I have seen the Kalea Express.
The Kalea diversion.
I mean, they've gotten all the options that they're looking for here, right? But they're gonna go Jushin.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Suyo as well.
Anchan dabbing it now. It's like, we got this.
Boys.
We got him. This draft is over.
Oh no. Why did it have to come to this?
Team Ray's better have something good in store here, because I would already say they're kind of throwing the draft.
If we've learned anything from the last season or in the past few months, is that Gatot first phase has fell off hard.
Yes, it has. It has. But it's still going to be used as a flex pick here. I think the only saving grace at this point is if they go like 1-1 and then they ban out 2 gold laners straight away.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
All right, I guess.
You have a control zone, which Kalea doesn't really respect because she just grabs you out, but it is a way to, in the event JP Niners full commits, you have the deterrent. It's a soft option. It's like a band-aid option, though.
Let's see the roamers first. I think the roamers is going to play a very large part into how this game is going to be played because again, Kalia could be EXP, could be roam for all intents and purposes. It would make sense if it goes into the roam position, but that if it was that obvious, then at least for Team Ray, it's all about okay, we just need to get priority a lot faster than them.
Yeah, I do think it makes more sense for Kalea to be in the roam position. It gives you a much easier access to threaten Joy as well. And while she does actually trade pretty well against something like a Gatot, she won't straight up win lane too often either. So roam position is my preference. I think if Team Ray wants to be able to match Kalea's presence, you're gonna need to go something like a Cho or Jawhead just so you can actually like roam around the map at a somewhat even pace.
That would be ideal. And I do agree with you. Yeah, Kalia does have a couple of awkward matchups, and more so, Kalia usually likes it when you have a secondary diver as well.
Yes.
Somebody who kind of like can stick into place, because you can technically kite the Kalia out of position, and then she's not going to have as much sustain because her little pawns are, 50 miles away, and you have to keep on backing up.
Sounds kind of like a similar issue to when I really didn't like the Gatot solo initiator last season.
Yeah, kind of, but I think Kalia has like a little bit more leeway because she can hop over walls and do it more consistently.
Yeah, and she can bring you back into the team, right? This, for me, looks like a possible Lucas angle for Niners, right? You give support something like a Lucas, since there's no Hilda in this game, there's no more glue that they banned out. Lucas would make sense. There's no Valentina counter unless EV pulls out what we saw by Kirk, the Valentina XP, but highly unlikely.
It is possible. I've tried it before. It's not bad. I didn't win, but I think that was a me problem.
His hands are too slow for this Valentina. Why do you have 2 dashes? Oh boy. Second phase, with High Lawson as well as the Badang being banned out, that does mean that okay, never mind. Never mind. Not even Cho is gonna get access here. What does that leave you with? I mean, you could technically go Edith and call it a day.
That's true.
Edith technically doesn't have awful matchups, but it only opens up the opportunity for JP to play Kalia in the EXP, if not lock in CC instead to guarantee a win in one of the lanes.
Yeah, but ideally you want to be able to see your Edith matchup fully, right?
Usually, but I don't think it's that bad in these cases, because at the end of the day, it's like you pick me up, it's not that worth it either way.
You could just go a safe gold lane to try and keep it like under wraps for as long as possible, though you don't really want to match up there either. Yeah, they'll go to Jawhead. I was thinking Cho or Jawhead. Cho is banned, so this makes sense, but it's still gonna be kind of a skill matchup against the Roam Kalia actually.
Yeah. It's either you get the toss of the Kalia or the Kalia brings you back, right? It's either or. Both roamers have a way to kind of displace their enemies, but clearly Kalia has that sustainability which Jawhead doesn't have. In this case, I think I'm glad that they're not worried about the gold matchup as much because the 2 premier ones have been banned out. But if you're Niners right now, I still think something like a Lucas would do good for them. Secondary dive, good damage in that XP lane.
Yeah, I think now that, majority of the supports have been taken out of place, I can't think of anything else that can force out the priority to put Kalia in EXP. Carry is going to be the lock-in here, rather interesting. Arlott!
Oh, bring me back to the old days.
Arlott! What? But they only have like 2 guys. Wait, well, technically 3. There's like a bunch of ways for Arlott's passive to get triggered. Kalia, a very easy way of doing so. Suyo, when he charges up his Blade Surge. And then Zushin, if she literally picks up somebody.
Yeah. But even then, I wouldn't have really considered Arlott in this position. I guess you can really mess with Joy if you time it correctly. But there's the 1-1 coming out for Team Ray. And I do like this. If there's a lot of catch coming in from JP, go for a gold lane that has that built-in Purify.
Dude, I don't get it. Why didn't they pick like Claude or something? Like they needed a Trinity build, and they're like, you know what? carry. That's what's going to work against the artillery when you could have just gone Claude.
We skipped the entire tier list.
What happened to Jean-Claude Van Damme, man?
Maybe it was the meme. No?
Could be. He's
a changed man now.
He's a changed man. Ancha's looking at it. He's looking back at Lolios. It's just like, no, you suck. Take the carry.
I rather you take your chances with carry.
Yeah.
Or maybe like it's a secret weapon for later, right? The same way that Obi is treating DJY.
Yeah, I do
suppose.
it. Last time he kept it as a secret weapon, then he lost the game, alright? So
hey, a secret weapon doesn't have to be a good weapon. It just has to be secret.
It's just got to have that surprise factor as we head on over to game number 2. My goodness, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this draft just yet. I do think that Pops is cooking up something interesting here.
Yeah, Pops so far has been cooking up pretty well here, and I'm excited to see if that streak will continue. Because JP Niners are one game away from taking a clean sweep in their first match of the season. Let's see if Team Ray can stop them.
yeah, Mao, just harass Lazir. Give it the 1-2 knuckle sandwich. He's not going to beat you in a 1v1. Look at that. Mao has more HP. It's negative damage.
And it's not over yet. Here comes Warlord.
The tag team already.
Oh, okay.
That was close.
Oh.
But he flickered over the wall. Okay, just to get away. To bring Lazir to his team. Zidan is there.
They can get away with everything.
Wow.
They can get away with murder as long as Zafal is able to top them up with HP. I mean, it's funny because Warlord, I would have expected him to take Purify like he did in the previous game. He's like, nah, give me Flicker. He's going to get jumped on by Virgin. He's like, nah, don't worry about it. I'll have a Winter Crown by then.
He jumps me. I'm going to Crimson Beacon backwards. I will bring him with me.
building more tanky as well, right? If we're looking at his emblems overall, he intends to play a frontline role for the JP Niners in this game.
Vitality as well as tenacity at the same time. But to be fair, regardless of what happened, it's kind of dead even right now. Even for Team Ray, are able to actually make the invade almost instantaneously while Suyo heads down to the bottom side of the map. So technically, no loss of EXP and no loss of gold.
Already a very different performance from game 1. Oh,
Warlord, no flicker. Gonna get first blooded.
That is unfortunate right there, actually. Team Ray finding a little bit of vengeance from game 1. This time they take first blood on Warlord, slowing down the Zusins level 4, and that's actually going to be huge.
Not done just yet. Finding Sapat. That's easy with the Revitalize already. So total control, given over to Team Ray.
Ooh, officially 100 games in MPL for the JP Niners. Man, it feels like just yesterday when this team first joined the league.
Yeah, it did. And they had a completely different roster as well. So it's great to see that JP Niners, this organization, building their lore here at MPL MY. Wow, what is this rotation? Man, his Subbot is chilling halfway across the world to make something happen. He's walking up.
Oh, it's a bait on the trap.
What?
Did he need to do that?
Oh my god! Whoa!
Hey.
Play the Silver Scrapes one more time.
Oh man, I don't even know how to respond to that one.
Hey, it's aura farming, right? Get in your face!
And completely whiffs the Flicker final slash. Gets the kill.
Look, he hasn't played it in a long time.
Recalls anyway.
Goes back to lane, and guess what? He is not missing out much.
He's not missing out, just an entire wave, you know? Wait, no, sorry,
not
not
really.
an entire wave.
Half
Lost
a wave.
Like half a wave max, you know? It's totally,
Oh, this one is going to be a big one. Virgie can't even get a toss-off. It's going to go down, but instead the 1-1 crossbow tang goes up, and it's a big crossbow tang, a double kill for Lazir.
Nicely play from Team Ray. It looks like at least for Trap, he's not missing out too much.
Oh, somebody's here again. Lulio survives. Okay, no electrifying beats.
No wonder.
No ult. He couldn't commit there, but the job is done already. Zoned out Lolil from the lane.
Our boy Sapart is
gold
here.
cannons there.
He's here again. Let's see.
Oh, nicely
what
played.
a cleanse.
Nicely played by Trap. Very nice. If he got caught by that, it would have been over for him. Would have been nice if Sapat has Flicker so he doesn't have time to react, but hey! It's just a theory. Now, coming back into the lane, right? Lolios is walking away 1-0-1. However, because Trap was able to not only participate in 2 of those kills to get an assist and got an entire wave on top of Lolios, it kind of evens out the score.
Yeah, all things considered, Team Ray doing pretty well here, even though we initially thought, are they throwing the draft with their first couple of pickups? but they managed to conclude the draft with some pretty solid early game options. And Trap on this 1-1, this is not a hero he's unfamiliar with. He's actually played it a good amount in past MPL games, so you can really see that experience coming through.
Yeah, and a flicker toss, Warlord gets tossed up. Does it Purify, but has Crimson Beacon, RWM and AOG all committed. JP9 gets the turtle, but Mega Kill Fuller's there. This Joy is too strong, and the crossbow tang on the Zidane. Who gets out? Team Ray still have won the fight. Double kill going over to Eevee.
Can we get a replay onto Warlord and Dinesh in the RWM? What? I think that man was playing DDR for half a second. He was just dodging shots for a good amount of time before Dinesh said, nah, I don't want to do any of this. I want to just get kills elsewhere.
And they got a lot of kills elsewhere. In fact, a lot of farm is now being funneled into their main cores. Trap has so many assists. Lazir is 4-0 on the Joy. Even with all the CC that JP Niners has to play with, Team Ray is finding their stride. And having this Jawhead set up the crossbow for Trap every single time is working out.
So boys, how are you feeling about the Arlet pick now?
I was wondering about it in the first place.
I don't know, man. They have a couple of options. Arla was not on my bingo card.
Not on mine either.
Not doing well. It's not doing well at all. It wasn't necessary sort of thing. And I don't think it was. He definitely had a lot of good options. And I think he just wasn't comfortable in playing Lucas in this type of draft. To be fair, I don't blame him because this type of draft is kind of all committal. If you're going to commit that hard, you might as well be able to displace people more confidently.
Zone control of Team Ray is pretty tough to deal with. We say AOG, RWM, or JP Niners. They are on the receiving end of a building snowball. Right, 3.5k goal advantage for Team Ray. This Kalea hasn't really been able to do her job. This case, I think we might have to look at the contingency plan for JP Niners, right? Plenty of isolation skills. Tsunami Slam, Final Slash, but whether they can pull it off is going to be another question. Conceal, they see Trap, Mao, this is your moment. But Trap has power distance.
Yeah, personally, I think they got to take out Virgie. They got to take Virgie or Dinesh, both of which are very good options. Eevee can try to AOG and stop it, but I think that JP Niners can burst them down faster.
Well, so far, JP Niners still not really be able to find that opportunity. Oh, that was scary. Good dodge from Lolil.
Fast hands, able to get away. Mao misses the jump. So no engage, but the counter engage, Loli Yao able to dodge the AOG too, but now RWM is going to lock it in. Eevee gets kidnapped, Warlord from the side. Somehow Loli Yao gets away from all of that. They lose the Kalea, but they find a trade, and Virgie under the turret. Trap will take care of the turret, but now he has to do a lot of work. Virgie will survive, but Trap is going to try to unlock all the weakness points, cannot find it somehow. Even trade, mid-tier 1 goes down to Team Ray.
Oh, Support, you have to hit those, dude! Oh no!
No, Lolio surely did!
Oh. I am 100% gonna clip all of Gideon's yelps at Support to miss final slashes here.
How do you miss those? How do you miss those? They're like a quarter of a circle. That's so... Actually, I'm being a little unfair here. I would say closer to a third of a circle. It's huge! It's huge! How do you whiff those? You can't. You can't whiff those like that.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. It's just like he's trying to engage and just somehow whiffing a really big and very instant AoE. I will say, unfortunately for him, there are actually a couple of peeps here that are immune to the final slash if they time it correctly, specifically Trap and Dinesh. But even so, we were wondering about the Arlet pick. I wasn't too sure about it. I'm even more unsure about it now. And Team Ray now has a 6k goal lead.
Yep, it's not looking great. And don't get me wrong, I think it's more understandable to whiff an Arlet ult at point blank because it gets very, very thin with your hitbox and it works kind of weird if you're standing on top of Arlet. Other than that, I don't think there's an excuse for it.
Yeah, Arlet is surprisingly skinny. You know, like if you get too close to him, he actually does not hit you, you know? His hitbox is too small.
I just think he doesn't know how to bend his elbows.
It's only Minecraft arms the whole way.
Yeah.
No elbows whatsoever. Just blocks upon blocks. But JP and Niners making the right call here. They should not contest right now.
Team Ray going to be able to get that first Lord of the game, and JP9ers facing a really difficult situation. They are now going to have to face a really tough challenge, even just taking buffs in their own jungle, and so far haven't been able to make use of most of their crowd control.
Yeah, they're not even going to get that purple buff this time. They force Zidane out from his own jungle. Lazir is 4 levels ahead of his counterpart. This Joy is monstrous. Almost a 5k goal lead.
Lazir is doing well. He's eating good. He's eating too good, as some may call it, right? 4 levels up on Zidane at this point in time. And honestly, even if Zidane gets a 3rd item, he's still going to get one shot. There's really no going around this. Unless maybe he gets like Rose Gold, but even then, it's not doing him many favors.
Yeah, definitely not.
Zidane got too much free food in game 1, and Lazir was just like, I want some of that myself. Start stealing some of Zidane's food as well, and that's how we got in this situation, right? Unfortunately, like, we're running into issues with the picks of Kalea and Arlet. Even though their cats should be pretty good, you do need a little bit of finesse to be able to execute on it. Kalea actually has shorter range than you think. And Team Ray has been spacing really well. They've got a solid front line. They can throw people out. And the RWM zoning out JP9ers consistently. They are able to clear that Lord, but here comes the conceal.
AOG, Virgie, what a toss again into a taunt. But doesn't even get to use his final slash this time. Warlock with the Crimson Beacon needs this fight to go on for long enough, but Lazir will make sure that it's cut short. They take care of Virgie at the same time. 2 dead for Team Ray, but they still have Trap, Dinesh, and Eevee to deal with. They got to take care of the cannon minion, which Zidane and Warlord will be able to do. Team Ray still dealt some damage to the base.
Very sizable damage there. The next time they push in, that crystal is going down. JP9ers cannot risk that anymore, but it's really a question of what they can even do to stop it. Sabat literally got bursted 100-0 before the final slash could even come out. And that skill casts very fast. So Team Ray has the damage.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Unless somebody gets like a 5-man ult, he's not gonna live this down. I won't let him live this down, unfortunately. He's got to make something. He's got to make a redeeming play at some point of time, right? And I get it. Big engages coming out from Team Ray. You don't want to lose your flicker. Fine, sure. But you could dash to something. You could look for opportunities to dash forward and try to turn this around as soon as the AOG lands to allow the rest of your team to kind of walk up. But I get it. 6.8k lead, kind of big for Team Ray.
It's not insurmountable, but it's fairly early in the game for that to happen, and it's going to be pretty rough. Zidane not even doing much damage to Eevee there. The Guitar can basically just stand in front of them menacingly and not have to worry about much. Lazir already maxed out at level 15. Trap very close behind him. You need a miracle to happen here for the Niners.
This is the best Joy game we've seen today, that's for sure.
Oh, you're right.
Good. He is one-shotting everyone he touches.
It's not even funny how close it is. It's not even funny. It's just making it look so easy. Oh, I think Mal got revealed there. Yep,
yeah.
He knows it. Eevee's going to push him out.
Very unfortunate. Like, it's not like they don't have push control at all, but it's the threat of this Virgie Jawhead plus his follow-up AOG from Eevee that's really splitting the battle lines. There's no chances to take this Lord. Now they gotta all fall back. Team Ray with this Lord have a chance to end the game.
Makes you think whether Purify would have been better in this type of scenario.
I think it's just us, just MY.
Look, I mean, one more.
Hey, you kill them first and then you win.
I guess there's a kill you first situation. Maybe because they had like a better early game plan, because we saw what was going on, right?
Yeah.
They saw the initial push coming in from Mal to try and disrupt Lazir in the early game from his purple buff all the way to his orange buff. And then Warlord walks up to try and cancel him, maybe even steal the buff, gets out of there, calls Zidane to come in with the Blade Surge to try and disrupt them even more. But then from that point onwards, what do?
And Warlord got first blood, so
yeah.
And so that's sort of like the oopsie moment. Well, bot and hit did go down.
I think we've had a lot of oopsie moments this game.
Yeah.
A lot of that from the Arlet as well.
Don't worry. If there's one chance, this is it. Or maybe not. They caught the Suyo. Zidane cannot get out. And Trap is just going to clean them all up at this point. Mao, they can't do anything. So all inhibs go down. Team Ray has just found game 3, guys.
JP9ers basically just doesn't exist at this point. This game is over. It has been over for a long time. We're going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, as neither of these squads are willing to let go of that victory so easily.
That's the team rate we've been waiting for. Some signs of life, not just signs of life, but great adjustments in not just the trap, but the play style, right? Getting Lazir ahead and really utilizing the snowball power that the Joy has.
We thought this game was gonna be over in that first half of the draft.
Look, it's a 6v4. That's the part I was wearing Team Ray jersey that game.
he probably wants to be fair. I don't know. There's probably a justifiably better pick around.
Oh, there is 100% better picks there. Like, I feel like even if you went Badang at that point, you could have created still a little bit more space.
I mean, it was banned out.
They could have went Barras and I'll be fine. Well, what was still there? Was it like...
I think you could have just gone CC at that point. Like,
personally, yeah, I think that CC would have done a lot of work there at the very least. You could have taken Vengeance as well to try and punish the Wanwan if she goes into crossbow of Tang mode. You have ways, and you can even limit her movement to force them to jump around one target because you tie them down with the curtain call. Look, either way, it was something that both Ancha and it was draft. That's the best that I can say. Let's have a look at the items here, and maybe that might change my mind.
Yeah, they had a lot of trust, a lot of belief in this Sabat Arlet. Maybe it has to go the way of the Lolil Claude after this, but who knows, right? Because that first half went so well. Kalea, Zusin, Suyo, it is your perfect opener. I can still somewhat understand the carry, it's fairly reliable. But the Arlet really made me question, like, there's not a lot that it works well against here.
This guy Lolios, he's on his way to a Malefic gun.
Yeah,
he's like, oh, crossbow of Tang could have been to Winter Crown, maybe even gotten an actual item, but no.
Hey.
Give me the range.
You don't know Loliao. He doesn't back down. He fights.
You're not allowed to outrange me.
Loliao.
So ridiculous.
Loliao fights until the end. The guy, like. Cowards buy Winds of Nature.
It's good to see some things never change.
Yeah. Also, I definitely agree that they dropped the ball in the draft in the second phase. Like, carry Arla. Okay, carry is still understandable, but my biggest issue is that when you have a Kalea, you would love ideally to have someone to have enough damage to follow up when you grab a target, right? And in this case, it isn't really there.
I would say that carry used to be the go-to secondary, well, technically a burster when Kaja was in meta, right? And that's only under the situation you have the Trinity built and you're picking off a tank. In this case, sure, I can kind of see it sort of happening. But then you put support on that Arla, and then it's like, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to completely disengage, or are you kind of trying to disengage?
Yeah, I'm really wondering what the purpose of the Arlet was for, because if you wanted more CC, then heck, you could have even gone Guinevere. It actually synergizes with Kalea because of the airborne status, right?
Yeah.
Like,
put him on Terizla or something.
Yeah, even Terizla would have been good here.
They never questioned this man. He got a bot lane kill.
He missed his final slash and still got a kill.
Wait,
that takes skill.
Does that still count technically? I don't know. I don't know.
It counted under his name.
I guess he did walk away with like an assist therefore. Okay, fine.
Came all the way from the other side of the map to do that.
It's one of those moments where you go down and your next sentence would be, why is he there?
What are you doing here, brother? Besides, don't worry about it. It's just a flex. Look, pain either way. I would have preferred an Edith. I would have preferred a couple of other things as well, but it came out the way it came out, and now we're hoping for that game number 3 where JP Niners is going to pull it back together again, right? Because it's clear, Team Ray, they've got the mechanics. Trap, the fact that he was able to dodge like 2 out of the 3 final slashes, one of them completely whiffing. He still got it, right?
That's actually really impressive. Considering how quickly Final Slash comes out, having the reaction timing to press your skill 2 to purify it right at the perfect moment is not easy. I couldn't do that. I don't think a lot of us could do that. Trap can do that. That's actually very impressive. What's also impressive is the 942 GPM on Lazir.
It's one of the best Joy games. Like he got invaded by Kalea early on. It's like, okay, sure. But then his team gave him so much space, right? First turtle fight, he walks in, he gets a double kill, and at that point, like, what could you do as Niners? You've completely thrown away that early game advantage, and Lazir just ran with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a game for sure, and I think that Team Ray definitely took advantage of the mistakes that are being offered up. Give it up for Lazir, MVP of this game. With his joy, he really just loaded that gun real fast, right? Didn't even need the gunpowder to blow a hole through this team.
It comes out and he pistol whips you with just
whack, just a quick whack.
You don't even need bullets, you know? When you're this rich, you can just go for whatever you want. He was able to get really expensive items way faster than the opposite side. Already had Holy Crystal before Tetsuya was even getting started on that War Axe. So it's already quite difficult to come back from that. I like the idea that Niners tried to disrupt him early on, because that is going to be when Joy is the weakest, of course. But you are walking into the enemy jungle when they have a Jawhead. You're just asking to be thrown.
Yeah.
Best part was the Jawhead wasn't even involved in the first part of it. He was leashing the buff.
Yeah.
So many things that went wrong here. Honestly, just great reaction time coming in from Trap. And I mean, I called the Wadwan pick earlier. They needed something that kind of revolves around the mid lane. 2 items that you can kind of do something, and while still being able to kind of chunk out a majority of these kind of squishy members. Like, Lilios doesn't have a large health pool. Same goes for Warlord, even though he tried to kind of help it with his build. With the emblems, Zidane, if he doesn't have his skill 1 available, with no iframes, he's basically dead in the waters. So it's a pretty tough game overall.
What we are seeing is that both these teams are actually capable of one-sidedly dominating a match, right? We looked at game 1, we thought, hey, Niners looks very disciplined, looks very coordinated. Game 2, no sign of that. Instead, it was Team Ray who was doing the exact same thing. So the question is it completely a draft issue?
I would say game 1 wasn't a draft issue. I think the draft in game 1 for both teams was actually pretty solid. It was the execution of JP Niners that gave them that win. Game 2 is where I looked at Niners' second half of the draft and I started questioning what was the idea. The Arlen pick, definitely a big miss. But I would even question the carry, right? I feel like, have you seen Lolia's Beatrix? Pretty darn good at the hero.
Yeah, I was wondering why not Beatrix?
Beatrix, Kalea, hello, we've seen that earlier today. Pretty good at what they do.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say that they played kind of bad, to be fair. I'll give them that much, at the very least. I think if they went even, we might have seen a different game. I don't know, it's just me.
I guess so. There's a lot of sus that happened. I think that's the best way to say it. But yeah, let's give a quick shout out over to Astro Arena, right? MPL Malaysia Season 15 is actually happening over there as well. So if you guys want, you guys can go ahead and tune in, catch all the action happening live on your TV screen, because there's a lot of action happening. That's for sure.
That's a lot of action. I'm on TV now. Hey, gotta get one of those lines out sometime. But hey, to those of you who are watching from Astro Arena, hello and welcome to the MPL. Because again, the MPL as of right now is in a weird position, and it's always that week 1. But if there's anything that you should be excited for, it's Naruto, baby.
The Naruto Mobile Legends collab is coming very, very soon. Next month, in fact. Plenty of really cool skins of some of the most classic anime characters in existence on some very strong heroes in the current meta as well. So, need I say more?
Yeah, if you want to become a Hokage, you know this is the skin line you need to go for.
Yep, in the famous words of Naruto himself, be ninja, be legend.
I believe it's called Datebayo. That, whatever that
the actual translation?
No.
Be ninja, be legend.
I was like wondering.
No, it's...
Is that for you? I don't watch the show.
I should have ran with it. That would be funny though.
Yeah, you could have convinced me.
I thought you watched the show. We were talking about it earlier.
I only read the manga.
Ah, dang it. I missed
You
it.
could have actually fooled me. I was like thinking,
there.
is that the translation? Is that what he said?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But so many times, I mean, these skins look pretty good considering all the trailers that have been set apart. But next month, that's when the teams... Wait, actually, yeah, the teams will eventually get access to it too.
Yeah, we're getting bangers after bangers skin line, right? We got Hunter x Hunter previously, and then now Naruto, you know. I have a couple in mind which I hope gets released down the road, but for now, I'll settle for my childhood anime.
The Land of Dawn is really starting to become kind of an interesting place.
Wow,
right?
it's a Leaf Village now.
Yeah, we can see Naruto like fighting against Killua, while Mikasa be flying around and
like getting chokeslammed by Sakura. And
yeah. Chokeslammed by Sakura, while the JJK cast be walking around, Gojo Satoru himself.
Giving a lot of anime collaboration. Hey, they're hitting the nail on the head. I'm all for it here as we head on over to game number 3. Let's see how this draft is going to play. Maybe they are just blue-sided. Tough to say, but unless they want to find some redemption points, let's see it. Ooh, JP back on the blue.
All right, come on, Pops. you know what to do.
This time, you got to make it work.
Yep.
People make fun of you for not respect banning, but I think selling out your draft is... wasn't what I had in mind.
Hey, who knows? This could be, he could blame it on Ansha. And that also would have been like, you know what? That kind of makes sense.
Yeah. He likes to mess around a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. That was definitely...
Ansha is like that demon, that devil like on his shoulder.
Yeah, just whispering to him.
Pick Arlet.
Do the Arlet thing. We tried it once.
We won, remember?
Would you consider Pops as the angel, though?
Sure. In this case,
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
subjectively,
you know.
You have to pick one out of them two. I think antagonist fits the bill a bit more.
Definitely more devil-like than angel-like. I will give him that.
Well, his name is antagonist for a reason, right? Man came in with a plan, with a goal to antagonize.
He's the first.
He's doing it.
I think he's like the first analyst we had in MPL that roast other teams on TikTok.
Yeah. To
Actually,
be fair,
have we had a vocal analyst before antagonist?
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Team is banned.
Not really, right?
Not really. Yeah, most of them kind of kept to themselves for the most part of it.
It's usually part of the job description as an analyst, you know? You're just behind the scenes, but antagonist says no. And, well, let's see if they can say no to what happened in game number 2 here. So far, they do ban the Joy. The Heart still being banned out by Team Array.
Look, they did ban Granger also as a response in game 2, which opened up the goal lane pool, but clearly it didn't work out the way they wanted it to. So I probably would suggest you leave the Granger open, and also the Suyo. You probably might force Team Array to ban them until the next.
I guess it kind of depends on what Lolios is comfortable with, right? I mean, you saw him play the Granger previously, so he's totally fine with that. But is he willing to let go of it to play something else like the Moskov? I feel that is the case, considering that ours was willing to ban out a Moskov in game number 1 itself.
Yeah, I think Lolilo is perfectly capable of playing Moskov. He has a pretty long history in MPL now. Ooh, the Hayabusa ban. This really makes me think JP wants to prioritize Suyo.
Can you imagine that Suyo is open and they juice in first pick?
Hey, I mean, they can open up a lot of things.
You can, actually.
If Matilda is open, why not?
Matilda, Kalia, Granger, Suyo. There's like a little too much to handle. Okay, Loyi.
All right, is it a Suyo or Kalia opening?
After what happened previously, I feel like they might actually not prioritize Kalea anymore.
I think you take Suyo.
Either Suyo or Zusin would be my choices.
Yeah, because you could still take Zusin anyways. Right? Like, it's not the worst matchup into Kalea.
Well, I mean, unless like ours is going to be like, oh, give me Zusin as well as Kalea, you know?
Yeah,
oh, okay. Still sticking with it.
All right.
Round two. This is the redemption arc.
So Zusin here. Oh, Suyo is the guarantee.
Suyo Zusin, right?
Yeah.
Suyo Zusin. And be like, oh no, wait.
Granger?
Granger? I mean, one of the combinations.
Okay, wow.
Oh.
Sure.
So they're anticipating the Suyo pick, basically pushing the Suyo pick on JP's side, and trying to go for early aggression with Hilda.
But why?
Yeah.
Why?
I agree. Why?
Hey, sometimes you have to be willing to think outside the box.
Why are we counter picking before?
Yeah.
Because it's a strategy. It is
what's the
something you can
strategy?
do. You
Man,
counter pick before. You funnel them into a pick and you counter it.
What has Vamos done to you?
No, this is a game of rock, paper, scissors. Well, you know the other guy is gonna be rock. And it's just like, okay, he's gonna do rock. But I'm gonna avoid paper because he knows I'm gonna do it, so I'm gonna throw scissors out. It's like, why? What do you mean? If you know he's gonna throw rock, throw the paper. Why make it so complicated?
Hey, sometimes simple gameplay isn't enough.
No,
we already saw simple gameplay that wasn't enough earlier.
I mean, okay, I guess sure, but here we get the Lucas pick that we were looking for a very long time. But now I feel like it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You have the hill to kind of open up that map. If you want to throw him in the EXP, good. Lucas goes into the jungle. You don't get punished there. Granger untouched, but it's less likely that Pops will take it in comparison to Team Ray.
Yeah, and Team Ray has first pick and second phase also. So either way, they will have the chance. I do like the initiative taking out roamers right now. You know, no Jawhead, probably looking at a Cho ban too, because Team Ray has some disgusting dives like this. Like Lucas actually can just man fight this Suyo.
Yeah, like the Lucas dive is very strong. If you give them like the Cho Zusin on top of that, then it's gonna be very rough to try and play around.
You know what? If Moskov is open, I wouldn't mind if Team Ray just fourth picked the Moskov.
Team Ray?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Nah, just take the Granger. Save yourself the agony. Save yourself.
In the event that Granger is banned out.
Yeah, in the event that it is, if Granger is banned out, for sure. But other than that, keep it simple, man. Gotta keep it simple. Ooh, okay. Again, it seems that RS has like a particular way of playing red side. Every single time we've seen the high loss and as well as the glue getting banned out consistently. But this was under the assumption that, you know, Gata was picked within the first phase. And now that it isn't, I do have a couple of questions on what exactly is going to be Pops' plan.
Is it to make Sapat uncomfortable? We do know that last season he was struggling to kind of fit into the meta, right? Where you need that front line. That's why we saw that Arlet, which is understandable. But right now, again, the two sandbags have been taken away. He doesn't have access to Hilda. What's the fourth option? No Phobias too.
If Hilda does go EXP, then taking out Hylos and Glue basically guarantees that she can unlock from the lane. And JP even banning out the Gatot themselves, not giving away too many like tanky frontliners to Team Ray, but that means that they won't have a lot of tools to keep Hilda in lane if this is EXP.
I feel like this has to be a CC.
Your team is
So the Cho goes through. So the Granger, they don't really care too much about the Granger pick.
I mean, all the roles are basically kind of laid out. They just have to predetermine what they want to win and what they want to lose at this point. No matter what, I swear, if they don't take Purifies here, these guys are... What are these guys doing?
We haven't seen a single Purify into a Cho.
Exactly!
It's madness.
It's so, I mean...
Like, okay, except for game one. Like, Warlord, Warlord took Purify.
Warlord was like, okay, I'm not throwing this just yet. Maybe in game two.
Yes. All right. He has it in him. He has that Valentina in him. Wow, okay.
EXP, Valentina, Sapat, Valentina.
Honestly,
gameplay, folks.
The Sapat Valentina is the last thing I would expect. But also, was it really necessary?
Just pick CC.
Like, was it really necessary? Are we thinking that far ahead?
We didn't need to.
It's not even a direct matchup.
It's not even a direct matchup.
Although
he's gonna get punted by Hilda.
Actually, it's not too bad into Hilda. I would say it's not too bad into Hilda.
What?
If you play that matchup correctly.
What do you mean? You just sacrificed the entire wave at level 1.
Granger ignored.
What? Man, this league is something else.
MPL Malaysia, everyone.
Hey, we won MSC once.
Yeah, we won. Yeah.
Once.
That's our claim to fame.
Our claim to fame. It used to be our personal best was like M1 at like getting fourth.
I think it was third, right?
It's considered like third to fourth.
Third, fourth. Okay, fair.
It's considered to be third to fourth. We beat that PB, winning MSC, and then we beat the M1 PB, getting actual third.
Hey, there we go. 3 Purifies. Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, sure, whatever. It's a yeah, sure, whatever moment because like Eevee, he's just gonna fight people, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Pretty much. You can't purify death, unfortunately.
Look, he's unkillable at this state until Lolios does something, or he just like gets last hit by Warlord.
Everyone is really just playing advanced rock, paper, scissors.
If someone steals Way of the Dragon and kicks Hilda, right?
I swear to God, if he steals anything in the first 5 minutes that is not Unleash the Beast, I would be so sad.
He'll be unleashing some beasts on this table, that's for sure.
Unless he even, I mean, assuming the Lucier is even pathing to his side of the map, which it looks like he is, right? He's starting on his orange. I saw the carry. We know what side they're going to be. So bot side is where this Valentina is going to show up. Good luck, Sapat. Have fun.
For anyone who's just joining us now, welcome to MPL Malaysia. We're losing our sanity over here.
Actually, I still stand by the fact that if played right, Eevee shouldn't be able to touch Sapat as much. I have a feeling he might consider the Starlim side build. I'm not sure if... I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing Sapat play Valentina,
It depends how much he wants to steal Lucas' ult. Because you can actually kind of build fighter build and just rely on Unleash the Beast.
Yeah.
What is he doing here?
I am just theorizing, you know. But again, there has been examples, good sample size. I would say that Eevee has the advantage of just leaving lane first.
Yeah, and also losing like half of his wave.
Look. I don't know. you win some, you lose some, you know? Just like Lolia, who has lost half his health bar.
It's okay. Health is expendable, you know?
Yeah, well...
It's important. Maul, though, might not be.
So you were saying? Pretty expendable. Then Virgie gets first blood. Good stuff. Unleash the Beast by Lazir. Virgie will not get away. Warlock with a punish, but Zidane... What did I say? That man fight from this Lucas is too much.
Woo! I agree with you that the man fight from Lucas is too much, but Trap is playing one hell of a game against Lolios right now. His trades are very dependent on that light wheel. Hold on.
Okay, you want to punish him here? No, oh, he's terrified. The damage is not there.
And he just walks away. Good stuff, everyone.
Why did Virgie even bother showing up at that point?
Hold on, Turtle's being contested.
And one participating trophy, Zidane. He's going to try and blaze her to safety. Whoa, it's a retribution. Finds the Turtle, gets out of there. Sapat did steal. Unleash the Beast is now going to pop it. Purify out from Dinesh. Gets jumped on. Shock blast to the face. And the finisher finally attained. And Sapat will get away. And they even get the kidnap onto Virgie. Good stuff from Niners.
That was well played. That was actually well played. Like, we gotta give props. That was well played, you know. Zidane got out. They catch multiple people. Sapat gets a double kill on the EXP Valentina. The world is correcting itself, idiot.
Dude, JP Niners are just lucky that they stole the turtle away. Had they not stolen the turtle, nobody would have hit level 4 on time. So again, they are playing with some very thin margins here, extremely thin. And Eevee, despite missing half of his wave, right, still is beating Sapat a level above him just because of the hero matchup.
It's fine. That's to be expected.
Playing away pretty fast, that's for sure. All things considered, you know, it's not too bad for Team Ray. Also, obviously, some again the level power spike for Niners catching them off guard just by a little bit. But I think, in the grand scheme of things, as long as Lazir has his ultimate available, it's pretty tough to stop, right? He's running, he's rocking a killing spree too. Any takedown is gonna basically allow Lazir to become unstoppable in these fights. And even Zidane has cooldown, has limitations on the Suyo.
However, the only good thing going for the JP Niners is the fact that they scale really, really hard into this matchup, right? At the end of the day, that's what it's going to come down to, just raw execution from Team Ray. Oh.
Just a little scare there from Virgie. The zone Lolila away from the gold crab to set it up for Trap.
Okay. I'm fine with that because I'm seeing that Lolios bothered to show respect and take the Purify. It's all good.
Yeah. Again, Niners being able to move first.
Oh, wow.
Trying to push Eevee away at least.
Oh, look at him. Oh, the negative damage. Oh, Eevee. He's so tanky. 2v1. Doesn't even care about the matchup.
Kalea is healing as well, though. They kind of end up having similar health, but in the end, Eevee just needs to touch some grass, and he's all full out once again. Team Ray, JP Niners both contesting the turtle. The 5v4 right now, as Lolil is actually not here.
Oh, it's so crazy. Look at the spot.
Oh, so just have to Purify. He's going to finally pop it. Two-man knock-up into a kick by Virgie. Is it enough, though? Kalea does go down. Double kill already for Lazir. But Sapat finds himself a killing spree. Lazir even kicked the turtle in the process. Sapat trying to man-fight out of the SOD. Barely misses. And a shutdown. Triple kill for Lazir. And meanwhile, Lolil gets solo killed.
He got solo.
The classic Lolios, am I right? Am I right?
He throws the arrow, it throws the SOD.
Absolutely classic.
He probably tapped the interface, right? He watches the spear as he gets solo killed. He's like, oh!
I just wanted the gold crab, I'm sorry, Trav!
I'm gonna rename it to the Spear of Self-Destruction.
Look, as this game progresses, things are not going well. I'm not gonna lie. JP Niners, there's a couple of correct ideas, a couple of wrong ideas. As much as I don't like this pick coming in from Sapat, he's got 3 kills under his belt, right? So that's his saving grace.
Like, he's getting work done.
He is getting work done. But at the same time, Eevee doesn't really have to do much to get the same impact, right? Doesn't have to commit his ultimate, just has to run in front of the correct targets, and if they waste ults on him, it's more valuable for Team Ray unless Sapat is able to find Lazir's ult in the first place, which, honestly, if Team Ray are worried about Sapat, Lazir just doesn't have to show face.
Maybe they can get a punish, good purify, so Dinesh will survive that kidnap attempt. Either way, it's a 2k gold lead for Team Ray, and Sapat is trying to keep Trap away. They find another kick on the Zidane. He is gone. Mao is going to be chopped down by Eevee. Flickers to safety. Sapat can't save his teammate. Another double kill for Lazir. This Lucas jungle is just too much. Sapat's going to try and manify all of them with a shockwave, but will be blasted down by Trap.
A good attempt, but 1v4 is never really going to work out for them. I was going to say it's still fine for JP Niners because like the late game scaling from Sicily on Moskov will keep them in the game as long as they don't fall too behind in gold. And then that happens. Yeah. And now Team Ray is looking a lot better.
We've had so many games where a team loses their holy defense super early.
Yes.
Before the lore spawn.
Oh yeah. They're like, we don't need this. This is a useless game mechanic.
You can have it.
You can have it. Muntun didn't intend for it to protect yourself. Muntun intended it to be broken instantly to protect you from large collapsing waves. No big deal. No big deal.
The enemy holy defense has actually saved my life sometimes. Exactly. It pushes me away from the base, you know?
That's facts. That's actually
So it's
facts.
better to not have it.
You know what? JP Niners are just in a league of their own right now.
Both of them are definitely a curve ahead of everyone else.
I think that right now, Team Ray is playing it just significantly better, right? They know how to open up the map. More importantly so, Virgie is allowed to make more aggressive plays in comparison to JP Niners. Because unfortunately for Mal, he doesn't work the same way that Cho does. He doesn't have, iframes to work with or anti-CC.
Yeah, Zidane wasn't paying attention to that. Got caught by a conceal, goes down. This fight basically over. They find a Tsunami Slam, but he brings Eevee to his team instead, and L'Oreal basically dead. Lazir is godlike.
This game is so done. It's so over.
Man just traveled across the world in 80 days.
So you were saying, what if Sapat kicks Eevee into his team? We forgot that Mao could do that too. Just grabs a Hilda, just plops him in front of.
You want to come closer? Let me give you a hand.
Up on the tour bus, man. Have a ride.
This is the first time I've seen a team reverse engineer the draft and actually won.
Oh.
How are we counter picking before the picks?
It has worked before. I will tell you that. I'm not joking around. Like a pre-counter pick by funneling the enemy team into a certain pick works. But Suyo is pretty universal, so it's probably not one of those heroes you want to try it with.
Honestly, this Lucas pick is good enough for me.
Yeah.
Like I've been talking about it so often, and I'm glad, Team Ray picked it up.
See, here's the thing. I like new tech, but there's new tech with a reason. Team Ray had already shown all 3 of their lanes. There was no questioning it about them like trying to switch it around to be a little funny with things. No, it was guaranteed to go. Lucas was going to go into the jungle, and yet they still went with this path.
Hey.
It baffles me. It baffles me.
I mean, they've gotten like what?
Valentina versus Lucas's direct counter.
But it has to be in the same lane.
Yes.
Like it still does. It doesn't get crushed by Hilda. You are slower, but you don't get 100% payout, right? Like,
look, either way, even if they decided for Team Ray, hey, we're not going to show up in the EXP lane at all. The most Eevee will show up mid, right? Sabat is never leaving that lane. he leaves that lane, they just decide not to fight. It's as simple as that. And I think that Team Ray have now realized that it doesn't even matter most of the time.
At this rate, probably not.
Yeah, with the lead that they have, 8.2k, and the fact that Trap already found a solo kill onto Lolio prior to the laning phase being over, I think they've got this game in the bag. It's going to be really hard to mess this up.
Well, Zidane just got his War Axe in 10 minutes. But they have Warlord. No, Sicilian.
4.
Okay, that kick, not really in the angle that they want. They got the pin down and the kidnap. That's going to be Immortality out.
That's fine.
That is something. Virgie, okay, the Blazer does miss though.
He gets out.
Yeah.
So that is pretty unfortunate. They do save that holy defense mid.
And now they guarantee the siege.
There
Get
we
in
go.
there! Get in there!
We just ran Warlord down! What was that?
Rip him up!
This is so strong!
Take him out!
That's a 9-tail beast from Team Ray. 2-1 over JP9's revenge served in the first week of MPL MY.
You deserve to stand up, Virgie. You deserve to stand up and smack talk him right there. They used all their ults and you had Immortality and Flicker. They should have known better. Put him in their place.
The reverse sweep from Team Ray to close out day 1 of MPL Malaysia Season 15. All the brain cells have left the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. We're just here for a good time, not a long time. Congrats to Team Ray. Honestly, it was well played.
Oh yeah, no, that was well deserved. After that last one, that was well deserved. You can't be cooking too hard on these. There are certain rules that must be followed.
Man, we better see more Lucas after this because we saw what that Lucas did.
Woo! We're gonna see a lot more of him once the Naruto collab comes around. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that is gonna be a fun time. It's gonna be Naruto versus Sasuke as often as we can possibly
Give me that Jinchuriki action.
Yeah!
We're gonna need to yell Sasuke as much as we can. Sasuke!
Oh boy.
Let's just throw it over to Rose. I don't think we have much more to say here.
Team Ray dengan match pembukaan 2-1 menentang JP9ers. And with me here right now we have Lazir and Evie. First of all guys, congratulations. Korang tengah happy sekarang?
Happy.
Nampaknya tadi adrenaline rush tengah jerit-jerit. Semua happy kan? Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all Lazir, congratulations. And Lazir adalah MVP. Now I nak tanya je, apa preparation Team Ray untuk match pembukaan korang?
Preparation nggak? Yang gimana sih?
Macam mana Team Ray prepare untuk perlawanan pembukaan lawan JP9ers?
Aku main aja.
Main aja? Main aja?
Ya.
Wow, nampaknya hype. Okay, so apa yang korang buat untuk actually improve banyak berbanding dengan season lepas? Banyak gathering ke? Banyak, preparation in terms of chemistry?
Mungkin ada player baru aja ya yang bisa bikin improve.
I see. So the new players technically bantu banyak lah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Evie, I have a question. Evie, tadi Poji borak dengan Evie kan, dan Evie cakap season ni Team Ray actually beza dengan season lepas Team Ray. In your opinion, as a player yang dah 2 season, apa bezanya sebenarnya?
Mungkin beza dia dari segi pergaulan tim kot. Ada player-player baru kan yang kita boleh belajar daripada mereka juga daripada tim-tim lain.
Dah dapat chemistry lah.
Ya.
So in your opinion, season ni you guys are what? Dark horse or boleh lah contender?
Macam mana?
You rasa season ni korang adalah satu dark horse ke? Ataupun boleh lah fight dengan tim atas?
Mungkin boleh bagi
persaingan?
Persaingan kepada tim-tim lain je lah. Boleh bagi game yang seru.
Wow, seru! Okay, Lazir, last question. Your next match will be up against Vamos.
Yeah.
Apa preparation yang Team Ray buat untuk match up dengan Vamos?
Mungkin lawan bocil yang baru tuh. Ya.
Okay, now that is very interesting. Anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans Team Ray?
Buat fans Team Ray, makasih udah datang. Buat fans JP juga makasih udah datang. Makasih guys.
Alright, thank you very much and congratulations to Team Ray for securing that win. 2-1 dekat match pembukaan mereka. And with that, marilah show it back to the casters to break down what happened in this full best of 3 series.
I sure wish someone would break down what happened in this full series, because I feel like it's all a blur. What I do remember though is that the jungler Lazir was popping off on game 2 and 3. That KDA 1 death in 2 games. That's insane.
He's got great stats, man. 943.5 GPM, totally 104,000 total damage. I mean, I gotta give it to Lazir. Great strides and also great mechanics, being shown that he can really push the limits of some of these heroes, especially if your opponents are going to disrespect you in the draft.
Yeah, he's the same guy that played Cho jungle last season.
I
almost
that.
made it work, but hey, when push comes to shove, when there's a goal to accomplish, he really pulled through 2 great jungle games. Again, barring game 1, which they just could not execute the draft properly. Game 2 and 3 was just the team ratio.
It definitely felt like Team Ray were the more consistent team overall throughout the series, because yes, in game 1, even though they did lose somewhat one-sidedly, you could tell that they were trying and there was like attempts. It's just that JP9ers had the better execution overall. But in game 2 and 3, they really let their fangs bear against their opponents, and it certainly did help that there were some interesting picks coming out from the JP9ers both times.
It's just so disrespectful here. So very disrespectful. Number one, if we're looking at the 2v2 mid lane matchup, right? Obviously, Virgie and Dinesh has a slight advantage in this sector in comparison to Maul and Warlord. Number one, Warlord, no matter how many bad impacts he throws, he will eventually encounter a mana problem until he gets his T2 boots, Demon boots, as well as the Gleaming Gem. Prior to that point, it's difficult to actually contest for that mid lane, considering that Cho's raw damage alone with the Concussive Blast blows up majority of the wave in comparison to Mao, who, strangely enough, in this particular game, didn't go for the Concussive Blast, but instead would try to contest it regardless.
Yeah, that too.
Just didn't seem comfortable on this hero pick, right?
Yeah, and once more, like
back, he did.
Like this game, I think same as last game, right? Like the synergy, like the damage synergy.
Why would you go? Why would you go for Master Assassin? Who are you trying to? Is that why he was more likely to try 1v1 Virgie, to try to zone him out even in a 2v2 lane?
Like,
I don't know. I don't. I'm still not sure if some of these emblems might be a little bit sus. We are gonna have to check that, but
yeah, like common emblems.
It makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense for Master Assassin to be the play. You know, we'll check on that later, but it still goes to show. Unfortunately, I feel like Maul had a lot of difficulty on this. I'm really surprised they didn't ban Cho. They banned the Gatot instead. It gave Virgie so much more space to rotate on the map.
I'm surprised they didn't ban Cho either, right? Like Jawhead was already banned out. You're not getting Cho anyways. You might as well ban the Cho. And just to remind everyone, Granger was ignored this game. I don't know how we got to this point.
Could have avoided this altogether. Could have avoided this altogether. And I mean, Loliel's, he got gapped in team fights and in lane by Trap. Pretty surprising here. I think that Trap definitely is very hungry to kind of pull himself and his name for the sake of Team Ray in the MPL MY. Overall, the way that I look at this, I mean, it's a draft gap through and through. I think that JP9ers, unfortunately, not only was the draft difficult for them, but their means of recovery, it feels like the tilt factor is so real.
That, and also, just keep it easy, right? You have a complicated draft, and once one component goes wrong, it's so hard to come back from it. Compared to Team Ray, it's just get in your face.
Yeah.
Don't complicate things, Ancha. Just keep it simple.
Team Ray did keep things simple here. They went for comfort heroes. They drafted smartly, leaving like certain picks until later so that they could use them as counter drafts, and it really, really worked out for them. Rich Guy and Carry still going to be Lazir here, having a slightly higher GPM from game 2, actually, 3 GPM higher. And then we, of course, have Eevee as the sandbag, as well as Virgie as the best wingman. Man was really landing those kicks.
The easiest roam game of his life. No one to stop him. He's getting away with daylight murder. And doesn't help Niners that you have Lazir just running in your face. Like, even when Subbat had Unleashed the Beast, you can't fight the original when he gets in your face. Like, look at this man. He's diving backlines. He's, zoning out your Sicilian. His face fighting your tanks. And then there's Virgie dancing around. And I just noticed, do you see what I see? How is Noliel under the tier 1?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. Did man actually throw the spear without paying attention to his character?
Look, I ain't questioning the man. I think that they definitely were misplays being held. And I think that everybody has made a highlight reel in the situations.
A low light reel.
Want to be a low light reel for sure, for sure. No. There's no going around this one. I think that this is probably the lowest we're going to see JP9ers until later in the league, where they kind of pull themselves together.
I do hope so, because JP9ers definitely has the potential. I think they went into this a little bit with too much whimsy. We're just taking it easy. Hey, Safad, you want to play Valentina EXP? You want to pull out the Arlet. And that kind of cost them a little bit. So going forward, I'm sure that they're gonna lock in a little bit more. But yeah, was this decision anticipated? I don't even know what decision this question is asking about.
I said no.
Pain.
No.
This was pain. This was absolute pain. There's ideas without full thoughts. It is like asking a preschooler to come up with full sentences. That's how difficult this is sort of starting to look like.
You know when you cook a dish and then you're like, these ingredients would taste good, but individually, you don't think about what they would taste like when you...
That was this game. That definitely was this game. A lot of interesting ideas, but a lot of failed fundamentals from JP9ers side overall. I think that's pretty much what it was.
Yeah, and
they cooked too hard.
They actually did cook too hard. That is the correct way of describing what happened here. And Team Ray just kept it simple all the way until the end. And sometimes some simple home cooking is all you really need. But because of that, after day 1, we have our updated standings with SRG OG standing at the top. Currently the only clean sweep of the day. Right below them, we have Ocean Black and Team Ray, followed by DX Seoul Esports and JP9ers, with Team Vamos all the way at the bottom.
Dude, I'm so disappointed with JP9ers, man. It hurts so bad because I was so excited for this roster.
Me too. I was
such a bummer.
My primary doubt was, can these players gel together, because they are so different in personality, right? But apparently that wasn't the main problem. It's everything else.
Something happened after game number 1.
Look, I'm telling you, it has to be tilt factor. There's no other way. And I want to see the tilt factor for some of these other teams.
Well, speaking of other teams, here is tomorrow's schedule. Sundays will begin with Homeboys up against Aero Esports, 2 teams we haven't gotten the chance to witness just yet. Just like Todak versus Monster Vicious, the local derby, some of our favorites right there. And closing off with Vamos versus Team Ray.
You know what? These matches actually now sound a lot more exciting than what
happened, right?
After what happened. Hey, at least if you're a fan of any team aside from Vamos, you can rest assured that for the next 24 hours, Vamos is the only team getting clowned on for going -2. On social media.
For now.
I know what the fans are thinking.
That's correct.
I've seen enough of them. That is the angle they'll attack.
It's too true.
Screenshot the standings while you have the chance. You're
not gonna get a second chance.
That's your defense for the next 24 hours. All right.
God, it's too real and too funny at the same time.
Oh,
my
man.
God.
Oh, but man, what a...
Thank God
what a day we've had here, right, boys? Like, did you guys expect this is how day 1 would go?
No, not at all.
Woke up too early for this.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Look, I think the SRG OG Esports, I think that was as close as it got to what we were expecting of the day when they were up against
Game 1, right?
Yeah, game 1. Downhill, pretty downhill from that point onwards. I'm not gonna lie. It was a pretty rough day.
Yeah.
Hey, what to expect? It's week 1, day 1, you know?
Yeah.
It'd just be like that.
I think the day betrayed expectations. And not necessarily in a good way.
It went against all the fundamentals, dude.
The same way that Innocent broke all the records, all the games today broke us.
He saved the show, for sure.
I wish we could have saved him for last, at this point. But,
oh my God.
beggars can't be choosers. In the end, we still had fun, right? We still had a good day, and we're still going to have a good day tomorrow as well. So with that, we'll close out day 1 of Season 15. We'll be back with 3 more matches tomorrow to see what exactly happens. So, we'll see you guys then.
Konsil. Cik confession.
Ni air busar sini.
Aku kacau padang.
Aku aman sih.
Aman cik.
Air busar dulu.
Nice.
That's one.
Mid balik guys.
Boleh. Aku free. Aku.
No ulti.
Aku low.
Harit pun ulti.
Aku low.
Harit cuy. Saya ada aku.
Aku ada tuan. Halo mati.
Ready.
Ada dekat aku guys. Ada wave atas
Harit. Nice.
Boleh end.
Hayan ulti. Ini spawn chill. Bunuh dulu.
Nice.
Hayan ulti Hayan. Ada padang ya?
Tahu.
Nice.
Nice one. Nice.
Boleh.
Let's go. Harap dapat.
Udah flip unlock kari. Balikin aku.
Kalian udah ulti gua.
Main dalam kotak aku guys. Mati. Nice. Pegang. Bisa dalam lagi. Nice nih. Bos kita.
Try masih dulu.
Tambah sih gua.
Flicker. Aman. Dulu. Reset dulu.
Kena show you. Gua balikin lagi.
Udah ulti gua. Depan kaliannya.
Target walon.
Wah, nice.
Aja bro. Nice. Woi.
Lazi ya.
Santai toh. Orang. Nice semangat wah. Woi. Nice.
Shio. Let's go, Shio. Nice, bro.
Kalian pick. Nice one. Bisa bawah. Aku zone 2 aman. Nah.
Nih, gua satu.
Buat nice one. Woi, kasih tahu dah bas trap.
Berdakin bawah.
Hai, king trap siap meletakkan land of down. Woi, kasih tahu dah. Bisa dapat mid ya guys. Kalau mau enggak nih? Lihat gua. Gua bisa kasih badan. Tunggu. Woi, nice one. Ke satu tuh. Woi, kasih